The story begins with a pair of eyes slowly opening as ragged breaths echo, huff, huff. A handsome young man, his face drenched in sweat, gasps for breath. Suddenly he jolts upright, clutching his head and shouting, "Who the hell wanted to kill me?" He looks around in confusion and wonders, and where exactly am I? 10 minutes earlier, wine glasses clink together. Come on, a toast to our friendship. Someone smiles and says, Lin Yi, I heard you've still been obsessed with Grand Martial World lately. Lin Yi, hugging two girls in his arms, smiles. You know I've been a martial arts fanatic since childhood. It's rare to get such an immersive martial arts game, so it's worth trying, but updates are too slow and I've already cleared all available content. And the Lin Yi everyone mentions is indeed Lin Yi. Someone exclaims, as expected of Lin Yi, you've even cleared the second version storyline, so you must have nearly 1,000 hours online, truly a terrifying master. But there's no need to rush because the official site announced the third version storyline will update next month along with a virtual reality helmet. They changed the subject, saying rumors claim this virtual reality helmet is unlike anything from this era and can send users into another illusory world. While even a pre-order slot has been scalped to 20 million, half a year's allowance for me, so it seems we won't be among the first to experience it. Hearing this, Lin Yi snaps his fingers. A female attendant immediately brings the item over as he asks, is this the virtual reality helmet you were talking about? Everyone's attention instantly locks onto it. Isn't this the virtual reality helmet that hasn't even gone on sale yet? Their eyes widen as they exclaim, as expected of the wealthy Lin family of the Southern Kingdom, the resources you can mobilize are beyond small families like ours. I'm truly jealous. If I could be reborn into the Lin family in my next life, I'd never have another worry. However, Lin Yi shakes his head and corrects them. You're only half right. My older brothers are buried in family business every day, so how could they have time to enjoy life? He thinks to himself that only the youngest illegitimate son like him, unqualified to fight for power, could choose to become a useless playboy. But he quickly casts those negative thoughts aside. Enough talk, let's play and I'll show you the martial arts secret manual I recently learned. Lin Yi directly puts the helmet on his head. At that moment, a voice suddenly says, Dear little brother, your existence is still a hidden threat, so I hope you'll enjoy yourself in another world. Seeing light suddenly appear, everyone around him exclaims, Look at those lighting effects, that's insanely cool. Yet the next second, Lin Yi's head explodes before everyone's horrified eyes. The memories of his previous life end there as Chu Xiu clutches his aching head and thinks, just as I expected, I must have transmigrated. His body trembles with rage. Damn it, I clearly acted harmless and useless, so why would one of my brothers still want me dead? Was choosing not to compete from the beginning a mistake? His eyes suddenly glow red. At that moment, the original body's memories begin merging with his own. Master, something terrible happened. Second, madam, poor child born without a mother. These are this body's memories. In this life, his name is Chu Xiu, a concubine-born son of the Chu family in Wei Commandery of the state of Yan, ranked second among 4 sons, but his birth mother was an ordinary concubine who died during childbirth, so he was never valued in the Chu family. His former self was cowardly and reckless, sided early with the eldest son Chu Kai in the succession struggle, angered the third son who was also eligible to compete, then was framed and punished by being sent to manage the Chu family's southern mountain mine in Wei Commandery. He was supposed to remain at the southern mountain mine for 3 years, but the Chu family recently decided to choose an heir, and even a concubine-born son who had made mistakes was eligible, so he was summoned back early. Therefore, he is currently on his way back to the Chu family. Chu Xiu reaches out and touches a great sword while repeatedly murmuring, Chu Xiu, Chu Xiu. He soon sees his own appearance and suddenly realizes that this name sounds strangely familiar. The realization shocks Chu Xiu so badly that he drops the sword. Wait, I think I know who I am. Before he transmigrated, the upcoming third version storyline of Grand Martial World centered on its ultimate final villain, Demon Lord Chu Xiu. The shocking third storyline of Grand Martial World was about to launch, with Demon Lord Chu Xiu born into the Chu family of Tongzhou Prefecture in Wei Commandery of the state of Yan, whose personality changed drastically after family turmoil and countless hardships, ultimately leading him onto the demonic path. In the story introduction, the Demon Lord rebuilt the once glorious Kunlun demon cult from 1,000 years ago and led the 4 great demon lords to dominate the martial world with overwhelming demonic might. After understanding everything, Chu Xiu muttered to himself, should I cry or laugh? His hand lightly touched the sword as he thought, my future is already destined to become a great figure who shakes the martial world, but do I even need to guess how it ends? He picked it up and casually played with it, thinking, isn't every final villain boss in a game ultimately meant to be defeated? A sinister smile appeared on Chu Xiu's face, because that fate was destined to end in failure. Another thought gradually arose. In my previous life I neither fought nor stole, yet still died miserably, so since heaven has given me another chance, from now on I will actively fight and seize what I want, because killing you is better than letting you kill me. At that moment a hand appeared. It was followed by the graceful figure of Heir, who asked, young master, did something happen? The moment he saw her, Chu Xiu immediately remembered from the original body's memories that this woman named Heir had been sent by his third brother's biological mother. Yet ridiculously, he had once believed she was assigned to him by the family and even doted on her. However, Heir knew nothing of his thoughts, as during their time at the South Mountain Mine she had used his name to bully others, ruined his reputation, and secretly provoked the miners into causing chaos, clearly intending to drive him to his death. Chu Xiu smiled faintly and replied unhurriedly, nothing, the saber just fell to the ground. His attitude made Heir wary as she wondered why Chu Xiu seemed strangely sinister today, then said, young master, since it has been raining recently and the roads are difficult, why don't we take the shortcut through Yuanbao town? It will be closer. Chu Xiu quickly considered her suggestion, the shortcut through Yuanbao town, but I heard those paths run through the remote wilderness beneath the vast mountain range and are very prone to bandit attacks. Unexpectedly, Heir suddenly pressed closer and deliberately pulled down her collar to expose part of her body, saying, those are only rumors. Many merchant caravans heading to Tongzhou Prefecture used this shortcut before, and besides, young master has me with you. After sweating so much on this exhausting journey, I already smell terrible and want to return early to bathe and serve you. Whether her plan succeeded was unclear, but her expression suddenly changed, because the face before Heir now wore Chu Xiu's sinister smile. When his hand touched her, fear suddenly rose in Heir's heart as she wondered, why does Chu Xiu seem like a completely different person? Why does he suddenly feel so terrifying? As he pinched her cheek, she stammered, young master, I. Yet Chu Xiu's next words carried no sinister intent at all. Fine, then we'll go through Yuanbao town. He released her, turned around, and casually instructed that the servants should be arranged by his beloved Heir as usual. Heir quickly left and thought, I thought Chu Xiu had discovered something. Chinese letter, I was overthinking it. In truth, Chu Xiu had already formed his own plan, thinking, Heir keeps insisting on taking the shortcut through Yuanbao town, so there must be something wrong, but I'll still go because there is also a great opportunity waiting there. He stretched his hand toward the sky and thought, my true advantage after being reborn isn't my future identity as the Demon Lord, but my familiarity with the storylines of the previous two game versions. As the group slowly moved forward, he calculated, judging by the timeline, I should still be in the early stage of version 1 storyline, while version 3 is still more than 20 years away, and I know nearly every major and minor event that will happen in this world during those 20 years. Chu Xiu's lips curled into a smile as he continued thinking, if I remember correctly, a major opportunity is still waiting for me in Yuanbao town right now. The group stopped on a bustling street. Walking beside Chu Xiu, Heir calmly asked, young master, Yuanbao town really isn't as prosperous as Tongzhou Prefecture, so what is there to stroll around and see? But Chu Xiu ignored her words completely because he had already spotted it, the secret box shop. Before them stood a fairly large shop. Speaking of secret boxes, they were one of the great specialties of this martial world, originating from a legend that 10,000 years ago the world suffered a catastrophic heavenly disaster that destroyed countless martial sects. Before that catastrophe, a grandmaster of formations created something called the secret box, capable of preserving treasures and ancient manuals so sect inheritances would not be completely destroyed by the heavenly calamity. Secret boxes could be made from any material and came in different shapes and sizes, but the better the material, the stronger the formation, and generally the more valuable the items stored inside. After the catastrophe, countless secret boxes circulated throughout the world, but since their crafting method had long been lost, every surviving secret box would be permanently destroyed once opened, essentially making them limited edition mystery boxes coveted by countless martial artists. However, the contents were not always valuable, because although some contained unique treasures and miraculous items, most were empty or useless, making opening one entirely dependent on luck. Chu Xiu quickened his steps and entered the shop. He stopped and asked, shopkeeper, is yours the only shop in Treasure Town selling secret boxes, so why is business so slow? And without turning around, the shopkeeper replied, Even the trashiest secret box costs 10 taels of silver, and those coming to Treasure Town are poor escorts who may not even earn 10 taels per trip, so how many would gamble on their luck? Only after finishing did the shopkeeper glance back. Seeing Chu Xiu's wealthy appearance, the shopkeeper's attitude instantly changed. Those poor people can't afford them, but young master certainly can. These secret boxes were found in the mountains and the prices are absolutely fair. Chu Xiu did not answer and instead thought, I've just arrived in this world and urgently need a powerful cultivation art. And although the Chu family is a major clan of Tongzhou Prefecture with inherited techniques, the original owner was neglected since childhood, given no resources or guidance and couldn't even begin cultivating, so I'm still only at the body tempering realm, the lowest martial cultivation level. As for the martial path, one must first pass through the 3 body refining realms, beginning with the body tempering realm where muscles and bones are strengthened to refine the body. And 99% of martial artists in this world reach it because even casually practicing an external technique is enough. Above that are the blood condensation realm and innate realm, whose practitioners can already be considered true experts. Chu Xiu continued thinking, I remember that sometime later, a servant from Treasure Town bought an ordinary box and unexpectedly obtained an extremely powerful cultivation art, eventually founding his own sect and becoming a grandmaster. But these secret boxes are all cheap and look low quality. Can one really contain such an opportunity? Just then, Chu Xiu's attention was drawn by a voice behind him. Shopkeeper, give me 2 secret boxes. The shopkeeper immediately refused and advised, Li Jiang, earning money as a servant of the Li family in Tongzhou Prefecture isn't easy, so listen to me and stop gambling. Third young master Li favors you and transferred you from the woodshed to the merchant caravan. So use your money to build connections with the managers and perhaps you can become one someday. However, Li Jiang merely sneered and threw down 2 gold ingots, saying, even if I become a manager, I'd still be a Li family servant, but if I obtain a peerless divine art from these secret boxes, wouldn't I rise straight to the top? After accepting the money, the shopkeeper softened somewhat and said, you really think a peerless divine art is that easy to obtain? He quickly placed 2 boxes before Li Jiang. But before Li Jiang could open them, Chu Xiu interrupted with a declaration, wait, I want every secret box here. A calculating smile appeared on his face as he thought, he's a Li family servant, so this Li Jiang must be the one who obtained a great opportunity in Treasure Town and later became a regional overlord, meaning the powerful cultivation art must be inside one of this shop's boxes, perhaps even one of these 2. Having something already within reach snatched away naturally angered Li Jiang, who said, young master, I bought these first. Yet Chu Xiu's imposing aura completely overwhelmed him as he replied, now I'm saying I want them all. Do you have a problem with that? Li Jiang still raised his voice to intimidate him. Does young master think I'm easy to bully just because I'm a servant? I belong to the Li family, one of the 3 great families of Tongzhou Prefecture, making Chu Xiu contemptuously reply, you just said you didn't want to remain a servant forever, yet the moment trouble comes you still borrow the Li family's prestige. With a sinister smile, he added, a mere servant like you wants to use the Li family to pressure me, how ignorant. As if proving his words, several armed subordinates behind Chu Xiu prepared to fight. Li Jiang's arrogance instantly vanished as he collapsed onto the ground and begged, thinking, this is bad, I'm only at the body tempering realm and can't defeat so many people, let's talk this through. Chu Xiu inwardly gloated, he got scared instantly. With this mentality, it's no wonder he became a petty villain who committed every evil after becoming an overlord. But this time you won't get that chance. Then focused on the matter and ordered all the boxes moved away, while Li Jiang remained deeply resentful. Why, besides feeling humiliated, why does my heart hurt even more, as though something extremely important was stolen from me? He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, damn you, just wait, this definitely isn't over. The streets remained bustling as ever. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu sat in a corner and began opening the secret boxes. Brilliant purple light erupted the moment his blood dripped onto one. Seeing the hidden item inside, Chu Xiu excitedly exclaimed, this is it. He examined it and thought, this is the 4th rank innate art. A secret Taoist cultivation art capable of cultivating innate true energy, resisting disease, balancing emptiness and fullness, nourishing one's foundation, and sustaining endlessly regenerating true energy, which explains why Li Jiang kept growing stronger in the original story until reaching the peak. Ordinary cultivation arts were divided into 9 ranks, with the 1st rank lowest and 9th rank highest, and even a third-rank art could serve as a sex-inherited cultivation method. The middle three ranks were considered treasures throughout the martial world and could support the founding of a sect, while the upper three ranks were extremely rare and precious even among major martial sects. Above the 9 ranks were 2 even higher levels regarded as peerless supreme arts, but Chu Xiu could not cultivate them even if given one now, whereas the innate art tempered the body, rebuilt the foundation, and was unrestricted by age, making it practically tailor-made for him. Chu Xiu satisfiedly held the cultivation manual and thought, with this innate art, I'll finally have the foundation to survive the Chu family's internal struggle. He then turned toward the remaining pile and thought, there are still so many secret boxes left, perhaps they can bring me another surprise. As for Li Jiang, unable to win himself, he resorted to the classic strategy of calling his powerful backer, 7th Master Li. The person he sought was none other than Li Tong, also known as Li Jiang's 7th Master. Come, sit and drink, I'll have the innkeeper summon a girl while you bring out the caravan's goods, with Li Tong ranking 7th. Li Jiang hurriedly complained pitifully, 7th Master, someone robbed me in town just now, and even after I gave our name, they showed no respect for the Li family, making Li Tong frown. Someone actually dares rob my Li family's people and goods, what happened? As if waiting for this, Li Jiang immediately recounts everything without leaving out a single detail. That's exactly what happened. While he recounts the story, Li Tong merely strokes his beard lazily. After hearing everything, he solemnly orders, don't worry, even a servant of my Li family isn't someone those minor families can bully. Go investigate who could be so arrogant, and Li Jiang excitedly replies, thank you, 7th Master. Li Tong's men work efficiently and return within an hour. 7th Master, we've investigated it, they're from the Chu family. But after learning Chu Xiu's identity, Li Tong rubs his head wearily. Li Jiang, this is troublesome. You must consider backgrounds when traveling outside. And among Tongzhu's 3 great families, the Shen family ranks first, the Chu family second, and our Li family last. So even if the Li family's 3rd young master came personally, he couldn't help you. So we'd better avoid provoking them. Seeing his plan fail, Li Jiang feels frustrated and awkwardly mutters, fine. Unexpectedly, Li Tong suddenly asks, wait, why would a young master of the Chu family come to this remote place? Which young master is he? And the subordinate immediately reports, it's the 2nd young master, Chu Xiu. His attitude completely changes upon hearing the name. Li Jiang, I'll settle this matter for you. Li Jiang becomes curious, isn't he the Chu family's 2nd young master rather than a mere steward? Can we really afford to offend him? But Li Tong kindly explains, if he were a Chu family steward, I truly wouldn't dare provoke him. But Chu Xiu is different. Nobody in the Chu family cares for him. He's cowardly and timid, and his status there is even lower than a steward. As if proving his words, he quickly leaves his seat to meet the Chu family's useless 2nd young master, since entertainment is rare in such a tiny, remote place. Only Li Jiang remains confused, cowardly and timid. That man was clearly domineering and ruthless. Are they really the same person? Meanwhile, Chu Xiu is busy practicing a martial art. He draws a small knife from his sleeve and thinks, sleeved azure dragon blade art conceals the blade within the sleeve and its intent within the body, then strikes like an azure dragon emerging from the sea. It's at least a 2nd-rank technique, so unexpectedly obtaining such a martial skill is truly a pleasant surprise. Chu Xiu smiles because the blade art is extremely simple to learn. Containing only azure dragon emerges from the sea, which instantly unleashes its strongest strike, making it easy to learn but difficult to master and perfectly suited to his current self. Yet trouble suddenly comes knocking. Where is Chu Xiu? You dare rob my Li family's property, hurry out and confess. Li Tong brings his men directly to cause trouble at his residence, shouting, Chu Xiu, get out here. Seeing Chu Xiu, Li Jiang hurriedly reports, the man upstairs is Chu Xiu, and Li Tong immediately asserts his authority. Chu Xiu, you're truly arrogant to even rob my Li family's property. Hand over the secret manual you stole from Li Jiang and apologize, or you know the consequences. Hearing this, Chu Xiu merely sneers and asks, what if I refuse? A subordinate steps forward and threatens, 7th Master is already showing you respect by letting you return the item and apologize. Otherwise, with your meager ability, don't dream of leaving Treasure Town alive today. Chu Xiu responds just as domineeringly, you won't let me leave Treasure Town. As soon as he finishes speaking, he moves and executes Sleeved Azure Dragon. Its power leaves both Li Jiang and Li Tong staring in shock. The subordinate is instantly struck down, while Chu Xiu lands lightly. Only then does he coldly challenge them. I hate being threatened more than anything. Who's next? Watching from a corner, Heir can only think in horror. Chu Xiu actually killed someone. Chu Xiu remains standing calmly where he is. Li Jiang and Li Tong's group are both frightened and furious, grinding their teeth. You actually dared. However, their momentum collapses almost instantly when Chu Xiu starts moving again. In a flash, he closes the distance with Li Tong, making the man widen his eyes in shock. A small knife presses against the fat man's neck as Chu Xiu coldly asks, "Someone like you dares come cause trouble for me, how foolish." While casually playing with the blade, "Even if the Chu family doesn't value me, I am still its second young master. What gives a collateral family member like you the confidence to trouble me? Even if I kill you now, the Chu family would only give me a minor punishment." Li Tong instinctively recoils from the blade while silently praying. He's right, he's Chu Guangzong's biological son. Striking him is equivalent to slapping the Chu family in the face. I was truly foolish. Unexpectedly, Chu Xiu suddenly spins the knife in his hand. The knife handle pointed toward Li Tong as Chu Xiu ordered him to take it, leaving him stunned as he asked, "What?" Chu Xiu's expression grew more threatening as he repeated, "I said take the knife." With no choice, Li Tong obediently took it and pointed the blade at his own neck, but Chu Xiu suddenly made another strange demand. "Didn't you want to cause trouble for me earlier? Now the knife is in your hand, so I'll give you a chance to kill me." This time, not only Li Tong but also Li Jiang and the others stared wide-eyed in shock. As if to make his meaning clear, Chu Xiu directly pulled Li Tong's knife-holding hand toward himself and repeated, "I said, kill me," leaving the man frozen and stammering. His hand trembled as he pointed the blade toward Chu Xiu. In the end, Li Tong's nerve failed and he dropped the knife, loudly admitting his fault. I wouldn't dare, I was wrong." Only then did Chu Xiu pat his face and mock him. "I gave you a chance, yet you wasted it. You don't even dare kill someone with a knife, so who gave you the courage to trouble me? Take the corpse and get lost." Heir watched Li Tong and his men leave submissively with her mouth agape, wondering whether this was still the Chu Xiu she once knew. Once they were safely outside, Li Jiang finally recovered and called out, "Seventh Master." Unexpectedly, Li Tong flew into a rage and slapped Li Jiang so hard he saw stars, roaring, "What are you calling me for? All this trouble happened because of an idiot like you. Just wait, even with the third young master's protection, I'll still teach you a lesson." Night soon fell, still at the same place. Gao Bei bowed respectfully and reported to Chu Xiu, "Young master, why did you summon me here so late at night?" Chu Xiu glanced at him and thought that Gao Bei had joined the Chu family in his teens, always doing odd jobs as an unknown servant with ordinary talent, taking nearly 10 years of martial training to reach the body-tempering realm, though he was fairly honest. Chu Xiu then questioned him, "Gao Bei, I was falsely accused and sent to the southern mountain mine, dragging you here with me. Do you resent it?" Gao Bei was slightly surprised but respectfully replied, "Young master, I have never thought that way. I am happy to serve as the second young master's guard." Chu Xiu slowly approached and continued, "You've been with my Chu family for over 10 years, working diligently yet still remaining a servant earning only 2 taels of silver a month. While many servants who entered the Chu family alongside you have become shopkeepers and managers. Don't you feel unwilling?" He quietly explained, "I'm poor with words and rather dull, so I'm already satisfied with what I have." However, Chu Xiu's attitude suddenly became harsher. "No, you aren't satisfied. Even a dog fed meat for a year won't want scraps again, and if even dogs are like that, humans are even more so because people are never satisfied." He placed a hand on Gao Bei's shoulder and slowly added, "You've followed me for so long, so we share fortune and hardship together, understand?" Those encouraging words multiplied the resolve in his heart, and he replied, "I understand." Unexpectedly, Chu Xiu gently interrupted him, "No, you still don't understand. 3 parts are decided by heaven and 7 depend on fighting with everything you have. So whatever you want must be seized and fought for with your life. People like you and me, whom heaven doesn't favor, can only risk our lives if we want to rise." Chu Xiu sneered and calmly assigned Gao Bei a task. "Before, you didn't even have a chance to risk your life, but now I'll give you one. Go to vast mountain outside Treasure Town, find the bandit chief there, and deliver a letter for me. Once it's done, you'll receive 100 taels of silver, and from then on, Gao Bei, you'll be my trusted man." Hearing this, Gao Bei weighed his options, thinking that in the past he would certainly have refused, but the young master seemed like a completely different person today, so he would trust him once and gamble. Otherwise, he would never see any hope of rising in this lifetime. Finally, Gao Bei obediently answered loudly, "I will follow the young master's orders." Chu Xiu was satisfied and handed him a letter while instructing, "Very good, take this letter and leave immediately. Remember, nothing can go wrong." Gao Bei accepted it with both hands and replied, "Yes." After Gao Bei left, Chu Xiu's expression suddenly turned sinister as he thought, Heir, since you dared scheme against me, don't blame this young master for being ruthless. A new day arrived, and Chuzio's group continued their journey. Heir sat quietly in a corner before suddenly asking, "Young master, where is Gao Bei?" Chuzio calmly replied, "Gao Bei returned to the Tongzhou residence first to inform everyone there that we're about to arrive." Hearing this, Heir was secretly delighted and thought gleefully, "Almost there. Ha, you'll never enter that residence in this lifetime." Unexpectedly, Chuzio suddenly sat upright, stared at her, and asked, "Heir, do you think we'll encounter bandits?" His strange expression startled her and made her instinctively retreat. "Young master, don't say such ominous things. Besides, you're a young master of the Chu family, so who would dare touch you?" Yet Chuzio continued frightening Heir. "You never know, accidents can happen anytime and disaster may strike you too. Natural disasters are easy to avoid, but man-made calamities are hard to guard against." Hearing this, Heir's mood changed and she waved her hand, saying, "Young master must be joking," when a shout suddenly came from outside, "Stop." Chuzio chuckled and lifted the curtain aside, saying, "See, hasn't the trouble caused by people already arrived?" At that moment, a group of bandits suddenly appeared and blocked the road. Their battle-scarred leader demanded fiercely, "Why haven't you gotten down here and greeted this bandit chief, Lion Laosin?" Chuzio stepped out of the carriage and smiled, "Gentlemen, if you want money, I have several thousand taels of silver here, take it all, but we're not a merchant caravan and have nothing else valuable." Lion laughed heartily and replied provocatively, "Several thousand taels isn't bad, but unfortunately your life is worth far more, brat. Tell me how you want to die." Chuzio glanced at the frightened Heir inside the carriage before replying, "Since lives can be bought with money, if someone paid for mine, I can buy it back. You know who I am, so step aside now and name however much silver you want later." His sharp response made Lion remark approvingly, "Everyone says the Chu family's second young master is useless, but you've got some backbone. Unfortunately, I've been keeping my word lately, so you should peacefully accept your death." In truth, Heir was secretly delighted, thinking, hearing Lion Laosin was indeed the right choice. With him acting, Chuzio definitely won't escape death today. However, Chuzio suddenly laughed and declared, "If I can't buy back my life, then I'll just buy yours instead." The moment he finished speaking, he charged directly at Lion. Caught off guard by this move, Lion became furious and roared, "You're courting death." Old Lion immediately swung his saber at Chuzio and shouted, "Watch me cut you in half." Chuzio observed the weapon's movement and assessed, his attacks don't contain any inner power, so he merely possesses great physical strength, though his techniques aren't weak, and with my current level I should be able to hold out until an opportunity appears. Chuzio then directly used his fist to deflect Old Lion's saber. His saber was instantly knocked backward. Old Lion froze in surprise and thought, this useless young master actually dodged it. However, he immediately swung his saber at Chuzio again. Chuzio gracefully bent down and easily avoided it. Their cat-and-mouse exchange continued for several more moves. Every time Old Lion slashed down, Chuzio successfully dodged. The other bandits stood nearby pointing and laughing. "Look at how pathetic and terrified this useless young master looks. Having the boss personally deal with him is already giving him too much credit. Trash is still trash." Only Old Lion was already furious and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, this brat really isn't ordinary. He looks miserable but dodges every strike, and if I can't even catch this useless fool, wouldn't that make me worse than useless?" He angrily shouted a challenge, "You damn brat are really infuriating. If you've got guts, stop dodging." This reaction was exactly what Chuzio expected, and he excitedly thought, "He's getting impatient, my chance has come." He instantly switched to offense and aimed the hidden sleeve green dragon straight at his opponent's face. The small blade successfully carved a cut across Old Lion's face. Chuzio sneered with satisfaction upon seeing this. But his assault did not stop, as he seized the opportunity to slash a long wound across Old Lion's body. Seeing this, the bandits were stunned and exclaimed, "Boss, are you all right?" Old Lion clutched his badly wounded shoulder and thought in disbelief, "How is this possible? If I hadn't dodged quickly just now, that strike would have killed me outright." Meanwhile, Chuzio examined the small weapon in his hand and thought, "Unfortunately, I haven't practiced the hidden sleeve green dragon enough, otherwise he probably couldn't have dodged that strike." Old Lion's expression darkened as he loudly ordered his men, "Attack together and kill every last one of them." Each bandit raised a weapon and charged forward. But suddenly another voice rang out, interrupting the battle, "You want to kill someone, but have you asked me first?" A mysterious figure appears with a great saber in his hand. Ma Kuo and his men gleefully call from behind, "I heard there's big business here, and it seems true. Bandit Ma Kuo wants a share of the profits too." Ma Kuo's sudden appearance leaves Heir confused. Why has another group of bandits appeared? Did second madam arrange more people? The two groups of bandits immediately turn on each other with threatening looks. Chu Xiu cautiously studies the newcomer and wonders, could this man be? Only Old Lion growls irritably, "Ma Qiu, this is my territory, what are you trying to do?" Ma Qiu arrogantly replies, "What am I doing? Killing you, of course. You've stolen my business more than once, so this time I'll send you straight to the King of Hell." With that, he immediately charges forward with the azure great saber in hand. Seeing the weapon coming at him, Old Lion cannot help feeling afraid. With a single strike, Ma Qiu knocks the sword from his hand. Old Lion's men panic and shout while he secretly thinks of escaping. Damn it, a wise man avoids immediate danger, I'd better run. As if seeing through him, Ma Qiu sneers and declares, too late. Old Lion's face is filled entirely with fear. Ma Qiu's next slash directly ends his life. The leaderless bandits scatter in panic as Ma Qiu points forward and orders, brothers, kill, while Chu Xiu watches from behind and thinks, this yellow-faced warrior's techniques are nothing like those of a wild bandit chief. He's clearly a martial artist with an orthodox lineage. After considering everything, he says, thank you for helping me this time. But Ma Qiu replies with a sinister smile, brat, aren't you afraid I'll kill you too? At that moment, Gao Bei happens to return. Young master, fortunately I made it in time. This is Chief Ma of vast mountain stronghold whom you ordered me to find. Chu Xiu smiles, Chief Ma, you're a smart man. After receiving my letter, you should know that killing me earns you only a few thousand silver taels, while sparing me gets you the batch of refined ore I promised, enough to replace all your men's crude weapons. He then makes a proposal specifically for Ma Qiu. Isn't the better choice obvious? He quietly waits for a response while thinking, second madam is ruthless. Even though a concubine-born son like me can barely inherit the family head position, she still shows no mercy. And when Heir suggested changing routes, I already guessed she'd hired bandits to kill me through others. Thinking in reverse successfully saves Chu Xiu's life. If she can pay bandits to kill me, I can certainly pay bandits to protect me. Ma Qiu calmly asks, you're not deceiving me, are you? As far as I know, those ores are extremely important to your Chu family, so can you really give them away? And Chu Xiu simply replies, someone in the Chu family wants me dead, so why should I care about their supplies? To prove his sincerity, he produces another document. This is my authorization order. Use it to collect a batch of ore while I'm still managing this matter. Making Ma Qiu remark, you great families have plenty of troublesome affairs, but you're quite decisive and straightforward, brat. Ma Qiu happily makes the deal with Chu Xiu. If you have another good deal like this, come find me at Mount Kilian. I'm Ma Qiu, and I'll even give acquaintances a discount when killing them. Watching him leave happily, Chu Xiu thinks, Mount Kilian, a bandit with inherited martial arts, now I know who he is. Gao Bei was quite lucky to find someone with such an impressive background. Glancing toward the carriage, Chu Xiu involuntarily curls his lips into a smile. Inside the carriage, Heir is sweating from fear and repeatedly wondering, how could this happen? Wasn't Chu Xiu useless, so how did he seriously injure that bandit leader so easily? And what was with the group that came later? Why did they help Chu Xiu? Chu Xiu leisurely climbs into the carriage. He is greeted by her frightened face as she asks, young master, have all those bandits been defeated? Chu Xiu smiles and gently replies, of course they've all been defeated, while thinking, this wretched maid is still pretending. But Chu Xiu is already tired of acting and directly lifts her chin, questioning, you're disappointed that I'm still alive, aren't you? While Heir desperately denies it. Young master must be joking, defeating the bandits is good news, how could this servant be disappointed? Seeing this, Chu Xiu grabs Heir by the throat, do you really think I'm an idiot? Tell me how much silver that dear second madam paid these bandits, or you'll die. Only when death draws near does she honestly confess, I'll tell you, young master, I'll tell you everything. Second madam paid 10,000 silver taels. Hearing this, Chu Xiu finally releases her. 10,000 silver taels, how generous, does my dear second madam really hate me that much? And Heir continues between violent coughs. Second madam said young master stubbornly supports the eldest young master and will eventually ruin her plans. And since she recently won over the fourth young master, she decided to eliminate this threat. As for the Chu family head, Chu Guangzong has 3 wives and 4 sons. The first madam's son is the eldest Chu Kai. The second madam's son is the third Chu Sheng. The third madam is mother to the fourth son Chu Sheng, while Chu Xiu's own mother was merely a concubine who died after giving birth to the second son Chu Xiu. He continued calculating from his past memories. Chu Xiu was the son of a concubine with little chance of inheriting the family headship, so believing the eldest son Chu Kai had the best chance, he had long sided with him. But after choosing his side, the first madam and Chu Kai never valued him, and when the third son framed him, they offered no help. Thinking this through, he made up his mind. The previous Chu Xiu was much like his former self, low-born and lacking schemes, so he had long abandoned any thought of competing for the family headship. But now that he had become Chu Xiu and knew the story, he had to fight for the position of Chu family heir, since gaining the family's resources would at least speed up his cultivation. Chu Xiu then asked the terrified Heir sitting on the ground, "Do you have any evidence that second mother colluded with the bandits?" She obediently explained, "The second madam directly sent a trusted aide to contact them. The bandits work for money without asking questions, so no evidence was left." She then clutched his clothes and begged, "Young master, I've told you everything. Can you spare my life?" Chu Xiu casually replied, "Don't worry, I don't kill women." Hearing this, Heir relaxed somewhat, thinking she had nearly been scared to death. Unexpectedly, the very next second, Chu Xiu kicked her and directly snapped her neck. Looking at Heir lying dead before him, Chu Xiu remarked with amusement, "I was only fooling you, yet you actually believed me. You're so naive, yet you tried to be a spy." 7 days passed, and they finally reached Wei Commandery, Tongzhou Prefecture, at the Chu family residence. Chu Xiu was still sitting inside the carriage. A figure emerged from the residence, and he immediately recognized the second madam, the only daughter of Ding Kaisen, the iron-breaking hand and master of the Open Mountain Martial Hall, a ruthless woman whom Chu Guangzong had married 20 years ago to establish his position. Chu Xiu quickly climbed down from the carriage, ran over and bowed, "Greetings, second mother. After a year apart, you've grown even younger." Yet her expression instantly darkened upon seeing him as she wondered why Chu Xiu had returned, and whether that foolish girl Heir had failed to lead him onto the side road near Treasure Town. Without beating around the bush, she directly asked, "Where is your maid Heir?" Chu Xiu lazily explained, "Heir was too frail and accidentally died after I punished her. Second mother, why don't you sell me another one?" This news made the second madam wary. Heir was dead, so did Chu Xiu know she had arranged for bandits to kill him, and why did he seem like a completely different person when a year ago he would never have dared speak like this? She turned and walked inside while reminding him, "Since you're back, come in. The master and the others are still waiting for you." Chu Xiu soon entered the main hall and greeted his father, the clan elders, the first madam, second madam, and third madam. The man seated at the head was none other than Guangzong, who asked, "You're back." Chu Xiu secretly assessed this Chu family head, who had started with nothing and with only a few dozen men, spent 20 years turning the Chu family into one of Tongzhou Prefecture's 3 great families, even surpassing the Li family that had been rooted there for a century. Guangzong looked extremely stern as he said, "Take your seat." And even Chu Xiu had to remain cautious before him because Chu Guangzong was at the innate realm, beyond body tempering and blood condensation, with his vital energy, blood, essence, and bones perfectly fused, making him look under 40 despite being over 50, while he cared little for family affairs or his 4 sons and focused entirely on secluded cultivation. Chu Xiu obediently returned to his place and sat down, though unfortunately Chu Guangzong's martial realm had not advanced further in 20 years. Only then did Guangzong announce, "My Chu family has been in Tongzhou Prefecture for over 20 years and has now firmly established itself here. You children have all grown up, so it is time to decide the family's heir." Another voice immediately interjected, "What's there to decide? Chu Kai is the Chu family's eldest son and the strongest, so naturally he should be the heir," said the first madam. The second madam immediately mocked her, "Elder sister, that's not right. We're not the imperial family where the eldest son must inherit, so naturally the master should decide this, don't you agree, third sister?" The woman she addressed merely smiled gently and said, "I'm only a woman and understand nothing, so naturally whatever the master says shall be done." She was the third madam. Seeing their attitudes, Guangzong grew annoyed and directly proposed, "Enough, I have my own plans. Chu Kai, Chu Xiu, Chu Sheng, and Chu Sheng will each manage part of the family's business for 1 year, and whoever improves the most will become the heir." Any objections? Faced with this decisive declaration, the madams could only answer together, "We agree." Chu Xiu glanced at the men standing behind Guangzong and thought that although these Chu family elders bore the title of elder, none truly dared oppose Chu Guangzong. He then looked toward the other family members. Chu Kai and the first madam were both arrogant and looked down on everyone, even daring to argue with Chu Guangzong, but that only made him dislike them more. Next he looked toward the second madam, who was ruthless and deeply calculating, always coveting the heir's position. Yet her son Chu Sheng was incompetent and did not know how to conceal his abilities. Finally, his gaze stopped on third mother. The third madam was the smartest, outwardly competing for nothing and thus earning Chu Guangzong's favor, while Chu Guangzong also favored his fourth son Chu Sheng the most. The more Chu Xiu thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt, and the strangest person was Chu Guangzong, who who always talked about choosing an heir yet seemed not to care at all. At that moment, the first madam suddenly said, "I disagree. Our Chu family is a martial clan, so inheriting the position of family head should naturally depend on strength. Chu Ziu, don't you agree?" She thought confidently, "Chu Ziu is on our side. As long as he disagrees, it'll be 2 against 2, and even if Chu Guangzong favors Chu Shang, he can't simply ignore us." Unexpectedly, Chu Ziu directly replied, "Father naturally has his reasons for doing this, so I have no objections." The first madam thought in shock, "He actually dares oppose me," while the others were equally surprised that the person she had ordered killed was still standing there. Chu Kai pointed directly at him and shouted, "Chu Ziu, do you even know what you're saying? I'll give you another chance, dare you say it again?" But Chu Ziu calmly replied, "Eldest brother is obeying father's decision wrong. You're not even family head yet, so why interfere so much? If you truly become family head, won't the rest of us end up begging on the streets?" Those sarcastic words instantly enraged Chu Kai, but Guangzong interrupted loudly from behind, "Enough, I'm not dead yet. This matter is settled and no one is allowed to argue anymore." Chu Ziu immediately seized the opportunity and asked, "Father, since you've established these rules, shouldn't you give me some more family businesses? The southern mountain mining area I manage is so isolated that I have no room to progress, and you can't favor one while neglecting another, right?" Hearing this, Guangzong quickly realized, so Chu Ziu has developed ambitions too. Not only him, but all 3 madams were equally shocked to realize that Chu Ziu wanted to compete for the position of family head. Head steward Liu behind Guangzong calmly reminded him, "The mining area is also part of the family's business. Second young master, don't push your luck." However, Chu Ziu directly said, "Steward Liu, come here for a moment, I have something to tell you." Seeing this, he walked toward Chu Ziu and asked, "What is it?" "Second young master can just speak directly. Surely you're not afraid I'm too far away to hear you." Unexpectedly, once Steward Liu came close, Chu Ziu punched him straight in the stomach. Steward Liu was instantly knocked down. Chu Ziu did not stop there and fiercely stomped on his back. The 3 madams and their 3 sons were horrified by this scene. The second madam immediately became wary and thought, "Has Chu Ziu gone insane?" Guangzong furiously slammed the table and shouted, "Enough, Chu Ziu, what are you trying to do? Attacking someone before everyone like this, do you still respect me as your father?" Facing this questioning, Chu Ziu calmly explained, "Father, please calm down. I simply lost control for a moment, but when the master speaks, how can a servant interrupt? Has our Chu family lost even this rule after only a year? Father, you're truly too kind." He then looked down at Steward Liu and said, "If someone like this were at the southern mountain mining area, I would have thrown him out long ago, father, but your son isn't as easygoing as you." Guangzong had to admit inwardly that Chu Ziu was right, because although Steward Liu was a relative of the first madam, he was still a servant, and his yearly secluded cultivation had apparently made these servants increasingly arrogant. He finally ordered, "Forget it, but remember next time that this is the Chu family, not the southern mountain mining area, and I'll deduct 3 months of your allowance to pay for Steward Liu's recovery." Chu Ziu then changed the subject, "Your son obeys, but father surely won't make me manage the southern mountain mining area forever, right? Otherwise, what's the point of calling me here to discuss the family heir?" These words made Guangzong carefully consider the matter, thinking, "Although I never intended for Chu Ziu to inherit the family head position, I can't be too unfair in front of everyone." However, the first madam interrupted and strongly reminded him, "Husband, are you really letting this matter go? Chu Ziu assaulted someone before everyone, clearly showing no respect for you." But Guangzong directly refuted her. "Then what do you want me to do? Make him pay for Steward Liu with his life? I said this matter ends here, and once the merchant caravan returns from the Yan Kingdom, Chu Ziu will take control of it." Only then did Chu Ziu obediently lower his head and reply, "Thank you, father." He had already made his own calculations, thinking, "The first madam and Chu Kai are both fools. One comes from a great clan yet doesn't understand her position and constantly argues with Chu Guangzong, while the other is 7 or 8 years older than me yet still competes with his younger brothers for the heir position, truly useless." After making all the arrangements, Guangzong stood and announced, "All right, this matter is settled, everyone is dismissed." As the second madam passed Chu Ziu, she thought, "I originally believed the first madam and Chu Kai were my greatest enemies, but unexpectedly Chu Ziu developed such great ambitions during this past year." The mother and son quickly returned to the second madam's residence. The moment they entered, Chu Sheng complained, "Mother, didn't you arrange for someone to deal with Chu Ziu? How is he still alive?" And the second madam calmly replied, "Mother miscalculated. Who could have expected Chu Ziu to change so much after 1 year at the southern mountain mining area?" She then reassured her son, But Shenger, don't worry. Chu dared attack someone right in front of your father, which is simply too reckless, and the Chu family would never let a madman become heir. Chu Kai is overly ambitious but incapable. Chu Sheng is only a teenager and still too young, so only you are truly suitable. Prompting Chu Sheng to suggest, Mother, the manager's father assigned to Chu Ziu's merchant caravan are all your people, so why not make things difficult for him? The second madam's lips curled into a smile as she replied, don't worry, I spent heavily on those people, and I guarantee that even after Chu Ziu receives the merchant caravan, he won't be able to control a single one of them. At the same time, inside the medicine hall, Gao Bei hurriedly follows behind while curiously asking, young master, under the old rules, all your cultivation resources were collected by the eldest young master. Will they really hand them over? Chu Ziu calmly explains, remember, those were the old rules and some rules need to change now. The moment they enter the medicine hall, they are stopped. What a rare guest, the second young master never comes here, so what brings you today? Gao Bei quickly explains, Steward Chu, the young master came to collect his cultivation resources for this year. Steward Chu tilts his head with a mocking smile, second young master, are you joking with me? Your cultivation resources have always been collected by the eldest young master, so go ask him for them. Chu Ziu questions him, then why did you give my cultivation resources to the eldest young master? Did I order it or did father? Steward Chu defiantly replies, if second young master is dissatisfied, go ask the eldest young master for them yourself. If you want to vent your anger on me, you're overthinking it. The smile on Chu Ziu's face gradually becomes chilling. Very good. Yet before Chu Ziu can act, Steward Chu is struck by a heavy slap. The chief steward loudly scolds him, how dare you speak to the second young master like that? Do you have no sense of rank? And the stunned Steward Chu asks, Chief Steward, why did you? But the chief steward cuts him off directly, shut up, you have no right to speak here. He then turns to flatter Chu Ziu, my subordinate is ignorant, please forgive him, second young master, all your cultivation resources are stored there without anything missing, and I've also prepared an excellent bottle of blood condensing pills for you, they'll be delivered immediately. While Chu Ziu coldly warns, there won't be a next time. Only after Chu Ziu and Gao Bei leave does the chief steward finally breathe a deep sigh of relief. He's finally gone. Steward Chu then asks in confusion, Chief Steward, why did you slap me and treat Chu Ziu so politely? And he gruffly explains, that was for your own good, otherwise you'd be in serious trouble because Chu Ziu nearly beat Chief Butler Liu to death just now. The news shocks Steward Chu into stammering, that actually happened. While the chief steward quietly reminds him, remember, from now on be even more respectful to the second young master than the others, he's no longer the second young master he once was. As for Chu Ziu, he leaves in high spirits after firmly establishing his authority. Chu Ziu's residence is filled with the sunlight of a new morning. Gao Bei keeps praising him, young master, you were truly imposing just now, even the medicine hall's chief steward treated you so respectfully. But Chu Ziu immediately interrupts, that wasn't respect, it was fear. He then sternly teaches him, if you cannot be kind enough to earn everyone's respect, then be ruthless enough to make everyone fear you. Unexpectedly, Gao Bei merely scratches his head and laughs, saying he does not understand, making Chu Ziu sigh. Of course you don't, otherwise after all these years you wouldn't still be unable to become a steward. Now find some wooden posts and set them up in the courtyard, I want to practice my blade. And Gao Bei obediently replies, yes. Chu Ziu has his own calculations. The martial path comes down to talent, perseverance, opportunity, and comprehension. My talent is ordinary and opportunities are uncertain, while competing for them requires strength, so right now I can only work harder through perseverance. As he pours the medicinal ingredients into his tea, Chu Ziu thinks, 2 packets of energy replenishing powder per month, yet the chief steward gave me 30 and 3 blood condensing pills per year, yet he gave me 10 superior ones, so he certainly knows how to handle matters. His gaze sharpens as he continues calculating. Energy replenishing powder is simple to prepare, restores vitality, strengthens the body, and assists cultivation, making it perfect for practicing the innate art. After finishing the tea, Chu Ziu enters cultivation, and as an orthodox Taoist technique, the innate art is balanced and gentle, while the deeper one cultivates it, the more abundant one's innate energy becomes, far surpassing other techniques in this respect. An entire day passes like this, and by the next morning, Chu Ziu senses the changes in his body with a satisfied smile. After one night of cultivation, all 8 extraordinary meridians are open and innate art true energy has formed inside my body. The results are good. Next comes blade training. Holding the blade in his hand and staring at the wooden posts, he thinks, my sleeved azure dragon currently has only the form of the blade without its intent, so I need to practice the most basic blade techniques more. Chu Ziu then swiftly flashes past them. Numerous cuts instantly appear across the wooden post. They collapse one after another. At that moment, Gao Bei's voice comes from behind. "Young master, I heard some news. The caravan leaders assigned to you by the family head are all second madam's people, and they say once the caravan returns, they'll teach you a lesson." Chu Xiu glances back and asks, "They openly spread something like that outside?" And Gao Bei quickly confirms, "Yes, one of second madam's maids deliberately leaked it." A sinister smile appears on Chu Xiu's face as he thinks, "That mother and son truly don't take me seriously. Unfortunately, you've miscalculated, because in my hands, anyone who refuses to obey is no different from a dead man." Chu Xiu then orders Gao Bei, "Tomorrow morning come with me to Vast Mountain to find Ma Qiu, that bandit chief." Seeing Gao Bei's frightened expression, Chu Xiu teases him again, "What are you afraid of? Bandits don't eat people, and besides, he'll become our greatest support." Soon, a meeting is arranged. "Chief Ma, what I want to discuss is rather important. Could you have your men step away for a while?" But Ma Qiu replies directly, "No need, these men are brothers who have faced life and death with me. There's nothing to hide from them." Seeing his attitude, Chu Xiu goes straight to the point. "Chief Ma, then I'll speak plainly. I want to talk to the person behind you because I know you're not really a bandit." Making Ma Qiu laugh. "Ridiculous. If someone who looks like me isn't a bandit, then what else could I be?" However, Chu Xiu immediately explained, "You are great bandits, remnants of the 36 great bandits of the northern lands," and Ma Qiu's expression instantly darkened. Furious, Ma Qiu directly swung his saber down with all his strength. Seeing this, Chu Xiu did not retreat and instead charged forward with his small knife. In an instant, he pressed the knife against Ma Qiu's neck and said, "Stronghold Master Ma, I told you not to get agitated. If I truly wanted to kill you, even though this place isn't under Northern Yan's control, one bounty order would have wiped you out long ago." And Ma Qiu suspiciously asked, "How do you know our origins?" Chu Xiu gave a simple answer, "Just a guess. Stronghold Master Ma uses orthodox martial arts, your men are highly disciplined, and you mentioned the word Killian, so besides the Killian Iron Cavalry among the 36 great bandits of the northern lands, I couldn't think of anyone else." Making Ma Qiu realize, "Damn it, so I couldn't keep my mouth shut." That was not actually the truth, because what truly confirmed their identities was the original storyline. Decades ago, the 36 great bandits had rampaged across the northern lands and even dared rob the Northern Yan imperial court. Chu Xiu continued recalling that Northern Yan later rose to power and joined forces with the far north martial arts great sect, Snowfall City, crushing the 36 great bandits in one battle, leaving their leaders dead or crippled and unable to cause further trouble, while the original storyline mentioned remnants of the 36 great bandits appearing in Wei Commandery. After thinking it through, he spoke again, "Stronghold Master Ma should understand my sincerity now, right?" Ma Qiu stepped back while clutching his neck and asked, "What exactly do you want to trade with my boss? You can tell me first." Unexpectedly, Chu Xiu's next words exceeded everyone's expectations. "I know the whereabouts of your Killian Iron Cavalry's first chief, the crimson-faced heavenly king Pang Hu. Is that information valuable enough for a trade?" Ma Qiu could hardly believe his ears and asked, "You really know the first chief's whereabouts? You're not lying to me, are you?" Chu Xiu calmly explained, "Once I meet the person behind you, you'll naturally know, and besides, I wouldn't dare lie once I got there." As soon as he finished, Ma Qiu said, "Fine, then follow me. My boss is still north of Vast Mountain, and it'll take several days to get there." 5 days later, they arrived north of Vast Mountain. Ma Qiu led Chu Xiu inside and explained, "After reaching Wei Commandery, my boss built his stronghold here in a concealed valley while we established a smaller stronghold outside. Wait here while I report your arrival." And Chu Xiu politely agreed. When Ma Qiu returned, he introduced his companion. "This is Han Bao, Boss Han, formerly one of the first chief's divine guards." And Han Bao looked at Chu Xiu before directly asking, "You're the one who claimed to know the first chief's whereabouts?" Chu Xiu raised his head, examined him, and replied, "That's right," while inwardly judging that this man at the blood-congealing realm was considerably stronger than him. However, Han Bao rudely shouted, "Enough nonsense, tell me what you want. If your demands are too high, don't blame me for using force." Seeing this, Chu Xiu honestly stated his purpose. "This information is merely a greeting gift for you, Boss Han. As far as I know, after First Chief Pang, who was gravely wounded by Northern Yan's imperial forces, he has been recovering in a cave deep within the Barren Mountains." And Han Bao anxiously asked, "Is that true?" Chu Xiu simply confirmed, "It is." Chu Xiu's smile gradually turned sinister as he continued, "If Boss Han doesn't believe me, send someone to Soul Severing Valley in Liaodong Commandery, where you'll find a secret mark left by First Chief Pang Hu. while thinking that such minor details from the game's setting had unexpectedly become so useful. Hearing this, Hanbao was convinced and said, "Fine, I'll send someone. If we truly find the first chief, I, Hanbao, will owe you this favor, so tell me what you want." But Chu Xiu instead asked, "After finding first chief Peng Hu, what does Boss Han plan to do?" Hanbao smiled confidently and explained, "Naturally, I'll take everyone from the stronghold and join the first chief." Chu Xiu slowly sat down and replied, "That's wrong. First Chief Peng Hu is still recuperating, so going there would not only be useless but also increase the risk of exposing him, and he wouldn't let you stay anyway. What you should do is accumulate food and cultivation resources in preparation for his resurgence." Hanbao frowned at him and asked, "We'll know all that after finding the first chief, so tell me what you want." And only then did Chu Xiu reveal his goal. "I want to cooperate with you to make money." Hanbao could not hide his smile and said, "If there's such a good opportunity, explain it in detail." Chu Xiu leisurely explained, "Vast Mountain is filled with bandits who frequently rob and kill merchant caravans, so more caravans are taking detours that waste time and energy or hearing large numbers of guards, meaning your business is shrinking, right?" Hearing this, Hanbao curiously asked what they should do. So Chu Xiu explained, "Without rules, there can be no order, so we'll establish rules. Merchant caravans need only pay a portion of money or goods to receive safe escort across the mountain, benefiting both the caravans and Boss Han." And Hanbao folded his arms before asking, "Wouldn't that make me the enemy of every bandit on Vast Mountain?" Chu Xiu added, "Vast Mountain only needs one voice. Does Boss Han lack confidence in dealing with those rabble?" Hanbao grinned and replied, "Of course not. If I weren't still recovering from my injuries, I would have dealt with those useless fools long ago." Only then did Chu Xiu inwardly marvel, "So this man used to be an innate realm expert. I really misjudged him." As if remembering something, Hanbao suddenly changed the subject. "Right, kid Chu Xiu, you've given me such a good idea, but what exactly do you want?" Chu Xiu calmly replied, "Simple, I also have a merchant caravan in the Chu family, and I want them to cross Vast Mountain without obstruction. Besides that, I want Boss Han to help me kill someone." Hanbao grinned and replied, "The first condition is no problem, but as for the second, this information alone isn't enough to make me, Hanbao, kill someone." Yet Chu Xiu calmly declared, "Naturally, what I'm giving Boss Han isn't limited to this. I'll inform you beforehand whenever merchant caravans pass through, so you won't fear coming away empty-handed." Hanbao finally burst into delighted laughter, saying, "That really doesn't sound bad," and Chu Xiu casually added, "Right, I'll soon send Boss Han information about a Chu family merchant caravan as another greeting gift." His expression turned ugly as he repeated the request suspiciously, "Rob your own merchant caravan, what exactly do you mean?" Chu Xiu placed one hand on his chest and solemnly declared, "That's the Chu family's merchant caravan, not mine." The deal was quickly settled, and Hanbao happily agreed while thinking, "When it comes to ruthlessness, none of us can compare with these great clan disciples. He's even this ruthless toward himself." After finishing their discussion, Chu Xiu stood and said goodbye. "Pleasure doing business. Once I have news, I'll send you a message by carrier pigeon." Meanwhile, everyone was bustling around as someone urged, "Move faster, the merchant caravan is about to depart." Chu Xiu approached from afar with Gao Bei and questioned, "Who gave you permission to leave?" One man hurriedly explained, "This humble one is Zhang Quan, a manager of the merchant caravan. Greetings, second young master." But Chu Xiu directly asked, "Who currently controls the merchant caravan?" Zhang Quan humbly replied, "Naturally you do, second young master," making Chu Xiu question, "If I control it, who allowed you to load the goods and depart? How much silver did the previous shipment earn? What did you bring back? What is this shipment carrying, and did you discuss any of this with me?" Zhang Quan maintained a professional smile and explained, "Second young master, please forgive me. Because you weren't here, I requested instructions from the family head before acting. Time waits for no one, but rest assured this trip will have absolutely no problems, and if anything goes wrong, you may punish me however you wish." After hearing him out, Chu Xiu gently placed a hand on his shoulder and said meaningfully, "Manager Zhang, right? You've done well, I only hope you won't regret it." And he politely replied, "Thank you for the praise, second young master. I will never regret working for the Chu family." Yet inwardly he scoffed at Chu Xiu's warning. "I've traveled with this caravan countless times. What could possibly go wrong, and what would I regret?" Chu Xiu simply walked away and added, "Then I wish you good luck." As the caravan departed, Chu Xiu ordered, "Send its route and schedule to him and tell his people," and Gao Bei obediently replied, "Understood." The merchant caravan slowly traveled along the mountain trail. A man beside Zhang Quan asked uneasily, "Old Zhang, did you completely offend the second young master? I heard he's changed greatly since returning from the mining area." But Zhang Quan smugly replied, "Of course I know, but don't forget we're third young master's people." The man continued, "Aren't you afraid the second young master will deal with us?" But Zhang Quan dismissed Chu Xiu as a threat, saying, "The Chu family is a great clan that values rules, and since we haven't broken any, Chu Xiu can't touch us." Only a Hui remained uneasy, feeling that things were probably not so simple. After traveling farther, Zhang Quan loudly instructed, "Everyone remember, if we really encounter bandits, immediately abandon the goods. Our lives matter more than anything." And the caravan members shouted together, "Understood." Night quickly fell and he looked ahead before ordering, "Let's go a little farther. There's a large cave ahead where we'll rest." But the moment he finished speaking, a bandit voice rang out, "No need to go farther. If you want to rest today, you can rest right here." Zhang Quan's face filled with shock and fear as he shouted, "Bandits, run." The entire caravan immediately abandoned everything and fled for their lives. However, Ma Qiu had already blocked their retreat and asked, "Manager Zhang, where are you going?" Zhang Quan fearfully questioned, "You planned this beforehand?" But Ma Qiu replied, "You're Zhang Quan, right? Young Master Chu Xiu asked me to give you a message. Manager Zhang, have a safe journey to the afterlife." Zhang Quan's face instantly froze when he heard that name, second young master. However, Ma Qiu gave him no more time to think and immediately charged, making Zhang Quan scream. The blade sliced straight across his neck. Ma Qiu then turned to his men and ordered, "Open the cargo and see what welcoming gift young Master Chu Xiu gave us." News quickly reached the Chu family. The merchant caravan was robbed. Everyone from each branch is requested to gather in the council hall immediately. Walking beside the second madam, Chu Sheng quickly guessed, "Mother, could this have something to do with Chu Xiu?" Manager Zhang and the others had just offended him when this happened. But she replied, "I don't know, logically Chu Xiu shouldn't have the courage, nor does he have the ability to hire the bandits of Vast Wilds Mountain." The second madam reminded her son, "Don't make accusations without evidence or you'll anger your father," and Chu Sheng obediently listened. The two entered with cold expressions. The surviving caravan members were desperately explaining, "That's what happened, they killed anyone they saw, and we don't know why." After listening, Guangzong ordered, "If that's all, then disperse, remember this lesson and be more careful next time. I'm returning to secluded cultivation." But Chu Xiu suddenly raised his hand and proposed, "Father, the merchant caravan currently has no leader, so I'm willing to lead it to Vast Wilds Mountain again." All three madams and the other sons were shocked by his proposal. Guangzong frowns at him and asks, "Leading a caravan has always been extremely dangerous. Family descendants have never done it before, so why cause more trouble when you have no experience? Do you want to die?" Chu Xiu had already prepared his reasoning. The caravan is currently unsettled, and without someone influential enough to lead them, they may not depart, especially since the medicine hall's supplies cannot be delayed. So as a direct descendant of the Chu family, I naturally volunteer to lead them. Please permit me, father. His explanation makes Guangzong seriously consider it, surprised that Chu Xiu has become so responsible, while the caravan truly cannot afford further delays. In the end, he agrees, "Then go, but be careful," and Chu Xiu politely replies with satisfaction, "Thank you for your concern, father." Only Chu Kai watches from afar with a puzzled expression. He actually volunteered for such exhausting and dangerous work. Has something gone wrong with Chu Xiu's head? The surviving caravan members all wear unpleasant expressions. Several members discuss among themselves, "You can't blame us for complaining. We nearly lost our lives this time and many people died." While another agrees, "That's right, it was truly terrifying." Unexpectedly, Chu Xiu's voice suddenly rings out, "Pack everything up, the caravan will set off again for the state of Yan." Some members anxiously object, "Second young master, something just happened, shouldn't we rest for a while?" While another adds, "Yes, what if we're robbed again in the mountains?" And Chu Xiu thinks, "That cheap father truly doesn't care about Chu family affairs at all, even allowing servants to become this spoiled." He raises his voice and shouts, "Rest for a while? What a joke, the dead weren't you, and none of you are even injured, so what exactly do you need to rest from?" The caravan members immediately fall silent. Yet Chu Xiu's reprimand does not stop there. "You think staying silent ends this?" Among all Chu family jobs, caravan members receive the best treatment, earning 10 times more than ordinary laborers or even higher. So if you're afraid to die and refuse to go, others will gladly replace you, Gao Bei, and Gao Bei respectfully answers, "I'm here." Chu Xiu sneers and directly orders, "Tell the laborers that anyone willing to risk their life with the caravan will earn at least 10 silver taels each month, plus half their earnings as a bonus after safely returning, while these people can report to Butler Liu for reassignment." Hearing their benefits threatened, the men's attitudes instantly change. "Second young master, I was foolish just now, please give me another chance," while others say, "Yes, we were wrong," and Chu Xiu turns away, adding, "You only get one chance. Anyone who wants to stay should follow me." The group sets out once again. However, another group of bandits blocks their path, shouting, "Where are you bastards? Come out, business has arrived, kill the people and leave the goods." Seeing the same situation happen again, the caravan members panic. "Damn it, again, I would have left if I'd known." While another says, "I'm regretting it too, hopefully we survive this time." Only Chu Xiu openly looks pleased and thinks with satisfaction, it's finally time for the performance. Chu Xiu shows no expression as he orders the subordinate beside him, "Gao Bei, get the lamp oil ready and prepare to burn everything." While Gao Bei lights the flame and pulls away the cloth covering the goods, Chu Xiu steps forward to negotiate. "Gentlemen, I won't let you slaughter us as you please. If you force your way through, I'll burn all the goods and fight to the death, leaving you with nothing." The other caravan members watch closely. The second young master actually has such a tactic, but what if they don't care about the goods and still want to kill us? Yidao steps forward with an arrogant smile. "You're still too inexperienced to play this trick with me. Do you believe I'd rather abandon these goods and kill you all?" But Chu Xiu calmly replies, "Why go that far? How about you fight me? If I lose, you can do whatever you want, but if I win, you let us leave. What do you say?" Yidao laughs loudly at Chu Xiu. "A pampered young master who can't even slaughter a chicken wants to fight me. Since you're seeking death, I'll grant your wish." The other caravan members grow nervous as the tension rises. Only the eldest young master of the Chu family has reached the blood condensation realm. Can the second young master really handle this? However, Chu Xiu immediately launches an attack, saying, "Excuse me." Yidao smoothly bends aside and successfully dodges the strike, saying, "Not bad." Chu Xiu also easily blocks his sword strike. The two exchange fierce attacks, tearing up the ground around them. The caravan members stare in shock. The second young master is incredible, while another says, "That's right, who would have thought he'd been hiding his true ability?" After fighting for a while, Yidao falls into a disadvantage, and the sword in his hand is sent flying. He stared blankly as his weapon flew from his hand. Chu Xiu politely replied, "You let me win." And after finishing his act, Yidao turned to leave, saying, "Fine, fine, you may go. I didn't expect you, young master, to truly have some skill. I underestimated you." The members of the merchant caravan were all amazed. Unexpectedly, Chu Xiu suddenly called out, "Hero, please wait," and Yidao asked in confusion, "Kid, what else do you want?" Chu Xiu then made him an offer. "Who knows how many bandits lie ahead, so I will pay 1,000 taels to hire you to protect us across the mountain." Yidao could not hide his delight and said, "Your idea isn't bad, kid, quite interesting, I accept." The others watched this scene with admiration and commented, "This actually seems pretty good. Why didn't we think of it before?" That's right, taking a detour would cost a month and even more money. The second young master's move is truly brilliant. As time passed, they finally returned to the Chu family. The full story of the journey was quickly reported to Guangzhong. That's what happened. The second young master returned from Yan in only 10 days. And as he listened, Guangzhong remarked, "That boy was far too reckless. What if the bandits had played tricks or lacked the strength to escort them?" However, Elder Chen smiled and continued, "The second young master was quite lucky. The bandits who robbed him were very strong, and I heard that because of his idea they have established rules for safely escorting merchant caravans across the mountain." Elder Chen then added, "Actually, all 4 young masters are quite good. If the family head gave up researching that thing and properly taught them, our Chu family could certainly rival the Shen family." But Guangzhong loudly interrupted, "Elder Chen, stop talking nonsense. Do you know how much I've sacrificed for it? I will never give up." The conversation ended as Elder Chen turned and walked outside. Elsewhere, Chu Xiu was still diligently training. Gao Bei approached from afar and watched him with undisguised admiration, thinking that since returning from Yan, the second young master had been desperately practicing his saber day and night without caring about food or sleep, unlike before. In truth, Chu Xiu was training while calculating his next moves. In the original storyline, after the family upheaval, Chu Xiu left Tongzhou Prefecture and entered the martial world with his personality greatly changed. But he did not know what that upheaval was, so before then he had to reach the blood condensation realm and gain enough strength to protect himself. At that moment, a distant door was slightly opened. The one secretly watching was none other than Chu Sheng, who thought that Chu Xiu had suddenly grown stronger and gained control of the merchant caravan, earning not only profit but also reputation. So if this continued, he would definitely lose after a year. Unexpectedly, his actions were noticed by second mother, who asked, "Chu Sheng, what are you doing?" Chu Sheng walked toward his mother and said, "We can't leave this merchant caravan in Chu Xiu's hands any longer." And she asked in confusion, "You want the caravan? It won't be that easy, the master won't agree to give it to you. Unexpectedly, Chu Sheng's expression turned sinister as he proposed, I know father won't give it to me, but what if fourth brother asks for it? Would he give it to fourth brother? Second mother quickly understood and said, that's right, the master favors Chu Sheng most now, so it really might work, let mother go see. The next day, at the third madam's residence, third mother and Chu Sheng respectfully greeted second mother, elder sister, why didn't you tell us before coming today? Greetings, second mother, and she entered while casually saying, I'm only here to chat, why would I need to announce it? By the way, are Shang's shops doing well? Third mother smiled awkwardly and rubbed her hands saying, well, Shang's shops don't earn much silver, but Shang doesn't want to compete for the inheritance either, so this little income is enough. And seeing her still guarded, second mother quickly revealed her purpose. You misunderstand, sister. I know Shang is young and doesn't want to compete for family head, but having a more profitable business would still be better. These words made both third mother and Chu Shang widen their eyes in surprise. Unable to hide her curiosity, third mother said, but the Chu family's businesses are limited and have already been assigned. Asking for more would be rather unreasonable. So second mother struck at the greed in their hearts, saying, you don't have to ask, you can exchange. Chu Xiu's merchant caravan is now earning twice as much. Greed quickly appeared on Chu Shang's face as he asked, twice as much. The very next day, Guangzong summoned both sons and instructed them. Chu Xiu, your merchant caravan has developed quite well lately, and even if you don't become the heir, you will certainly become a pillar of the Chu family, so you brothers must remain harmonious and help each other. And Chu Xiu cautiously replied, father is absolutely right. Yet his expression showed no pleasure at all as he wondered what Guangzong meant, since he surely understood how these brothers truly got along, with their so-called harmony merely being smiles face-to-face and knives behind backs. Guangzong soon revealed his true intention. It's good that you think that way. I want to temper Chu Shang, so I plan to exchange your merchant caravan for the shops under Chu Shang's name. Do you agree? Chu Xiu hesitated at this sudden proposal and said, this. The corner of Chu Xiu's mouth curled into a mocking smile as he thought, wonderful, when the caravan was in danger Chu Shang stayed away, but now that I've solved everything you want to hand it to him, this is truly ugly. In the end, Chu Xiu chose to comply, since father has decided fine, I'll hand the merchant caravan to fourth brother, making Guangzong reply with satisfaction, I'm glad you agree, so I'll give you another weapon shop. He then turned to Chu Shang and instructed, you're still young and inexperienced, so I'll have Lin Kaiyan accompany you. And having gotten what he wanted, Chu Shang happily replied, thank you, father. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu thought Lin Kaiyan is one of the Chu family's two strongest retainers at the blood condensation realm. This favoritism is far too obvious. We're both sons, yet father only told me to be careful. The difference isn't small at all. Not stopping there, Chu Shang practically signed his own death warrant by mocking Chu Xiu. Thank you, second brother. While Chu Xiu calmly replied, no need, but the road is dangerous, fourth brother, you should be careful. Yet Chu Xiu had already regarded him as an enemy, thinking, you brought this on yourself, I hate people stealing my things most. At the same time, at the merchant caravan's quarters, the caravan members had also received the news, Brother Liu, I heard our caravan will be managed by fourth young master from now on, what do you think? And the other man cautiously replied, don't ask what you shouldn't. Second young master treated us well, but can we really oppose fourth young master? Soon, Chu Shang arrived with Lin Kaiyan and asked, is everyone from the merchant caravan here? One member reported on everyone's behalf, fourth young master, everyone is here. And Chu Shang casually ordered, good, tell everyone to pack, we'll depart tomorrow. The representative explained, fourth young master, we only returned yesterday. According to the rules, we must rest for 3 days before leaving again. But Chu Shang dismissed it. Resting every time wastes too much time, enough for another trip to the Yan Kingdom, follow my orders and depart tomorrow. They still tried to defend their rights, fourth young master, the roads through vast wilds mountain are extremely difficult, we truly can't endure without rest. But hot-tempered Chu Shang shouted, shut up, the caravan is under my command now, and you managers don't need to keep your positions either, I'll appoint new ones. Everyone inwardly sighed, fourth young master really handles things far too tyrannically. The next day, Chu Shang saw Chu Xiu and curiously asked, second brother, what are you doing? And Chu Xiu calmly replied, moving into the small residence. Though polite in words, Chu Shang's tone was mocking. Second brother is truly capable, do you have any experience to teach me? But Chu Xiu only smiled faintly and warned, the road is dangerous, beware of those bandits. Once you leave Tongzhou Prefecture, the Chu family's reputation won't protect you. Chu Shang ignored him and departed smugly, thinking, With Uncle Lin beside me, why would I fear those bandits? Meanwhile, Chu Xiu ordered again, come with me to Vast Wild's mountain later, and Gao Bei bowed respectfully, yes. Night gradually fell over the main stronghold on Vast Wild's mountain. Hanbao welcomed Chu Xiu with a friendly smile. Little Chu Xiu, your idea was excellent. Northern Vast Wild's mountain is now my territory and our profits have increased tenfold. Tonight let's drink until we're completely drunk. But Chu Xiu raised a hand to stop him, saying, drinking can wait, Boss Han. I came this time to ask you for another favor, making Hanbao quickly understand and ask, whose goods do you want robbed? Chu Xiu's gaze sharpened as he gave a name, Chu Shang, my fourth brother. Hanbao could not hide his surprise and thought, this Chu Xiu really is extraordinary. Both times he wants to rob his own family, and this time even his biological younger brother. He crossed his arms and cautiously asked, fine, same as last time, kill the leader and spare the others. But Chu Xiu added, kill the leader, but this time there's also a blood condensation realm warrior, so Boss Han must personally act, and naturally my fourth brother cannot be killed since he's still my biological brother. Hanbao inwardly thought, he's your biological brother yet you still want me to rob and attack him, while Chu Xiu smiled and softly added, but he made an elder brother like me unhappy, so just cripple him. The moment he finished, Hanbao's lips twitched as he said, you might as well kill him. In a martial clan, living as a cripple is truly worse than death. Chu Xiu rubbed his chin and explained, Boss Han, my fourth brother is father's favorite son. If he dies, Northern Vast Wild's mountain will never know peace. But Hanbao, sensing Chu Xiu doubted his strength, bluntly said, Kid Chu Xiu, I'm not insulting your Chu family, but your father's strength isn't worth mentioning. Once my wounds recover, I'd even dare fight Shen Bai, head of the Shen family in Tongzhou Prefecture. Chu Xiu smiled and cautiously reminded him, Boss Han hasn't fully recovered yet, so it's better not to create unnecessary trouble. Besides, I'd like Ma Qiuo and his men to come to Tongzhou Prefecture and help me, don't worry. The payment won't be lacking. He secretly calculated, I currently have no one truly useful under me. Gao Bei is loyal but too timid, while Ma Qiuo is cunning and definitely a good assistant. Hanbao then asked curiously, aren't you afraid others will discover you're colluding with bandits? And Chu Xiu calmly explained, it's fine, Ma Qiuo has only acted a few times in southern Vast Wild's mountain. People in Tongzhou Prefecture haven't seen him, so openly recruiting them won't raise suspicion. Hanbao suddenly turned to Ma Qiuo and asked, what do you think? And he eagerly accepted, of course there's no problem, staying idle in this stronghold all day is getting boring. This is a good chance to stretch my muscles. After they agreed, one asked Chu Xiu, when do you plan to strike your brother's merchant caravan? And Chu Xiu kindly explained, wait until they return, otherwise being robbed right after departing would be far too suspicious. Hearing this, both men stood and said, if that's the case, I'll have a banquet prepared. Tonight we drink until none of us can walk home. And Chu Xiu readily agreed. Time quickly passed to the next day. Yidao saw Ma Qiuo traveling with Chu Xiu and Gao Bei and curiously asked, Ma Qiuo, dressed like that, where are you going? Ma Qiuo pointed at Chu Xiu and explained, young Master Chu needs men, so we're going over to help. Hasn't your side started yet? And Yidao smiled awkwardly. According to young Master Chu's information, a merchant caravan from the Lu family will return from the Yan kingdom, but we arrived too early. Chu Xiu then asked, Leader Feng, is the Lu family you mentioned the small Lu family from Twin Phoenix Town? And Yidao quickly replied, yes, exactly that small family. Young Master Chu gave us all the information. Don't you know that yourself? Seeing this, he continues with a request. My subordinates gathered the intelligence. I didn't investigate personally. Chief Yidao, I have something I need your help with. And Yidao rests his hands on his waist, listening with interest. Young Master Chu, go ahead. Chu Xiu calmly explains, the Lu family has several things I want, so please help me rob them, Chief Yidao, but naturally don't break the rules and keep it discreet. And after accepting the request, Yidao turns away satisfied. Don't worry, young Master Chu, leave it to me. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu thinks happily. In the original storyline, the Lu family obtained a secret box from a merchant of the state of Yan and unexpectedly opened 2 valuable treasures from it. Later, the news was accidentally leaked, causing several nearby minor families to join forces and destroy the Lu family. Chu Xiu's lips curl into a smile as he thinks, this counts as doing a good deed, right? Without the treasure, the Lu family probably won't be exterminated. Elsewhere, the Lu family's caravan travels together as their steward orders, move faster. Once we leave Vast Mountain, we'll rest after passing through Tongzhou Prefecture. Unexpectedly, Yidao's group suddenly appears and blocks their path, forcing the caravan to stop as someone exclaims, bandits. The Lu family's caravan steward understands the situation and obediently offers a pouch. "Heroes of Vast Mountain, this is the 10% passage fee. Please take it and buy yourselves some wine." However, Yidao angrily knocks the pouch away. "You think 10% is enough to dismiss us after making me wait here all morning? Leave the goods behind." The Liu family's caravan steward stammers, "Hero," but Yidao immediately threatens him with his imposing aura. "What, do you have a problem?" With no other choice, they abandon their goods and flee, saying, "No, no, we'll leave immediately." Only then does Yidao turn around with a delighted smile and say, "Young Master Chu, take whatever catches your eye." Chu Xiu points directly at several items and divides the spoils. "Chief Yidao, I only want those secret boxes. You can handle everything else." He can barely contain his excitement, wondering what valuable treasures he might open this time. After returning home, Chu Xiu quickly enters his private study to inspect what he obtained. "Not bad, I actually got the Blood Path scripture. If I remember correctly, this cultivation art was rated 3rd rank in the original world, neither particularly high nor low." Chu Xiu furrows his brows and carefully analyzes it. Its blade techniques are bizarre and ruthless, attacking from extremely strange angles that are difficult to defend against. Nearly every move is lethal, an extremely radical demonic cultivation art, but exactly to my taste. Chu Xiu picks up another manual and thinks, "The Thousand-Leaf Spirit was created by an ancient hidden weapon sect during the Great Ancient Catastrophe, second only to the Central River Tang hidden weapon sect, and according to its design theory, this single-use hidden weapon can kill an innate realm martial artist." He then walks outside thinking, "Not a bad harvest, I'll practice the Blood Path scripture first." 10 days later, in the northern region of Vast Mountain, it is Chu Shang's caravan's turn to depart, and he feels that asking his father to let him lead a caravan like Chu Xiu was truly a profitable decision. However, this time Yidao and his men once again block the road. The caravan steward respectfully offers the passage fee. "Chief Yidao, please let us pass." But Yidao clenches his fist and disdainfully replies, "Only 400 silver taels? Why so little? Boys, search them." The caravan members try to negotiate. "Chief Yidao, our Chu family understands the rules and would never short the passage fee." But Yidao threatens them further. "Your rules mean nothing here if you won't let me search. Are you hiding something?" The hot-blooded Chu Shang quickly loses patience, but the man beside him hurriedly stops him. "Fourth young master, don't be impulsive. This is Vast Mountain. Just let them search since we have nothing to hide." In the end, he has no choice but to give in and let them search. Yidao's men quickly follow his order and search the caravan. They soon report back and Yidao's smile turns vicious. "You said there was nothing suspicious, yet your goods are worth over 6,000 silver taels, so the passage fee should be 600. Chu Shang finally loses his temper and shouts, "You're clearly looking for trouble. What would a bunch of bandits know about prices? If you can sell these goods for 6,000 taels, they're all yours." While the man beside him inwardly sighs, "This is bad. Fourth young master is far too reckless." He sighs and thinks, why not simply pay another 200 silver taels to buy peace? Why bother clashing with them? As for Yidao, he had long been annoyed by Chu Shang's arrogant attitude and cursed, "Brat, you're courting death. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Fine, today the goods stay, and so do you." What was there to fear with Lin Kaiyan around? So Chu Shang confidently said, "Uncle Lin, I'll trouble you with this," and the man slowly stepped forward from behind, replying, "Very well." Lin Kaiyan dismounted, cupped his hands toward Yidao and said, "Making things convenient for others also benefits yourself. I advise you to make way, otherwise blades have no eyes and there'll be no chance for regret." His imposing manner made Chu Shang excitedly shout, "See that? Uncle Lin, that's what true bearing looks like. Why should experts of my Chu family bow to you bandits? If they don't follow rules, we shouldn't fear them either. Second brother even paid them silver after winning. How cowardly." Only the merchant caravan members silently prayed, knowing this was the territory of the Vast Mountain bandits, and even if Lin Kaiyan brought them safely back this time, what about next time? While each secretly thought Lin Kaiyan was not invincible and the fourth young master was far too arrogant, even mocking the second young master as cowardly when his choice to avoid further trouble was clearly wiser. Only Lin Kaiyan remained standing calmly in place. At that moment, Han Bao's hearty voice came from behind. "Well said, blades truly have no eyes, so if you die here today, don't blame me for being ruthless." The bandits continued, blocking the merchant caravan's path. Lin Kaiyan's expression tightened as he realized, not good, these bandits also have someone at the blood condensation realm, perhaps even close to the innate realm. Before he could finish speaking, Han Bao had already charged at him. With just one slash, Han Bao successfully wounded Lin Kaiyan. Lin Kaiyan hurriedly retreated and exclaimed, a military technique. Unexpectedly, those words instantly enraged Han Bao, who roared, "Military my ass, what I hate most is the imperial court." Their blades collided violently. Lin Kaiyan was immediately forced backward, yet Han Bao charged at him once again. Han Bao's face was filled with excitement, completely opposite to Lin Kaiyan's panicked expression. Han Bao once again slashed down with all his strength. Blood instantly sprayed from Lin Kaiyan's body. His entire body then collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Chu Shang was the first to show a horrified expression and thought, he died just like that. Yidao then ordered his men to move in. Only now did Chu Shang try to back down and shout, "Heroes, wait, I'm from the Chu family of Tongzhou Prefecture." But those words sounded utterly ridiculous to the people beside him, because on Vast Mountain, mentioning the Chu family meant nothing. Han Bao burst into laughter and proposed, "Fine, I'll show the Chu family some respect and spare your life, but kill all the caravan managers, leave the goods and let the others return to spread the word that this is what happens to anyone who breaks the rules of Vast Mountain." Chu Shang glanced at Lin Kaiyan's still warm corpse and thought, the managers can die as long as I'm fine. However, before he could leave, a hand grabbed him. Chu Shang screamed as Han Bao threw him to the ground. "W, what do you want?" Han Bao then began torturing him while explaining, "I only said I wouldn't kill you. I never said I wouldn't cripple your limbs. Be born into a better life next time." 3 days later, Chu Ziu was training in the rear courtyard as usual. Ma Qiu watched his movements and curiously asked, "Young Master Chu, where did you learn this unorthodox saber art? It's truly sinister and certainly not a righteous technique." But Chu Ziu casually replied, "Martial arts are meant for killing, so why care whether they're righteous or evil? As long as they can kill, that's enough." However, Ma Qiu wore an excited smile while inwardly thinking that Chu Ziu's strength had improved frighteningly fast, since when they first met he could barely wound a low-level fighter like Lion Liaosin, yet after only 2 months Ma Qiu was already no match for him. News soon arrived. "Young Master, the 4th young master has been carried back and crippled, while Lin Kaiyan and several caravan managers are dead." And Chu Ziu mockingly replied, "Then that dear father of mine must be heartbroken right now. Let's go take a look." The atmosphere inside the main hall was extremely bleak. The physician could only report, "Family head Chu, the young master's 4 limbs have been severed and treatment was delayed for several days, so I'm afraid he can only remain bedridden for life," causing Guangzong to roar furiously, "Damn it." Chu Sheng immediately began provoking Chu Ziu, "Second brother, 4th brother has already ended up like this, yet you're still in the mood to drink tea. Could it be that you're actually happy?" However, Chu Ziu was no pushover and slammed the cup in his hand onto the table. "Happy? I'm only short of crying right now, but would 4th brother recover if I cried a few times?" Chu Ziu then reported, "Father, now isn't the time to cry. If this isn't handled properly, not only 4th brother but our entire Chu family may end up crying together." And Guangzong immediately said, "Tell me what you think." Chu Ziu had been waiting for this and immediately explained, "We've now made enemies of the bandits, but whether we fight them or not requires careful planning because they could easily kill Lin Kaiyan, and if we don't fight, how will our caravan cross Vast Wilds Mountain from now on? Should we take a detour instead? Father, please decide." Hearing Chu Ziu's proposal, Guangzong thought, "If we truly fight, aside from me, the Chu family has very few warriors capable of battle, and we don't even know how strong that bandit leader is." At this moment, Chu Kai interrupted, "Father, we should consider this carefully. Even the government troops can't deal with those bandits." While Chu Sheng added, "Eldest brother is right. Caution is better. Besides, 4th brother was reckless this time and got a blood condensation realm expert of our Chu family killed over a mere 200 tael." The 4 mothers and sons all agreed, "That's right, master. Please think this through carefully." Chu Ziu inwardly sneered, "With the Chu family behaving like this, it's already impressive they've survived until now. Everyone only thinks about their own interests instead of the entire family." The 3rd madam pleaded with tears in her eyes, "Master, you must seek justice for Shanger." But Guangzong directly cut her off. "Shut up. Do you think I don't want to? But should I risk the entire Chu family for Shanger? Besides, I warned him to be careful before leaving, yet he still acted so recklessly." Another voice came from behind, "Family head, revenge right now truly isn't wise. One must bow when under another's roof, and detouring around Vast Wilds Mountain would cause even greater losses to the caravan." And hearing his granduncle, Guangzong nodded, "Eldest uncle is right, then we'll spare those bandits for now." But another difficult question followed, who should lead the caravan next time? And Chu Kai and Chu Sheng both instinctively avoided it, thinking whoever went would be unlucky since the enemy clearly did not fear the Chu family. The granduncle stroked his beard and recommended, "Among the brothers, Chu Ziu is the boldest, most meticulous, and most capable, so why not have him make another trip through Vast Wilds Mountain? making Chu Xiu inwardly sneer, "So you only think of me when there's danger." Guangzong then turned toward him and said, "Chu Xiu, since eldest uncle has said so, you will go." But Chu Xiu replied with another question, "Then may I ask, father, does our Chu family still have rules?" Guangzong's face darkened as he replied, "What do you mean? Of course we do." Chu Xiu cupped his hands and argued, "If we have rules, then this cannot be handled this way. The caravan's profits doubled under me. Yet with one word from father I handed it to fourth brother, and now that he ruined things, you want me to take over again, so whose caravan is it exactly? How can things work like this? Your son refuses to accept it." His words shocked Chu Sheng and the second madam, because the first person in the Chu family to openly defy Chu Guangzong was actually Chu Xiu, making them wonder if he had gone insane. Guangzong was so furious that he gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn brat, he actually dares defy me. Just watch how I strip away his power and make him kneel in the ancestral hall." Yet before responding, he seriously reconsidered and realized, aside from Chu Xiu, there really is no one else suitable. Chu Kai and the others lack both ability and courage, and the managers are no better. Unexpectedly, the third madam suddenly shouted, "Shanger is already injured this badly, yet you still want to take away his caravan." But Chu Xiu merely looked at her and asked, "What does his injury have to do with me?" Guangzong finally decided, "Carry Shanger away and let him recover properly. From now on, he no longer needs to concern himself with any Chu family business." He then assigned everything to Chu Xiu. "From now on, the caravan is yours to manage and no one can take it away. Go to the accounting room and withdraw silver as needed, but don't cause the Chu family excessive losses." And Chu Xiu obediently replied, "Father, rest assured, I will handle everything and ensure our Chu family suffers no loss." Afterward, Chu Xiu quickly set out. He brought an order to the person in charge and said, "According to father's instructions, withdraw 10,000 taels of silver," and the shopkeeper respectfully complied. Chu Xiu satisfiedly took the banknotes and thought while examining them, "I originally thought those three fools were my enemies, but now it seems Chu Guangzong is my greatest obstacle, because without his approval I can never become the heir." He finally reached a conclusion and planned his future strategy. "As long as Chu Kai and the other two are killed or crippled, I will be the only possible heir, and with 10,000 taels plus Boss Hand's cooperation, things will become even easier. The opportunity will come sooner or later." After that incident, 1 month quickly passed. In the study, second madam clenches her fists in frustration. "I miscalculated. I spent so much money completely winning Chu Shang over. If I'd known, I should have recruited Chu Xiu too. Now he's an even greater threat than Chu Kai." While Chu Sheng also says unhappily, "Exactly, Chu Xiu is far more capable than Chu Kai and currently has all the momentum. What should we do?" Hearing this, she can only sigh repeatedly. There's nothing mother can do. The master hates people causing him trouble most, so if we want to deal with Chu Xiu, we can only act from outside. Therefore, I'm going to find your maternal grandfather, Ding Kaishan. He immediately becomes excited again. "Right, how could I forget grandfather? He's at the peak of the blood condensation realm, has run a martial arts school for years, and his disciples are spread throughout the 3 great families. He'll definitely have a way." Second madam immediately returns to the mountain opening martial arts school. Ding Kaishan, master of the mountain opening martial arts school, sees his daughter and begins lamenting. "Daughter, I told you back then how good Chen Fan, the second son of the Chen family in Eastern Lu Prefecture, he was accepted by an elder of the great Azure Wave Sword sect in Wei Commandery, and has already surpassed the innate realm to reach the 3rd realm, energy manipulation. Yet you insisted on marrying Chu Guangzong, who after 20 years is still only at the innate realm." Unconvinced, she immediately complains, "Father, I came asking for your help. What's the point of saying all this? If Sheng can inherit the Chu family, your martial arts school can also grow. Wouldn't that be good?" He bluntly refuses. "Chu Guangzong is only in his 50s. I can't wait until that day. But I learned from a disciple that a major merchant from the state of Yan negotiated a large deal with the Chu family's caravan to purchase ore from the southern mountain mine and even paid a deposit," making second madam angrily shout, "Every good opportunity really does fall into Chu Xiu's hand." Stroking his beard thoughtfully, he murmurs, "That may not necessarily be good. If Chu Xiu cannot provide the ore, the caravan's reputation will be ruined and Sheng will have his chance." Unease appears on her face. "The ore from the southern mountain mine is indeed under my control now. But if I withhold it and affect the family's business, Chu Guangzong definitely won't spare me." Hearing this, Kaishan looks directly at second madam. "Daughter, stop worrying about the Chu family's petty assets and broaden your vision. Who said you had to withhold it? Just sell it to someone else first and solve both problems at once." This leaves her confused. Those ores are worth tens of thousands of silver taels. Who could buy so much at once? Besides, we can't sell cheaply or Chu Guangzong definitely won't agree. He immediately proposes, "You don't need to sell directly for money. I'll have the Li family buy the ore and there will certainly be profit." Then Chu Guangzong can't say anything. But second madam sharply replies, "Absolutely not the Li family. They're the Chu family's rivals and nobody in the Chu family would agree." Kaishin is nearly speechless. "If you're afraid of everything, how can you accomplish anything? Relax, sell the ore to me first and I'll resell it. How much ore do you have?" And she raises her hand. "I'm not entirely sure, probably around 25,000 kilograms. His lips curl into a meaningful smile. "Have someone deliver the ore tomorrow. I'll definitely pay above market price, around 53,000 silver taels." While secretly calculating against his own daughter, this foolish girl knows nothing, so father might as well make a fortune. The next day, servants bring the ore to his door early. "Master Ding, the ore has arrived." Kaishin leisurely walks out and asks, "How many kilograms of ore did you bring?" And the servant honestly reports, 57,000 kilograms. The next second he leans close and whispers, "Change the figure to 52,000 kilograms, frightening the servant. "Master Ding, 5,000 kilograms suddenly disappearing is something I can't explain when I return." Kaishin raises his head, revealing his greed completely. "You know who I am, just alter the records when reporting back and remember not to talk nonsense after returning," leaving the servant no choice but to obey. "Understood, understood." His grin nearly reaches his ears as he thinks. Next comes the Li family's third young master. After thinking it through, Kaishin quickly prepares and heads to the Li family estate. The moment he enters, he begins flattering them. "Although your old family head has passed away and the Li family has no innate realm martial artist, business has still flourished under the three young masters." And the Li family's third young master Li Chu politely replies, "Master Ding flatters us. What brings you here today?" Yet Kaishin immediately asks, "Third young master, do you know Chu Ziu, the Chu family's second son?" seemingly touching a sore spot. Li Chu immediately reacts angrily. "That bastard bullied my subordinate Li Jiang in Treasure Town and even killed one of my Li family men. I'll settle that debt sooner or later." Seeing this, Kaishin gets straight to the point. "That happened too. My purpose today is actually related to him, recently the Chu family's sons." After explaining everything, Kaishin negotiates. "That's the situation. Do you want that ore?" And Li Chu arrogantly raises his head. "The Li family happens to need those 57,000 kilograms of refined ore. I'll offer 70,000 silver taels. And as for the Chu family, I'm not afraid of them." Having achieved his goal, Kaishin immediately leaves. Then it's settled. To avoid complications, collect the ore within the next 2 days. While inwardly celebrating, 70,000 taels, I'll give the Chu family 55,000. My daughter can report back and I'll still make a fortune. Just then, the Li family's eldest young master Li Cheng enters. "I just saw Ding Kaishin. What was that old fox doing here?" While the Li family's second young master Li Yun behind him says disdainfully, "That man never appears without profit. Dealing with him never brings any advantage." Li Chu immediately boasts, "Big brother, second brother, this time he really did bring us profit. Here's what happened." After hearing everything, Li Cheng frowns. "Third brother, you acted too recklessly. Without father, our Li family has remained safe only because the major families are caught in internal disputes, and the Chu family head is focused on cultivation. But if the Chu family learns about this, we'll be in serious trouble." But Li Chu refuses to listen. "Don't worry, big brother, old Ding is doing this to secure power for his grandson and has someone controlling matters inside the Chu family." So Li Cheng helplessly instructs, "Whatever happens, caution is better. Tomorrow personally lead the team and transport the ore to Clear Spring Town to forge weapons there." Li Chu merely curls his lips disdainfully. "Big brother, you're far too cautious. What could possibly happen?" The next day, a servant rushes in anxiously. "Second young master, something terrible happened. A batch of ore already covered by a deposit has been sold by someone in the family." Hearing this, Chu Ziu calmly sheathes his sword. "Why panic? Explain clearly." And the servant recounts everything. "The ore originally meant for the transaction with the great family from the state of Yan was sold by second madam to her father Ding Kaishin. And without new ore to deliver, our caravan may be unable to conduct business in Clear Spring Town." The servant grows even more anxious. "Furthermore, I learned that Ding Kaishin sold the ore to the Li family. And early this morning, the Li family's third young master already took men to the mountain opening martial arts school to collect it." But unexpectedly, Chu Ziu's lips curl upward. "The Li family? Excellent." The next second, Chu Ziu immediately waves his hand and leaves. "Ma Kuo, gather the men. We're heading to the mountain opening martial arts school." While those behind him had been waiting for exactly this order. Over here, Li Chiu was directing the servants to arrange the ore, urging them, move faster. Just then, Chu Xiu arrived with his men like a debt collector and said, "You take my goods and think you can leave just like that? Third young master Li, aren't you making things too easy for yourself?" Instead of being afraid, Li Chu provoked him back. "Chu Xiu, aren't you being too arrogant? I bought this ore from Hall Master Ding, what does it have to do with you?" Chu Xiu's expression darkened slightly as he said, "Li Chu, some matters aren't yours to interfere in. Are you really willing to make an enemy of me over this batch of ore?" Hearing that, Li Chu bristled like an angry cat and snapped, "Make an enemy? We've long been enemies. Back in Treasure Town, you killed my subordinate right in front of me, have you forgotten?" Causing Chu Xiu to pause as he realized he had truly forgotten about Li Jiang. Yet Chu Xiu did not back down and said coldly, "They were merely unruly servants. I'll ask you one last time, are you really refusing to give me this ore?" Li Chu stubbornly replied, "I won't. What can you do about it?" Chu Xiu stopped wasting words and drew his saber. Li Chu reacted quickly and immediately raised his weapon to block. The impact sent Li Chu flying backward as he thought in shock, "How is he so strong?" And he attacked without another word. Has he gone mad? Before Li Chu could react, Chu Xiu thrust his saber forward again. The two immediately fought fiercely across the courtyard. Very quickly, Li Chu fell into a disadvantage. His weapon was sent flying into the air. In the next instant, Chu Xiu launched another powerful strike. Just then, Ding Kaishan rushed out from inside and shouted loudly. He used the metal-splitting hand to block Chu Xiu's saber and said, "You dare injure someone in front of my martial hall. Do you have any respect for me at all?" Chu Xiu quickly retreated and said, "Hall Master Ding, you really go to great lengths for that grandson of yours," while thinking that Ding Kaishan had been in the blood condensation realm for so long that he was probably already at its peak, so killing him would take some effort. "But as an outsider, interfering in Chu family affairs won't end well for you," Chu Xiu said before turning and leaving. Li Chu then asked Hall Master Ding what saber art was Chu Xiu using. "It was so strange and sinister that I would have been in danger if you hadn't intervened." And Ding Kaishan replied, "I don't know, but it definitely isn't a Chu family martial art. It's sinister and bizarre, certainly not a righteous martial art." Elsewhere, Ma Qiu asked in confusion, "Young Master Chu, why didn't you fight that old man? He's probably over 60 or 70, so his vitality should have declined long ago. Perhaps you really could have killed him with one slash." And Chu Xiu replied, "Don't underestimate Ding Kaishan. He hasn't fought to the death in years, so his vitality hasn't declined much. And there are too many people in the martial hall for us to gain any advantage. I'll deal with Ding Kaishan later. You all head back first. I'm going to the Chu family because Chu Sheng and his mother are betraying their own side, and I want them to pay the price." At the Chu family. Inside the council hall, Chu Xiu said, "Father, elders, this is what happened. Our Chu family only managed to establish itself in Tongzhou Prefecture after resisting suppression from the Li family, so selling the ore back to the Li family is simply forgetting our roots." The corners of Chu Kai and the first madam's mouths curled into smiles as they thought, "Fight, the more both sides suffer, the better." Chu Guangzong coldly asked the second madam, "Did you really do this?" And she replied aggrievedly, "Of course not. Even if others don't believe me, surely you do, master. I did sell that batch of ore, but I sold it to my own father." Chu Guangzong asked again, "Then how did the ore end up with the Li family?" And the second madam explained, "My father's martial hall needed a batch of weapons, but because I'm with the Chu family, the Li family refused to forge them, so my father could only resell the ore to the Li family before they agreed. I would never dare let the Chu family suffer a loss. Here is a banknote for 55,000 taels for 26,000 kilograms of ore, 3,000 taels above market price. I sold the ore to my father, earning money while avoiding another trip to Yan State. Isn't that good? Besides, when the Chu family first came to Tongzhou Prefecture, my father also helped greatly, and even without great merit, he still put in much effort." Chu Guangzong thought that the Chu family had not lost anything this time, and the second madam was also right that Ding Kaishan had indeed helped them greatly in the beginning. Even so, he said, "Don't think I don't know what you're planning. If you have any dealings with the Li family again, I absolutely won't spare you." He then looked down and said, "We'll let this matter end here, Chu Xiu. You don't need to dwell on it either. All right, dismissed." Chu Xiu thought that Chu Guangzong was clearly turning a blind eye to this matter, and that this Chu family truly did not seem like Chu Guangzong's own family, while the second madam and her son walked past with smug smiles. After returning to his residence, Ma Qiu asked, "Young Master Chu, did your father severely punish that mother and son?" And Chu Xiu replied, "No." Ma Qiu asked in confusion, "Your father doesn't even care about something like this. What exactly is he thinking?" And Chu Xiu replied, Whatever he's thinking, this matter definitely isn't over. Have the others prepare. I need to use Li Qiu, and this time I'll personally make my move. If anyone wants to force me out, then I'll make them understand who is truly the best candidate for heir. Ma Qiu immediately asked, do you need Boss Hand's help? I can send him word. And Chu Xiu replied, no need. Li Qiu just reminded me that there's someone perfectly suited to help me destroy the Li family. The scene shifted somewhere in Tongzhou Prefecture. Li Jiang sat drinking alone and thought. It wasn't easy to earn third young master Li's appreciation, but Chu Xiu ruined everything. Suddenly Ma Qiu came in, patted his shoulder and whispered, Li Jiang, my young master wants to see you. Keep quiet and don't draw attention. And Li Jiang nodded. All right. After arriving, Ma Qiu called inside, young master, I've brought him. Once inside, Li Jiang was shocked by the person sitting there and exclaimed, Chu Xiu, you again. Chu Xiu looked at him and said, sit down, you must hate me right now, don't you? While Li Jiang hesitated and wondered, what does he want? Surely he didn't call me here to kill me. After Li Jiang sat down, Chu Xiu continued, I can tell you're not someone willing to remain ordinary forever. This is the Chu family's secret mighty ox force, excellent for tempering blood, muscles, and bones, and it can let you enter the martial path. 10 portions of energy replenishing powder, something your Li family salary could only buy once a year, and 3 blood condensation pills, treasures you couldn't buy even with money. Making Li Jiang stare blankly at the items and ask, young master, this is. Chu Xiu directly said, I want the route Li Qiu will take on his next trading trip and the strength of the team he leads, the more detailed the better, and tell me one day before he departs. Li Jiang was startled and asked, could it be that you? Then looked at the items on the table and hesitated, but Chu Xiu slammed his saber onto the table and said, no buts, this opportunity comes only once and you only get one chance to choose. Leaving Li Jiang deep in thought again. In the end, he gritted his teeth, gathered all the items, and left. Ma Qiu entered and asked suspiciously, young Master Chu, how do you know he'll definitely obey? What if he tells the Li family everything? But Chu Xiu calmly replied, human ambition is terrifying. Li Jiang would never willingly remain beneath others. I merely gave him a reason to betray the Li family. Ma Qiu laughed, your mind is really complicated. I was originally just a cowherd boy whose greatest wish was to eat beef. But who would have thought those bastards would kill my cow and force me into becoming a bandit? Meanwhile, at the Li family, the 3 brothers sat together as Li Yun asked, third brother, I heard you fought Chu Xiu and even lost to him. And Li Qiu nodded, yes, Chu Xiu is unusual. He's only at the peak body tempering realm, but his strength is terrifying and his saber art is strange, vicious, and fierce. Plus, I feel he still didn't use his full power. Li Cheng beside them said, when you leave for the Yan Kingdom tomorrow, have Uncle Zhang accompany you. He's a blood condensation realm expert nearing greater mastery, so it'll be safer. Li Qiu replied, there's no need. Vast Wild's mountain has rules now. Why bother Uncle Zhang? But Li Cheng frowned and said, listen to me, it's safer. The next day, the Li family's mineral transport caravan also departed. Walking beside Li Qiu was head steward Li Zhang, a tall man carrying a huge saber who said, third young master, rest assured, with me here nothing will happen. And Li Qiu replied, thank you, Uncle Zhang. Just then, Chu Xiu appeared and said, third young master Li, after trying to take my head, you plan to leave just like that. Li Qiu looked suspiciously at Chu Xiu and asked, why did you bring so few people? He then said contemptuously, Chu Xiu, Chu Guangzong already said this matter was over and told you not to cause trouble, yet you still dare come after me. Are you deliberately making things difficult for yourself? Killing intent rose from Chu Xiu as he said, Chu Guangzong may consider it over, but I don't. Then he drew his saber and charged. Li Qiu also drew his saber and stubbornly shouted, you're still courting death. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Everyone, attack. Li Qiu's men immediately rushed forward, shouting, kill these fools who don't know their own limits. Ma Qiu raised his saber and shouted, brothers, we've enjoyed young Master Chu's benefits for long enough. Now it's our turn to work. Show young Master Chu how efficiently we kill. Chu Xiu charged toward Li Qiu and slashed while saying, leave your life here. Suddenly Li Zhang swung his saber to block and said, your opponent is me. While Li Qiu behind him revealed a smug smile. Li Zhang forcefully swept his saber and sent Chu Xiu flying dozens of meters, making him think in surprise. Such tremendous strength, the blood condensation realm truly can't be underestimated. While Li Zhang said, young Master Chu, I know family head Chu's personality. He definitely doesn't know about your actions today, so retreat now and I'll pretend nothing happened. Chu Xiu replied, retreating is impossible, Ma Qiu. I'll leave the Li family's third young master to you. Ma Qiu grinned and said, all right, young master, leave him to me. then carried his saber forward. Chu Xiu charged at Li Zhang again and slashed down, but Li Zhang blocked and gritted his teeth, saying, "The gap between body tempering and blood condensation is fundamental. No matter how strong you are within body tempering, without condensing your blood energy, it's useless." He then forcefully shoved Chu Xiu backward again. Another strike came down from above with countless staff shadows as Li Zhang shouted, "Watch carefully." Chu Xiu struggled to withstand Li Zhang's attack. Li Zhang smashed down again and sent Chu Xiu flying straight into a large tree behind him, clearly overwhelming Chu Xiu completely. Blood seeped from Chu Xiu's mouth as he gritted his teeth and said, "Tiger-subduing demon-quelling staff, I didn't expect Steward Lei to come from the Great Radiance Temple, the northern branch of the two great Buddhist traditions, so why are you serving as a Li family servant?" Li Zhang calmly replied, "I was merely an insignificant disciple at the Radiance Temple and didn't even have a monastic name. Now that you know my background, will you still persist?" But Chu Xiu snorted coldly, "Persist? One tiger-subduing demon-quelling staff isn't enough to scare me," then charged again with his saber as Li Zhang rushed forward with his staff. The two clashed continuously at incredible speed, exchanging countless moves in the blink of an eye. Li Zhang is also somewhat shocked as he thinks, Chu Xiu's blade art is truly sinister and bizarre to an extreme degree. One careless mistake and the consequences would be unimaginable. On the other side, Ma Qiu has already split Li Qiu's blade in two, deciding the outcome. Ma Qiu swings another slash with a sinister grin, "Hee hee, brat, leave your life here." On Chu Xiu's side, he charges forward again but is still blocked by Li Zhang. Li Zhang leaps up to gather momentum, raising the staff in his hands high. He then smashes it heavily down where Chu Xiu had just been standing, but Chu Xiu quickly dodges aside as the ground is shattered. Seizing this chance, Chu Xiu's blade slides along Li Zhang's staff and slashes toward him. Unable to react in time, Li Zhang can only release the staff with both hands. He then gathers strength into his fist and prepares to strike. The punch lands squarely on Chu Xiu's chest, causing blood to spray from his mouth. Yet this is exactly what Chu Xiu wanted, as his blade simultaneously slices across Li Zhang's throat and makes his eyes widen. Li Zhang then collapses lifelessly to the ground while Chu Xiu braces himself with his blade and spits out another mouthful of blood. Exhaling heavily, he thinks, "A few bones are probably broken. I thought he was only an ordinary martial artist. Who would have expected him to be a disciple of the Great Radiance Temple? Fortunately, he became distracted and switched from defense to offense, but after this battle, I'm already close to the blood condensation realm." Ma Qiu drags Li Qiu over and says, "Young Master Chu even dealt with a martial artist from the Great Radiance Temple. Impressive." While Chu Xiu takes a healing pill and asks, "You've encountered people from the Great Radiance Temple before?" Ma Qiu replies, "Who doesn't know the two great Buddhist sects of the North and South? And the Great Radiance Temple isn't far from our 36 great bandits. Chief Pang, who once warned us never to provoke them, but this man had no ordination scars on his head, so he probably wasn't an official monk." While Li Qiu kneels and begs, "Young Master Chu Xiu, I admit defeat. Spare me once and I'll give you anything you want." Chu Xiu coldly raises his blade and says, "You can still remain calm at a moment like this, Li Qiu. You can indeed be considered capable. Unfortunately, what I want is the entire Li family, and that's something you cannot give me," making Li Qiu cry out in horror, "You." Before he can say more, Chu Xiu severs his head and says, "One wrong decision ends everything. Third Young Master Lei, rest in peace." He then sheathes his blade and orders, "Take the goods and prepare to return to the city," making Ma Qiu ask in confusion, "What about these bodies? Shouldn't we disguise the scene?" Chu Xiu coldly replies, "No need. I deliberately want these corpses to be seen." Meanwhile, at the Li family estate, the bodies of Li Qiu and Li Zhang have already been brought back, making Li Yun howl in grief. Who was it? Who exactly did this? While Li Cheng remains calmer and says, "It was Chu Xiu. Someone saw him return with a large amount of goods bearing the Li family's markings, but Uncle Zhang was clearly there, and he was a martial artist from the Great Radiance Temple." Seeing Li Yun storming away, Li Cheng quickly stops him and shouts, "What are you going to do?" While Li Yun cries, "Of course I'm going to the Chu family to demand justice." Li Cheng snatches the blade from his hand and says, "Second brother, calm down. What justice can you demand? Would Chu Guangzong kill his own son for us? Besides, without Uncle Zhang, I'm worried the Li family's enemies may attack us." Li Yun calms down and asks, "Then what should we do?" And Li Cheng replies, "Wait for the Chu family's response before deciding. If they truly dare act against us, then even if our Li family spends its entire fortune hearing experts, we'll make the Chu family suffer a devastating loss." The scene shifts to the Chu family. Chu Guangzong sits above and angrily smashes his teacup onto the floor, shouting, that rebellious son, summon Chu Xiu here. His face darkens as he thinks, damn it, I already said this matter was over, yet he still acted. Unfortunately, Sheng, my most obedient son, has already been crippled, while Chu Xiu causes the most trouble. Chu Xiu arrives and Chu Guangzong immediately growls, Chu Xiu, do you still acknowledge me as your father? What did I tell you before? Chu Xiu calmly replies, please forgive me, father, opportunity waits for no one, so I acted without reporting first. But this time I not only recovered the Chu family's ore, I also seized a large shipment and am willing to hand everything over to the family. Several elders nearby stroke their beards approvingly. Chu Xiu handled this matter very thoroughly. Chu Kai frowns and says, second brother, I'm not criticizing you, but Tongzhou Prefecture is vast and our Chu family isn't the strongest. One careless move can cause major trouble. You really know how to stir things up. But Chu Xiu glares at him and asks, then according to Big Brother, should I return everything and even offer my life as compensation for Li Qiu? Chu Kai is left speechless and can only mutter, you, before Chu Guangzong interrupts, enough, shut up, this must not happen again, and next time you must report to me or Butler Chen first. While Chu Xiu cups his hands and replies, I will heed father's instruction. Chu Guangzong then asks, did you kill Li Zhang of the Li family and how exactly did you do it? Chu Xiu replies, although Li Zhang was in the blood condensation realm, he was already old, and when my subordinate ambushed and captured Li Qiu, his concentration was disrupted, allowing me to kill him. Chu Guangzong no longer wishes to say more. Enough, this matter ends here, everyone leave. But Chu Xiu says, father, with Li Zhang dead, the Li family's people are unsettled, making this the perfect time to attack. You don't need to act personally, just give me command of the family's retainers and I guarantee I'll deal with the Li family within 3 days. Several clan elders below also agree, I think this is indeed feasible. That's right, an opportunity like this is extremely rare. Chu Guangzong disagreed and said, stop thinking only about causing trouble. Destroying a family isn't that simple, and without my permission, you're forbidden from attacking the Li family. Dismissed. After everyone dispersed, Chu Guangzong told Steward Chen, Elder Chen, I know what you mean. If I wanted to destroy the Li family, I could have acted long ago, but my research on that thing has reached a critical stage, and I don't want any unexpected trouble. Back at Chu Xiu's place, someone saw him return and reported, young master, you're back. After we finished trading 57,000 kilograms of ore and divided the money with the Chu family, and Chu Xiu replied, you handle it. Suddenly realizing something, Chu Xiu grabbed the man and asked, wait, how much ore did you say there was in total? And the man replied, 57,000 kilograms. Hearing this, Chu Xiu gave a sinister grin and thought, the second madam originally claimed she gave Ding Kaishan 52,000 kilograms of ore, yet now there are 57,000. She still dared claim she wasn't betraying her own family, so second madam, let's see what you have to say this time. He then ordered, send the ore to the Chu family first, have someone register the records and several others inspect it, then send it to the merchant caravan. And the man asked, we're all on the same side, why go through so much trouble? Chu Xiu smiled and said, naturally, to leave evidence. I'm entering seclusion and everything else can wait until I come out. 12 days later, Ma Qiu was training in the courtyard. Chu Xiu finished his seclusion and pushed open the door, having now reached the blood condensation realm. Seeing him, Ma Qiu exclaimed in surprise, young Master Chu, you've already reached the blood condensation realm. Your cultivation speed is truly enviable. And Chu Xiu replied, it's acceptable, before asking, has anything major happened lately? Ma Qiu said, after that huge incident with the Li family where someone died yet nobody came looking for trouble, what else could possibly count as major? And Chu Xiu smiled, it's not that the Li family doesn't want trouble, they simply don't dare, but they probably won't let this matter end here. At the Li family, Li Yun angrily said, big brother, third brother is dead, are we really letting this go? And Li Cheng took a sip of tea before replying, of course not, but we must carefully consider what to do next. We're already fortunate the Chu family hasn't seized the chance to trouble us. Just then, a young man entered from outside and said, big brother, second brother, third brother is dead and the family lacks manpower, so I want to help and lead the merchant caravan to Yan State once. And the newcomer was the Li family's fourth son, Li Zi. Li Cheng said, Zi, you're still young, raise your cultivation before helping us, so go back and train and don't worry, the Li family won't collapse. And Li Zi replied, then big brother, second brother, I'll take my lead. Yet Li Zi inwardly thought resentfully, wasn't third brother Li Qiu already leading merchant caravans at 18 or 19? Is it because I was born to a concubine while they're full brothers that they exclude me? Li Yun sneered, who does he think he is? Does he think he can replace third brother just because third brother died? There will never be a place for him among the Li family's 3 tigers. While Li Cheng frowned and said, "Don't talk nonsense, Z is still our 4th brother no matter what." Li Yun replied, "I don't acknowledge him as my 4th brother. Third brother just died and he's already jumping out to demand authority. Does he really think he's important?" And unwilling to continue, Li Cheng changed the subject. "Enough, say less. What do you think about avenging third brother and Uncle Zhang?" Li Yun angrily said, "Of course we must avenge them, but I can't think of a way." And Li Cheng said thoughtfully, "Then follow my plan. The Chu family is currently fighting internally and Chu Ziu lives outside, so as long as the Chu family's second madam informs us of his movements, with both of us and the Li family's forces, how could we fail to kill Chu Ziu?" Li Yun became excited and said, "Right, why didn't I think of that?" And Li Cheng continued, "Go find Ding Kaishan and have him pass the message to the Chu family's second madam while I make a trip to the Shen family." Li Yun asked in confusion, "Why go to the Shen family?" And Li Cheng replied, "If we kill Chu Ziu, the Chu family definitely won't spare us. Only the Shen family can protect us, so even if we must surrender more than half our wealth, we need their protection." Li Yun gritted his teeth and hissed, "I never thought our Li family would fall this far." And Li Cheng replied, "Enough, delay could cause trouble, so let's act." The two then left the house. Li Zi had secretly overheard everything and thought bitterly, "You don't consider me family, do you? Then just wait." Meanwhile, at Chu Ziu's place, he was eating meat and drinking wine with Ma Qiuo, who laughed and said, "This chicken tastes amazing." Just then, Li Zi pushed open the door and loudly said, "Young Master Chu Ziu, you're still in the mood to eat and drink. Do you know a great disaster is about to befall you?" Chu Ziu slammed his saber onto the table and frowned, thinking that pretending to be mysterious without strength was simply courting death. Frightened, Li Zi quickly explained, "I am Li Zi, the 4th son of the Li family, and I've come specifically to warn young Master Chu. My big brother and second brother are currently arranging a plan to kill you." Chu Ziu calmly asked, "Oh, and so what? Li Zi, what exactly do you want? Aren't you the Li family's 4th son?" And Li Zi angrily replied, "My 3 elder brothers never considered me part of the Li family, so I merely want to reclaim what belongs to me. My big brother and second brother want to deal with you, so let's join forces and eliminate them. Afterward, help me become head of the Li family and I'll give you half the Li family's wealth. How about it?" Chu Ziu smiled and asked, "You trust me that much to deal with your big brother and second brother?" Li Zi smiled sinisterly and said, "I don't trust you, I trust myself. I've been waiting for this day all along." Chu Ziu pushed a cup of wine toward Li Zi and said, "I like dealing with decisive people who know how to make a deal." Li Zi drained the cup in one gulp. Then, with confidence in his eyes, he walked outside and said, "Young Master Chu Ziu, when the time comes to act, you'll realize this decision of yours was extremely wise." Chu Ziu remained seated with a smile and thought, he's willing to give away half the Li family's assets. It seems Li Zi truly hates his elder brothers to the bone. "All right, stop eating and get ready. It's time to kill someone," Chu Ziu said before picking up his saber. Meanwhile, at the Shen family, Li Cheng was sitting opposite Shen Rong, the Shen family's head steward, and said, "I'll be direct. We want to kill Chu Ziu to avenge third brother, and afterward we hope to become dependents of the Shen family, so we're willing to offer half of the Li family's assets as thanks." Making Shen Rong readily nod, "Fine, but words aren't proof. Why don't you leave written evidence now?" Li Cheng inwardly cursed, "This bastard doesn't trust me," but had no choice and took out a brush. He then wrote a contract on paper. Afterward, he handed it to Shen Rong and asked, "Head Steward Shen, how is this?" And Shen Rong smiled, "Don't worry, go kill him boldly. Even if Chu Guangzong hates you, he wouldn't dare touch someone protected by my Shen family." Li Cheng's face filled with killing intent as he thought, "Chu Ziu, tonight is your final night." Elsewhere, Ma Qiuo was practicing archery and muttered, "Still far inferior to my Killian bow," when Chu Ziu approached and said, "Be satisfied, bows like this are commonly used only by the imperial court and are rarely seen in the martial world." Looking outside, he added, "They're here, prepare to act." Outside, Li Cheng, Li Yun, and a group of men had surrounded Chu Ziu's residence, and Li Cheng ordered, "Go inside and scout first." But Li Yun impatiently said, "Why bother scouting? They only have a few dozen men, what could they possibly do?" Just then, Chu Ziu pushed open the door and stepped out, saying, "Second young Master Li is right, if you've come to kill, then kill decisively, why bother scouting?" The 2 Li brothers were startled, and Li Yun shouted, "Chu Ziu, third brother merely touched a shipment of your ore, why did you kill both him and Uncle Zhang?" But Chu Ziu calmly replied, "Second young Master Li, why are you so naive? My original plan was to use that chance to destroy your entire Li family, but unfortunately my father stopped. Li Yun sneered, too bad my Li family still exists while you are about to die. Don't you find it strange that with such a huge commotion, not a single person from the Chu family noticed? Making Chu Xiu frown slightly. Li Yun smiled sinisterly and said, family infighting and rivalry between brothers. Naturally, the Chu family also deserves some credit for your death. Hearing this, Chu Xiu showed no panic and instead smiled wickedly. Family infighting and rivalry between brothers, whether I die is uncertain, but someone from your Li family will definitely die first. Li Yun asked suspiciously, what do you mean? While Li Cheng suddenly realized something and shouted anxiously, not good. Numerous spikes suddenly shot down from above, and Li Cheng quickly turned and blocked them with his saber. Yet one unexpectedly pierced his body. Clutching his wound, he stared at the approaching figure and asked, who are you? Li Zi appeared with a sinister smile, still holding a sharp concealed weapon. Seeing him, Li Cheng roared, why are you working with Chu Xiu? Even though you're a concubine-born son, you're still part of the Li family's direct bloodline. But Li Zi frowned and replied, direct bloodline? Since when did you three brothers ever treat me as part of the Li family? He raised the concealed weapon in his hand and smiled. Do you remember this? The soul-stealing spike of the Tang clan. Father originally bought 3, one for each of you fools, while I alone received nothing. Li Cheng gritted his teeth and hissed, good, very good, then I'll cripple you on behalf of our late father. But Li Zi sneered, cripple me? You should worry about yourself first. I coated the soul-stealing spike with deadly poison. Anyone below the innate realm dies once struck. Hearing this, Li Cheng's eyes widened in terror, while even Li Yun behind him lost his earlier arrogance. Chu Xiu grinned wickedly and thought, this Li Zi really is ruthless. Li Cheng hurriedly circulated his true energy to suppress the poison while angrily thinking, damn it, as Li Yun anxiously called, big brother. Suddenly, Li Cheng vomited a mouthful of blood. He then collapsed on the spot, making Chu Xiu clap from behind and say, wonderful, truly wonderful, second young master Li, now you probably understand what brotherly affection means. While Li Yun screamed at the fallen Li Cheng, big brother. He charged toward Li Zi and roared, bastard, I'll kill you. But numerous men immediately rushed forward to protect Li Zi. They stood before Li Zi with killing intent surging as Li Zi calmly said, you can't kill me. At that moment, Chu Xiu shouted from outside, kill. The archers hidden inside the residence immediately revealed themselves and drew their bows. Arrows whistled through the air toward the men Li Cheng had brought. Ma Qiu also charged forward with his saber and laughed savagely. Heh, since you've already come, then stay here forever. Now only Chu Xiu and Li Yun remained facing each other as Li Yun furiously shouted, Chu Xiu, die, he roared before charging directly at him. Chu Xiu also slashed out with his saber to meet the attack. Li Yun's technique was completely shattered, making him think in horror. Chu Xiu clearly only just entered the blood condensation realm, so why is his strength so terrifying? Chu Xiu gave Li Yun no time to think and charged forward, his sharp saber aura relentlessly forcing Li Yun backward. Li Yun struggled to defend himself and thought, this is bad, if this keeps going, even I might die here. Thinking this, he turns to flee, but Chu Xiu shouts, you won't escape today, and immediately slashes at him. A single strike shatters Li Yun's sword into pieces, making him panic inwardly. This is bad. Chu Xiu's blade continues its momentum and slashes straight toward Li Yun's neck. Just like that, he reunites with Li Cheng and Li Qiu in the afterlife as his body crashes to the ground. The men they brought lose all leadership and scatter in every direction, shouting, run. Li Zi laughs smugly from the side, haha, so what if you all look down on me? In the end, I'm still the winner. Chu Xiu walks over and asks, you seem very happy. Li Zi laughs. The Li family belongs to me from now on, so of course I'm happy, young master Chu Xiu. I told you cooperating with me was a wise decision, wasn't I right? Chu Xiu smiles sinisterly. That's right, it was a very wise decision. With that, he directly thrusts his blade into Li Zi's chest, making Li Zi turn pale in agony. He asks in confusion, why? Chu Xiu leans close to his ear and says, because my appetite is far greater than you imagined. You were willing to give me half the Li family, but I want the entire Li family. Remember that strength is the only absolute truth, and don't make the same mistake in your next life. He then orders, deal with everyone else too, and Ma Qiu charges forward from behind, answering loudly, yes. With a single slash, Ma Qiu kills the remaining men protecting Li Zi. Afterward, Ma Qiu asks, how should we deal with all these bodies? And Chu Xiu replies, ignore them, we're heading straight to the mountain opening martial arts school. Ma Qiu asks in confusion, you're still planning to attack Ding Kaishan? He's second Madam's biological father, so he's still considered a relative of your Chu family. But Chu Xiu frowns, He won't be a relative for much longer, just kill him, I'll handle the Chu family. At the mountain opening martial arts school, Chu Xiu's group soon arrives. A disciple opens the door while yawning and angrily complains, "Can't you let people get some rest?" Chu Xiu says nothing and directly swings his blade, killing him. He then walks straight inside. Ding Kaishan storms out from within and shouts, "Chu Xiu." He roars, "Chu Xiu, what do you mean by this? You came to my mountain opening martial arts school and killed someone. Aren't you afraid the Chu family will punish you when you return? I'm your elder." Chu Xiu draws his blade and coldly says, "An elder who wants to drive me to my death? Old man, since you're blocking my path, then die." With that, he slashes directly at him, but Ding Kaishan blocks the blade barehanded and sneers arrogantly, "Do you really think learning martial arts for a few days makes you invincible?" His hand grips Chu Xiu's blade tightly, without suffering any injury. He laughs again, "You think killing Li Zhang of the Li family means you can kill me too? Ridiculous." Li Zhang had already suffered internal injuries and was half crippled. Chu Xiu says nothing and releases the blade's handle. He then reverses the blade and slashes again, catching Ding Kaishan slightly off guard. Ding Kaishan stares in horror at the blade already approaching his neck. The slash sends one of Ding Kaishan's hands flying from his body. Blood gushes out as he screams in agony, "Ah!" Chu Xiu gives him no further chance and directly slashes across his neck, adding another victim beneath his blade. Sheathing his blade, he orders, "Gao Bei, buy 4 coffins. Tomorrow morning I'll give the Chu family a grand gift," and Gao Bei bows and acknowledges the order. Chu Xiu turns to leave, making Ma Qiu ask in confusion, "Young Master Chu, what are you doing?" And Chu Xiu replies, "It's already late, I'm going to get a good night's sleep." Early the next morning, Chu Guangzong and the concubines are already present, and he angrily says, "He actually called a family meeting. Chu Xiu had better have something important, otherwise I definitely won't let him off easily this time." At this moment, Chu Xiu entered with a group carrying 4 coffins behind him and smiled, "Father, I have several gifts for you." Chu Guangzong asked, "Someone reported this morning that many Li family elites died outside your residence. Was that your doing?" Chu Xiu did not hide it and nodded, "Yes." Chu Guangzong asked again, "Last time I told you not to act against the Li family for now. Did you treat my words as mere wind?" Chu Xiu calmly replied, "Father, I did not provoke the Li family. They attacked me first, and it's not as if I went to the Li family, killed people, then dragged them to my residence." Chu Guangzong said, "Don't worry, I'll make the Li family give you an explanation." But Chu Xiu replied, "No need to trouble yourself, father, because I've already obtained that explanation from the Li family." He clapped once and the 4 coffins were immediately set down. He said, "These are Li Cheng, Li Yun, and Li Zi, the 3 brothers. I've already ordered my men to take over the Li family's businesses, so from now on Tongzhou Prefecture has only 2 great families." Everyone present turned pale with shock. Chu Xiu continued, "Father elders, I am willing to hand 2/3 of the Li family's assets over to the clan." The clan elders' eyes lit up upon hearing this. "That's excellent. Indeed, the Chu family's position in the city will become even stronger now. Well done." The corner of Chu Guangzong's mouth also curled into a satisfied smile, as he thought that Chu Xiu had finally become somewhat sensible. Chu Guangzong then looked toward the final coffin and asked, "There's still 1 coffin left, who's inside?" Chu Xiu walked over and personally opened it, revealing Ding Kaishan's corpse. The second madam immediately cried out, "Father." She rushed to the coffin and screamed, "Chu Xiu, are you insane? Why did you kill my father?" Chu Guangzong also angrily demanded, "Chu Xiu, what exactly are you trying to do?" Chu Xiu calmly replied, "Father, Ding Kaishan was related to our Chu family by marriage, yet he betrayed us and colluded with the Li family, so didn't he deserve to die?" The second madam ran over, knelt at Chu Guangzong's feet and cried, "Master, even if my father had no great merit toward the Chu family, he still worked hard for us, so you must seek justice for me." Chu Xiu looked at her coldly and said, "I was surrounded and attacked by the Li family, yet why did no one from the Chu family come? I shouldn't need to explain that, right? And last time Ding Kaishan took 57,000 kilograms of Chu family ore but reported only 52,000, so shouldn't he die for secretly pocketing that much?" The second madam pointed at Chu Xiu and retorted, "Nonsense, how could my father do such a thing?" Chu Xiu replied, "If you don't believe me, check the accounts, and the manager who delivered the ore can also testify." Chu Guangzong's face flushed with anger as he ordered, "Bring them in." The The manager entered and recounted everything. Family head, at that time Ding Kaishan indeed ordered me to alter the records. The second madam was horrified and covered her mouth, thinking, father actually schemed against me. If he needed silver, he could have just asked, would I really have refused? Chu Guangzong completely lost his temper and ordered, men, escort the second madam away to rest. She is overwhelmed with grief and should not go outside for the time being. Chu Sheng fearfully pleaded, father, listen to me, I truly knew nothing about this. But Chu Guangzong roared, shut up. All these years you've only known how to scheme in secret, yet after all that scheming your martial arts are still useless. So from now on your family businesses will be taken back and you'll stay home cultivating with your mother. He then looked at Chu Ziu and said, Chu Ziu, next time before acting you must report to me first, otherwise you'll also go to the ancestral hall to reflect. And Chu Ziu cupped his hands, understood, father. Chu Guangzong rubbed his head and said, enough, uncles and elders and Steward Chen, send people to take over the Li family's properties. Everyone is dismissed. Back at Chu Ziu's residence. As they entered, Gao Bei said, young master, we've truly made a fortune this time, including real estate and other assets. The value exceeds 1 million taels. And Chu Ziu asked, the Li family was so large, yet they only had this much. Gao Bei replied, young master, this is already plenty. After the Li family's old head died, people's loyalty faded, so reaching this point was already difficult. And Chu Ziu nodded, fine, you'll manage the 1/3 of the Li family's assets that belongs to us. Gao Bei took out 3 bottles and said, thank you, young master. Among the Li family's resources, I found 3 bottles of pills hidden extremely well, so I brought them here. Chu Ziu opened one and a rich fragrance immediately spread out as he thought, these are jade pills from Yan's state, capable of nourishing true energy and extremely difficult to buy even with money. Chu Ziu satisfactorily put the pills away and said, you did well, go. Back in his room, Chu Ziu sat down, took out a bottle and swallowed a pill, thinking that the gap from the blood condensation realm to the innate realm was not small. So for the future he still needed to work hard on raising his cultivation. This body's talent was merely average, so he had no idea what fortunate encounter the original owner had obtained to eventually become the leader of the demonic cult. Half a month later, Chu Ziu was still diligently practicing saber techniques in the courtyard. Ma Kuo entered while clapping and said, young Master Chu, have you finished seclusion? Your cultivation has improved again. And Chu Ziu replied, you're not bad either, judging from your aura. You're about to enter the blood condensation realm, aren't you? Ma Kuo cupped his hands and replied, it's thanks to young Master Chu's pills that I've reached this point, and recently several experts arrived in Tongzhou Prefecture and are staying at your Chu family inn, but they're all rather strange. Chu Ziu asked suspiciously, how powerful are they? Ma Kuo replied, I can't tell, but they seem above the innate realm, making Chu Ziu ponder. Then they must be experts of the 5 energy control realms above the 3 body refining realms. Ma Kuo curiously asked, young master even knows this, why not explain it to me? So Chu Ziu said, the 5 energy control realms are inner astral, outer astral, 3 harmonies gathering, 5 energies condensing, and unity of heaven and man, mainly distinguished by the ability to injure others with astral energy. Chu Ziu then asked, what did you mean by strange? And Ma Kuo replied, they booked rooms for many days and have been asking everywhere about a warrior surnamed Zhang who went to Eastern Qi, saying he practices an ordinary inner art, but once mastered its inner energy resembles the vast sea. Chu Ziu was startled and thought, isn't that describing the Chu family's vast sea heart art? The original story said the Chu family would undergo a major upheaval before the original owner gained his opportunity, so these 3 really could bring that change. After thinking, he said, take me to see those 3 warriors, and Ma Kuo cupped his hands, yes. They arrived at the inn managed by Chu Ziu. From upstairs, Ma Kuo pointed out, young Master Chu, those are the 3 across the street. 3 fierce-looking men were walking down the street, each carrying the aura of a powerful expert. Ma Kuo asked, young master, do you want to meet them? But Chu Ziu replied, not yet, have several brothers at the inn watch their movements for a while, but don't get too close. Suddenly, the leader of the 3 sensed the probing gaze and looked upward. Chu Ziu's expression changed as he thought, damn, I've been discovered, what a terrifying gaze. Seeing the scar-faced elder brother looking upward, another man asked suspiciously, second brother, is something wrong? And the scar-faced man replied, "Nothing, probably just someone curious about us." Upstairs, Chu Xiu thought, "The gap between me and the 5 energy control realms is far too great, so it's better not to make contact. Provoking them would simply be courting death." Meanwhile, at the Shen family, Shen Rong was furious and thought, "Damn that bastard Chu Xiu, he actually destroyed the Li family. Half their property was almost mine, yet vanished just like that. So many people couldn't even deal with Chu Xiu. The Li family truly was useless." He took a large gulp of tea, but it was so hot that he immediately spat it out and yelled. He angrily cursed, "Are you even paying attention? You bring me tea this hot, are you trying to scald me to death?" And his trusted servant Wang Er nervously replied, "Master Rong, please calm down, this servant will replace it immediately." Shen Rong waved his hand and said, "Forget it, nothing is going my way. What kind of fortune did Chu Xiu encounter to destroy the Li family like that?" And Wang Er scratched his head and smiled. "The bandits under Chu Xiu kill without blinking, so it's normal that the Li family's household guards couldn't beat them." Hearing this, Shen Rong suddenly asked, "The men under Chu Xiu are bandits, how are you so sure?" Wang Er smiled and explained, "Back when I couldn't make a living, I spent some time as a bandit on Vast Wilds Mountain. The leader Lion Laosin once robbed Chu Xiu, but was later dealt with by Chu Xiu together with another bandit group led by Ma Qiu. And the men currently under Chu Xiu are Ma Qiu's people." Shen Rong grinned and thought, "So that's it, no wonder Chu Xiu reached an agreement with the bandits on his first trading trip while Chu Shang ran into disaster. Chu Xiu actually joined forces with bandits to harm his own brother. This is definitely a major weakness." His mood immediately improved as he stood and said, "Come with me to see Chu Xiu. I must take 2/3 of the Li family's assets from his hands." At Chu Xiu's residence, he was still diligently practicing his saber when Gao Bei entered and said, "Young master, Shen Rong of the Shen family has come to visit," making Chu Xiu slightly puzzled. He asked, "Shen Rong, who is that?" And Gao Bei replied, "Shen Rong is the Shen family's head steward. Shen Bai and family head Shen Mai both entered the Azure Wave Sword sect and were raised by him, so his status within the Shen family is extremely high." Chu Xiu asked again, "Then why has he come to see me?" And Gao Bei replied, "This servant doesn't know, he only brought one attendant and specifically asked to meet young master, so I've already arranged for him to wait inside." After entering the room, Chu Xiu got straight to the point. "Steward Shen is an honored guest. May I ask what advice brings you here?" And Shen Rong took out a stack of papers, handed them over, and said, "Take a look." Chu Xiu accepted them and frowned. "This is the cooperation agreement between Steward Shen and Li Cheng. Why are you showing me this?" Shen Rong grinned and said, "It's simple. The Li family promised me half their property, but you ruined that, so you must compensate me, except I don't want half anymore, I want 2/3. Making Chu Xiu reply, "Steward Shen, have you grown senile? You helped the Li family kill me and now you demand property from me, on what grounds?" Shen Rong laughed sinisterly. "On what grounds? Because I know you colluded with the bandits of northern and southern Vast Wilds Mountain, robbed merchant caravans, even attacked your own Chu family caravan and crippled your biological younger brother." Chu Xiu's face darkened as he said, "Steward Shen, you may eat carelessly, but you cannot speak carelessly. I'm not insane, so why would I do something that crazy?" Shen Rong then turned to Wang Er and said, "Wang Er, young master Chu Xiu seems not to remember you. Say a few words to refresh his memory." And Wang Er smiled at Chu Xiu. "Young master Chu Xiu, do you still remember the saber strike that severely wounded Lion Laosin?" Chu Xiu suddenly thinks, could this man be one of those bandits? Wang Er smugly laughs, "It was Ma Qiu who helped you kill those people back then. I survived because I ran fast, and now you've even dared openly keep Ma Qiu by your side. You've got some nerve." While Chu Xiu thinks, "I didn't expect that bandit from back then to survive, what rotten luck." Chu Xiu looks at Shen Rong and asks, "So Steward Shen's intention is simply to demand hush money from me?" And Shen Rong is inwardly surprised by Chu Xiu's attitude. He calmed down so quickly, he really is formidable. Thinking this, he says, "Correct, Chu Xiu, I advise you to know your place. If this gets out, your fate may be even worse than your fourth brother Chu Shang's." But Chu Xiu calmly replies, "Steward Shen, you're making things difficult for me. I've already handed the Li family's assets to my family and kept only 1/3. Where am I supposed to find the other 2/3 for you?" Shen Rong replies, "I don't care about that. I only care about results, not the process. I'll give you 10 days or you know the consequences." Then turns to leave, but Chu Xiu asks, "Is there really no room for negotiation?" Shen Rong walks over, pats Chu Xiu's shoulder and laughs sinisterly. "Others may negotiate, but you, Chu Xiu, aren't qualified. Don't forget your weakness is still in my hands." making Chu Xiu's face darken as his hand grips the blade at his waist. The next moment, his blade directly pierces Shen Rong's chest, something the man never expected. Shen Rong cries out in horror, "I'm the chief steward of the Shen family, you actually dare kill me." Chu Xiu pushes Shen Rong away, sending his body crashing to the ground as blood gushes out. Wang Ge no longer looks smug and turns pale with fear. A blade slashes across his neck, cutting off his words and leaving only disbelief in his eyes. Sheathing his blade, Chu Xiu thinks, human greed is limitless, so Shen Rong had to die. Gao Bei pushes open the door and enters, asking fearfully, "Young master, why did you kill people from the Shen family?" He inwardly thinks, why kill people from the Shen family for no reason? The Shen family isn't comparable to the Li family. We've caused huge trouble this time. Chu Xiu looks at Gao Bei and says, "They sought their own deaths by using Ma Qiu's matter to threaten me. If I didn't kill them, I'd be the one in trouble." While Gao Bei anxiously replies, "But you killed the Shen family's chief steward. I'm afraid this won't be easy to escape." Chu Xiu smiles. "They personally delivered an excuse to my door, so getting through this is actually simple. Dispose of the bodies and return to the Chu family with me." Gao Bei inwardly thinks, young master is extremely capable at handling problems, but he's even better at causing them. Afterward, Chu Xiu arrives at the Chu family, where Chu Guangzong and the others are already gathered. Chu Guangzong asks from his seat, "Chu Xiu, what happened this time? Didn't I warn you before to stop causing trouble?" And Chu Xiu replies, "I killed Shen Rong, the Shen family's chief steward." Chu Guangzong roars furiously, "What?" as the teacup in his hand is completely crushed. Everyone present wears a shocked expression. Chu Guangzong angrily shouts, "Chu Xiu, what exactly are you trying to do? You even dared kill him. If you had enough strength, would you even dare kill the master of the Azure Waves sword sect?" Chu Xiu takes out a document and hands it over, saying, "Father, please look at this. I didn't want to kill Shen Rong. He simply went too far. He was the Li family's accomplice in trying to kill me. Yet afterward he demanded 2/3 of the Li family's assets from me, so I accidentally killed him." A servant then takes the document and delivers it to Chu Guangzong. After reading it, Chu Guangzong frowns and remains silent. The elders present begin discussing among themselves. Shen Rong truly went too far, but he raised Shen Bai and Shen Mai and ranks directly beneath the Shen family head, while another agrees, "That's right, this will probably be difficult to resolve." Chu Guangzong then says, "Do you know what status Shen Rong held in the Shen family? Now that he's dead, how will the Shen family deal with our Chu family? You rebellious son, you're putting the Chu family in danger, do you understand?" Hearing this, Chu Xiu thinks, this nominal father of mine is truly too timid. The Shen family may be powerful, but there's no need to fear them this much. Thinking this, he says, "Father, there's no need to fear. Although the Shen family's foundation is stronger than ours, it isn't overwhelming. At worst, they merely rely on the Azure Waves sword sect, and there is still a way to deal with them." Chu Guangzong asks suspiciously, "The Azure Waves sword sect is the largest sect in Wei commandery and ranks among the 7 sects and 8 schools. Are you truly confident?" Chu Xiu smiled confidently and replied, "Of course." As soon as Chu Xiu finished speaking, the young Chu Kai lashed out, "Chu Xiu, tell me, what kind of backing is strong enough? If you keep acting recklessly, sooner or later you'll destroy this family." Yet Chu Xiu merely sneered, "The Northern Yan Imperial Court, is that backing strong enough?" Hearing this, Chu Guangzong broke into a cold sweat and asked, "The Northern Yan Imperial Court, are you sure?" Hearing the doubtful question, Chu Xiu confidently explained that Wei commandery belonged to Northern Yan in name but obeyed mobilization without accepting direct rule. So if the Chu family took the lead and fully sided with the Imperial Court, even the Kanglan sword sect would not dare touch a single hair on them. His reasoning was so convincing that even the clan elders stroked their beards and nodded, praising the second young master for his intelligence. Outwardly he said that, but inwardly Chu Xiu thought the plan was good, though the Chu family would definitely be isolated by the entire martial world, but that was a future problem and had nothing to do with him. Instead of praising his son, Chu Guangzong scolded him, "Chu Xiu, how many times have I warned you, yet you never listen? How this matter is handled still depends on the Shen family's attitude, so get to the ancestral hall and reflect on yourself right now." This decision left Chu Xiu utterly helpless, since the Shen family had clearly extorted them first, yet his own father not only refused to protect his son but even feared the enemy, as if he were not afraid of becoming the world's laughingstock. Once the order was given, the guards stepped forward to escort him, but Chu Xiu brushed them aside. With a cold expression, he told them not to touch him because he could walk himself. then sighed regretfully that after countless calculations, he had ultimately fallen into a trap because his father was this cowardly. In the darkness, the young Chu Kai secretly laughed in delight. I thought I had no chance at the heir seat anymore, but who knew my three stupid younger brothers would scheme against each other until they buried themselves. After sending his son to the ancestral hall, Chu Guangzong immediately dispatched an envoy to the Shen family with instructions: keep your attitude humble and ask what it will take to settle this peacefully, and emphasize that our Chu family absolutely has no intention of clashing with them. Meanwhile, at the Shen family residence, the red-robed Shen family head was in secluded cultivation, and when summoned out he frowned irritably and warned, "You'd better have something urgent," whereupon his subordinate reported shocking news: family head, the old steward Shen Rong was killed by Chu Ziu. Hearing this, the Shen family head's eyes widened as he roared, "What did you say? Has the Chu family gone insane?" Just then, the subordinate added, "Someone from the Chu family is waiting outside, desperately explaining that it was only an accident and they never intended any offense," making the Shen family head sneer and order the envoy brought in. The Chu family envoy had barely begun, "Shen family head, our Chu family," when he was immediately cut off. "Enough nonsense, cripple Chu Ziu's martial arts and teach him a lesson." The envoy broke into a cold sweat, because crippling someone's martial arts was even crueler than killing them. But the Shen family head had no mercy and glared at him. "Your Chu family has no right to refuse, and I'm already being generous because the tomb sweeping festival is only days away, and if my elder brother returns and learns about this, he won't be as lenient as me." The cowardly envoy could only obediently cup his hands and bow. "I will return and report this to the family head," before retreating with his tail between his legs. Back at the Chu family residence, after hearing the report, Chu Guangzong furiously slammed the table and cursed that the Shen family had gone too far, while the worried old steward suggested following the second young master's advice and seeking protection from the Northern Yan imperial court. He immediately rejected the idea. "Absolutely not, old Chen, you know my secret, and what I'm researching has reached a critical stage, so I cannot abandon it halfway." He then decided, "Tell Shen Mo that I accept his condition, arrange a banquet tonight and invite him for drinks, and I will cripple Chu Ziu before everyone to give him an explanation." While old Chen anxiously protested that the second young master was highly talented, only to be coldly interrupted. "That's a matter for the future, I can't think that far ahead, so hurry and prepare to receive Shen Mo." At the same time, inside the Chu family hall, beneath a blood-red sunset filled with ominous signs, a subordinate rushed in to deliver terrible news to Chu Ziu. "Young master, we're finished. The Shen family head demands that you cripple your own martial arts as punishment, and our family head already agreed, so Shen Mo will come here tonight." Yet Chu Ziu remained calm and merely sneered that his old father was truly ruthless. The subordinate anxiously asked whether Ma Qiu should seek reinforcements, but Chu Ziu calmly analyzed that it was useless because Shangmeng Mountain was too far away for anyone to arrive in time. With that, he strode over to the table. Calm and composed, he picked up a writing brush and swiftly wrote a secret letter. Rolling up the paper and placing it in his subordinate's hand, Chu Ziu ordered, "Give this to Ma Qiu and tell him to pass it to those three strange men. Then once they obtain the item, they must immediately return to Shangmeng Mountain, and after delivering it, take the merchant caravan straight to Qingyuan and never come back here again." After sending his subordinate away, he calmly opened the food box and ate a chicken leg while mocking inwardly, "Plans truly can't keep up with changes. I won't be sitting in the Chu family heir's seat anymore, because everyone in the Chu family is about to die." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene shifted to 2 hours later when Chu Guangzong eagerly welcomed the VIP Shen Mo at the gate and flattered him. "Master Shen, your honored visit truly brings glory to my Chu family. The banquet is ready, please come in," while Shen Mo politely returned the courtesy. Once seated in the main hall, Chu Guangzong hurriedly offered up his own son as a sacrifice. "Master Shen, my rebellious son killing someone by accident was truly a misunderstanding. Today I will personally cripple his martial arts before you as an apology." And Shen Mo nodded solemnly. "Without rules, there can be no order. Thank you for understanding, Master Chu." He immediately waved to the guards and ordered, "Go drag Chu Ziu here at once." The door opened and Chu Ziu strode in proudly, calm, and composed with his hands clasped behind his back. This made Chu Guangzong break into a cold sweat as he wondered, is this brat deaf? Does he not know his martial arts are about to be crippled? So why does he look completely calm and fearless? Seeing his son's attitude, the old man angrily shouted, Chu Ziu, hurry up and kneel to apologize to Master Shen, but Chu Ziu ignored him and muttered with murderous intent, it should be about time. Chu Guangzong asked in confusion, what the hell are you babbling about? When suddenly a loud crash rang out. A servant rushed inside in panic and shouted, Master, disaster, someone has fought their way right to our gate. He jolted in shock and roared, who dares to be so bold? The situation instantly became tense and unexpectedly shocking, as the mercenaries turned out to be old acquaintances and their leader loudly accused him, Zhang Zhonghe, or rather, Chu Guangzong, you shameless and despicable bastard, you never expected us to still be alive and come all the way here, did you? Everyone in the hall was stunned. Shen Mo turned toward Chu Guangzong in bewilderment, while Chu Ziu secretly laughed to himself. The leader continued exposing the shocking truth. For over 20 years, we searched throughout Eastern Qi without finding a trace of you, only to learn that you used a false name when joining the Imperial Dragon Cavalry. Hearing the words Imperial Dragon Cavalry, Shen Mo jumped in shock and cried, why, you came from the Imperial Dragon Cavalry. Standing nearby, Chu Ziu frowned thoughtfully, as the Imperial Dragon Cavalry was the elite force of the Eastern Qi royal family where even the lowest soldier had to be at the innate realm, a status no insignificant family head from Tongzhou Prefecture could compare with. So Chu Guangzong must have endured in hiding for some enormous scheme. The truth about the protagonist's father was gradually revealed, darker and filthier than anyone could imagine, as the leader began recounting the story of their five-man squad. Back then, we were ordered to infiltrate the Miao frontier and seize a treasure for the second prince. The mission succeeded and more than a dozen squads split up carrying fake treasures to mislead the enemy, while our squad was fortunate enough to carry the real treasure, and he pointed straight at Chu Guangzong as he spoke through gritted teeth. But while we were desperately fighting off the pursuing enemies, that despicable bastard Chu Guangzong stole the treasure and fled. As a result, our eldest brother was punished with 100 strikes of the Azure Dragon Whip and beaten to death, while we were gravely wounded and our cultivation remained forever stuck at the inner aura realm of Qi control. After hearing this revelation, Chu Ziu muttered from a corner, so Chu Guangzong endured in hiding to this extent. No wonder such a huge disaster struck the Chu family in the original story. It was all because of that treasure. On the other side, the leader drew his gleaming Wincree saber, pointed it straight at Chu Guangzong and roared, Chu Guangzong, today is the day you die. The subordinate behind him angrily cursed, when you first joined the Imperial Dragon Cavalry, you were the weakest among us and eldest brother cared for you the most, yet you caused his death. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs all these years? Despite being viciously cursed, Chu Guangzong proudly raised his head and retorted, every man for himself or heaven and earth will destroy him. If a treasure capable of sending someone straight to the top was already in your hands, would you truly not be tempted? And seeing the old man still arguing shamelessly, the leader revealed his trump card. You betrayed us back then, but do you know who sent us the information that led us here to capture you today? Chu Guangzong's heart skipped a beat as he asked in utter panic, who was it? At that moment, Chu Ziu calmly stepped out from the dark corner and answered with 2 words, it was me. Seeing his own son, Chu Guangzong flew into a rage and cursed while pointing at him. You rebellious bastard, do you know what the hell you're doing? You're dragging the entire Chu family into the grave. But Chu Ziu narrowed his eyes coldly. You forced me into this. You know perfectly well that crippling a martial artist's cultivation is worse than death. And since I refuse to live like that, the only ones leaving this world tonight can only be you. The leader could not help laughing loudly. Chu Guangzong, you betrayed us back then and now your own son has stabbed you in the back. This is truly karma. And realizing the situation was against him, Chu Guangzong immediately clasped his hands and begged humbly, 3 heroes, I was wrong back then. I am willing to bring out the treasure and share it with you, so could you spare my life? The leader gave a signal and the subordinate beside him immediately tossed over a strangely shaped saber. The leader drew the saber with murderous intent and declared, this is the Crimson Sleeve Saber, something we 3 brothers risked our lives and pooled everything together to obtain so we could earn the second prince's forgiveness. and today, after killing you and reclaiming the treasure, we can return to the Imperial Dragon Cavalry and never be ridiculed by the world again." While the atmosphere remained tense, Master Shenmo stood pale in a corner with both hands raised in surrender and said, "Three heroes, I am not a member of the Chu family, so kill whoever you want and please allow me to take my leave first." But unfortunately for Shenmo, the leader already disliked him, and anyone in league with Chu Guangzong could not be decent either, so everyone here had to die today. While Shenmo was still trembling, Chu Xiu cupped his hands calmly and said, "Three heroes, I also have an irreconcilable feud with Chu Guangzong, and I know every corner of the Chu family well enough to help you find the treasure, so please spare my life." That sounded reasonable, so the leader stroked his beard and nodded. "Spare this brat, fourth brother, go kill everyone else in the Chu family. I want the entire clan buried with them." In a corner of the hall, Chu Xiu's half-brother screamed in despair, "What the hell is going on? I was just about to become the heir, so how did things suddenly turn out like this?" Fourth brother charged forward with his spear as fast as the wind. Without listening to any explanation, he swung out a dazzling crescent arc, and with a slash the head flew off, ending the dream of becoming family head in the most pathetic way. Meanwhile, the leader circulated his power and swung the crimson sleeve saber, releasing a brilliant blade aura so powerful it split the tiled floor and shot straight toward Chu Guangzong. The dignified old man hurriedly raised his sword to block. Veins bulged across his face as he gritted his teeth and groaned while resisting the blow. The overwhelming force sent him flying backward, leaving him in an extremely miserable state. While his own father was being beaten senseless, Chu Xiu hid behind a pillar and muttered his analysis. These two completely overpower Chu Guangzong and Shenmo in cultivation, so their chances of winning are very high. Back on the main battlefield, the fight between the veteran of the Imperial Dragon Cavalry Guard and Chu Guangzong had become extremely fierce. Suppressed by the domineering blade aura, Chu Guangzong was clearly at a severe disadvantage and could barely hold on. While their weapons were locked together, Chu Guangzong secretly slipped a bright red pill into his mouth. He then opened his mouth and unleashed his biological cannon technique, spitting a mouthful of bloody fluid straight into the leader's face. Taking the highly poisonous spit full in the face, the leader screamed miserably, "Ah, it's the blood transmutation divine pill of the five poisons cult." Immediately afterward, Chu Guangzong hurriedly swallowed another green antidote pill. Taking advantage of his opponent being blinded, he rushed forward and slammed a heaven-shaking palm straight into the leader's chest. The leader was blasted backward and collapsed onto the tiled floor with glazed eyes, officially dead. From the other side of the courtyard came a scream that tore through the night. "Second brother." Fourth brother's eyes turned bloodshot after witnessing his brother's miserable death. He spun around, gripped his long spear with both hands, unleashed his full strength, and charged straight at Chu Guangzong. Meanwhile, family head Shen was being crushed by third brother, and seeing his ally about to lose, Chu Guangzong shouted while fighting, "Family head Shen, if you have a trump card, use it now, or we'll all end up dead." Driven into a corner, Shenmo gritted his teeth and cursed. Instantly, a gigantic blue crescent-shaped sword aura tore through the night and slashed straight toward third brother. With terrifying speed and deadly power, third brother was sliced cleanly in half before he even understood what had happened and died on the spot. The bloody sight even made the spear-wielding fourth brother freeze. "Sword force, how is that possible?" Shenmo wiped away his cold sweat and sighed in relief. "Phew. Luckily this short sword still contains some sword force left by my elder brother from the Azure Wave sword sect, but I have no idea how many more times this disposable weapon can be used." Seeing both brothers who had shared life-and-death battles with him fall one after another, fourth brother gritted his teeth, cursed, and prepared to flee with his spear. Meanwhile, Chu Guangzong's mind raced as cold sweat poured down his face. "No, I absolutely cannot let him escape. If tonight's shocking events reach the Imperial Dragon Cavalry Guard, my old life is finished." Chu Guangzong circulated his power and immediately launched a green palm seal to block fourth brother's path, shouting, "Leave your life here." With his escape route blocked, fourth brother stopped holding back, spun his spear wildly, and unleashed an illusory ultimate technique that created dozens of spearheads stabbing straight toward Chu Guangzong's face. Just as fourth brother went berserk, whipping his spear through the air and pressuring Chu Guangzong until he could barely breathe, family head Shenmo suddenly charged forward, swung the battered short sword and shouted, Attack. Boom, a gigantic blue sword aura swept across the night as Shen Mo roared die. In an instant, both fourth brother and Chu Guangzong had their chests pierced through. Chu Guangzong stared in disbelief and managed to stammer only 2 words, but why? Seeing the most dangerous enemy finally dead, Shen Mo sheathed his sword and sneered smugly. That supreme treasure coveted by the second prince of Eastern Qi is something I want too. As he muttered, his smile grew increasingly sinister. Once I obtain that treasure, perhaps I will no longer have to live in the shadow of my elder brother Shen Bai, and then he will be the one looking up to me. While Shen Mo was lost in his fantasies, a dark figure suddenly strode toward him, making his face turn deathly pale as he stammered, "You." From the darkness, Chu Xiu leisurely stepped out, holding a concealed weapon aimed directly at family head Shen Mo. At this moment, Chu Xiu looked like a living king of hell as he calmly uttered a chilling sentence, "Goodbye, family head Shen Mo." Dozens of willowly thin hidden weapons wrapped in green inner energy burst out like a rainstorm straight at Shen Mo's face, making him panic and raise his battered sword to block while muttering, "Thousand-leaf spirit, how does he have this?" With a clang, the sword shattered into pieces, and Shen Mo cried out in panic, "Not good." Driven into a corner, he went berserk and unleashed the last of his inner energy, forming a massive blade of sword energy that slashed straight at the protagonist as he roared furiously, "You want to die?" Yet even as the domineering sword energy came crashing toward him, Chu Xiu stood still like a statue, leaving Shen Mo wide-eyed in disbelief that he did not even dodge. A sinister smile curled across Chu Xiu's lips, azure dragon in the sleeve. But the price of using that move was weakened defense, allowing Shen Mo's finger packed with inner energy to pierce straight into Chu Xiu's chest. In return, a flash of sword light swept across family head Shen Mo's neck with a fatal strike, sending the Shen family head crashing face first onto the floor. Standing before the corpse, Chu Xiu calmly concluded, "You weren't wrong. Who wouldn't want a supreme treasure? I want it just as much." The entire hall had become a battlefield littered with corpses, and after looking around, Chu Xiu silently approached the bandit leader's body while rapidly thinking, "Time to collect the spoils and leave quickly. I can't stay anywhere in Wei Commandery anymore." After casually taking the token from the mercenary's corpse, Chu Xiu immediately thought of the supreme treasure next and dashed like the wind into Chu Guangzong's study to begin searching the place. He rummaged through every corner, from the desk drawers, the bookshelves, to every cabinet hiding secret compartments. Chu Xiu muttered while taking inventory, "Purple gold and banknotes are all here, but where would Chu Guangzong hide the supreme treasure?" While frowning in thought, his eyes suddenly widened as he realized a simple truth. Something that important had to be kept close to the body. Without wasting another second, Chu Xiu turned around and sprinted back into the courtyard. Reaching his father's cold corpse, his efforts were rewarded as he pulled out a small bottle glowing with dazzling jade light, making the protagonist smile in satisfaction. Found it. With the supreme treasure in hand, Chu Xiu slowly stood up and began planning logically. "I need to alter the scene, but setting a fire won't work because the flames and smoke would definitely alert the neighbors." He began fabricating the scene, first tearing the clothes on his shoulder to create the appearance of an injury. Next, he picked up the sword and placed it in the mercenary's hand. Then he cleverly tossed the hidden weapon crossbow beside the other man, thinking, "This way, at first glance it'll look like you two killed each other." After finishing, Chu Xiu grabbed his bundle and fled into the night while planning his next move. "There's no time for more preparations. I need to escape first and hope this scene can fool Shen Mo's elder brother, because that Shen Bai is the biggest problem." With that, he vaulted over the wall and escaped into the night. The scene shifted as Chu Xiu fled all the way to the rugged mountainous region known as Shangmeng Mountain. Only after finding a secluded cave did the protagonist finally breathe a sigh of relief and sit down. Holding the box, Chu Xiu muttered, "Now that I'm carrying such a valuable treasure, I can't trust anyone, so I need to open this first. This lock is Western Chu style, and luckily I know how to unlock it." With a click, the box opened to reveal a plump golden silkworm, instantly triggering Chu Xiu's memories of the original story as his eyes lit up. It's the golden silkworm. This was a miraculous venomous insect refined by the moon worship cult of the Miao borderlands and born from the crystalline Buddhist relics of an eminent monk from the Great Radiance Temple, the world's greatest cheat-like treasure, the crystalline golden thread goo. He sneered at his late father's stupidity, since Chu Guangzong had dreamed that refining the crystalline golden thread goo would let him rise to greatness overnight. Yet after years of trying to refine it with inner energy, he still had no idea how to use such a treasure, while Chu Xiu knew its proper method perfectly thanks to his memories of the original story. But using such a supreme treasure came at a steep price, so without hesitation, Chu Xiu opened his robe, drew a sharp dagger, gritted his teeth, and carved a deep wound straight down the center of his chest. Calmly holding the crystalline golden thread gu, he slowly pressed it deep into the open wound. The moment the golden silkworm touched his blood, it burrowed deep into his body and emitted a brilliant golden light that shone through his flesh. Miraculously, that light carried immense vitality and instantly healed the deep wound completely. He exhaled in satisfaction and said, "Rapidly healing injuries is only a minor side effect of the glazed golden silk gu. Its true power is far more terrifying, as it shares a symbiotic bond with its host, who nourishes it with vital essence while it continuously purifies the body and accelerates cultivation. Even someone born completely talentless could rise from obscurity and become a peerless genius once it was implanted in their heart." And right after implanting the gu, Chu Xiu felt abundant power surge through him, as his cultivation instantly broke through to the peak of the blood condensation realm. After casually gathering the spoils taken from the mercenaries, he pulled out 2 martial arts manuals. Flipping through several pages, Chu Xiu nodded and judged that both techniques were decent, with the saber art around the 4th or 5th rank, while the great chi-capturing hand seemed even higher in grade. However, he looked curiously at the empty metal box that had contained the gu and wondered, "This seems to be a box with a hidden mechanism, but now that it has been opened, what use is there in carrying it?" With that, Chu Xiu placed the box back on the ground and casually picked up the sword beside him. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and with a bang, the sword vanished from Chu Xiu's hand. Bewildered by what had happened, he picked up the box and casually opened it to check inside. Chu Xiu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing his sword lying inside and immediately realized, "So this is actually a secret storage space containing a mustard seed spatial formation. Truly a rare treasure." Chu Xiu decided to sit cross-legged and enter secluded cultivation for a while, firstly to recover and break through to the innate realm, and secondly to avoid trouble, because with Shen Mo dead, Shen Bai would definitely come looking for him. 7 days later, under the sunlight, an imposing young man riding a black horse entered the Shen family estate, and the servants immediately dropped to their knees and cried, "Young master, you have finally returned." This man was Shen Bai, Shen Mo's elder brother, and unlike the tearful joy of the servants, Shen Bai's face darkened as he coldly asked, "My younger brother is dead, so why are all of you still alive?" The deadly question made the servant break into a cold sweat as he hurriedly clasped his hands and explained, "Young master, this truly had nothing to do with us. The family head personally decided to visit the Chu family and we would never dare stop him, so Shen Bai immediately ordered, 'Take me to the body and the scene.'" The servant wiped his sweat, clasped his hands, and quickly acknowledged the order. The scene shifted directly to the Chu family estate, where the body of family head Shen Mo had been neatly placed inside a coffin in the courtyard. And standing before his younger brother's coffin, Shen Bai clasped his hands toward the officer and said, "Chief Constable Chen, I will trouble you with this." While Chief Constable Chen stroked his beard and smiled, "Young Master Shen is too courteous, this is simply my duty." With that, Chief Constable Chen carefully examined the corpse and immediately pulled a concealed weapon as thin as a strand of hair from its neck. After only 15 minutes, Chief Constable Chen had pieced together the entire chain of clues and approached Shen Bai with sweat on his brow, saying gravely, "Young Master Shen, the second young master's death is not as simple as it appears. Someone deliberately fabricated the scene, causing Shen Bai's murderous aura to erupt as he demanded, 'Who?'" Chief Constable Chen swallowed hard, his face tense as he answered in a low voice, "Chu Xiu." Faced with the many mysteries surrounding the scene, Shen Bai frowned and said, "Chief Constable Chen, please explain in greater detail," and the officer nodded. He then began unraveling the clues with the precision of a razor using his veteran forensic skills. The Chu family was annihilated by these 3 men, and judging from their calluses, scars, and training marks, they definitely came from the military. While the corpses and servants' testimony show that family head Chu used the blood-dissolving divine pill of the 5 venoms sect to kill the strongest among them. Family head Chu and another man were then killed by a surprise attack from your younger brother, Shen Mo. Hearing this, Shen Bai frowned and asked, "Then didn't my younger brother simply perish together with these 3 men?" But Chief Constable Chen immediately shattered the fabricated scene with his conclusion, "No. This scene was deliberately fabricated because there was a 4th person here at the time," and he pointed at Shen Mo's bloodied hand. "Your younger brother's finger was torn apart, meaning he must have used the meridian-severing sword finger, a supreme technique of the Azure Wave sword sect, and he clearly struck his target, yet none of the bodies here bears such a wound." Standing beside the corpse whose face had been smashed beyond recognition, Chief Constable Chen continued, Therefore, someone else must have been severely wounded by the meridian-severing sword finger and then created this illusion of mutual destruction. But Shen Bai remained doubtful and asked, "Then why Chu Xiu? I remember his cultivation was pitifully weak, and isn't he also among the dead?" Only now did Constable Chen expose the protagonist's biggest flaw. Among all the corpses, only Chu Xiu had his head smashed beyond recognition, which was far too coincidental. And although the servant said Chu Xiu was at the blood condensation realm and used a saber, this corpse not only lacked the cultivation but also had hand calluses belonging to a spear wielder, making Shen Bai glare and realize. So he deliberately made us believe this corpse was Chu Xiu. Furious at being fooled by a brat and driven by vengeance for his brother, Shen Bai's killing intent erupted as he gritted his teeth and told the officer, "Thank you, Constable Chen. I will immediately have the Azure Wave Sword Sect hunt Chu Xiu throughout Wei Commandery." Soon, wanted notices for Chu Xiu covered every government notice board with an enormous reward, declaring that anyone who captured Chu Xiu would be richly rewarded. Despite the authorities casting a vast dragnet and searching relentlessly, the soldiers complained day and night. Chu Xiu fled alone, so he's really hard to find. Time flew by and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye at Shenyang Prefecture in northern Yan, far from Wei Commandery. Chu Xiu finally appeared on the streets again, looking weathered from travel as he calculated his current strength. "After 3 months, I've finally broken through to the innate realm." The drizzling rain at dusk, crimson sleeve saber and great abandonment grappling hand had both reached minor mastery, and since this place was far from Wei Commandery and an ancient ruin would soon emerge nearby, he first rented a room. His first task was soaking in a hot bath to wash away 3 months of grime, and while relaxing he assessed his safety, knowing that none of his former associates, including Han Bao and Gao Bei, had contacted him, so his identity should remain hidden for now. After cleaning himself up, Chu Xiu stood before the mirror in a sharp, dark outfit and smiled with satisfaction. "Not bad, I can return to the martial world disguised as a wandering saber wielder." Just after leaving the inn, he noticed a noisy crowd gathered nearby, and curiosity made him walk over to take a look. At the center, a young master knelt while offering pearls to court a beauty, saying passionately, "Lin Xinyu, these are black pearls I specially had purchased from the southern sea, all 18 identical in size." But Lin Xinyu replied coldly, "Young Master Zhang, please behave yourself. I've already said nothing can happen between us, so give this gift to someone else." Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow and casually asked a passerby, "Confessing love before such a crowd, are northern Yan customs really this open?" And the man eagerly explained, "Little brother, you're not from Shenyang Prefecture, are you? Northern Yan is indeed open-minded, but this isn't mutual courtship, just one-sided love that's caused plenty of jokes." Chu Xiu curiously asked, "Is her family so powerful that she looks down on him?" But the man quickly waved his hand and explained, "Her name is Lin Xinyu, her background is ordinary, but idle people have crowned her the #1 beauty of Shenyang Prefecture." The passerby continued feeding Chu Xiu information. "The Zhang family's eldest young master is truly outstanding and already joined one of the 7 great sects and 8 great schools. But Zhang Beichen is just a useless fool who has chased her endlessly without getting a single nod," making Chu Xiu inwardly dismiss him as an uninteresting idiot. Just as the drama became boring, Lin Xinyu suddenly played the classic trump card of every annoyed woman. "Zhang Beichen, stop pestering me, I already have someone I like," making Zhang Beichen ask blankly, "Who?" Lin Xinyu immediately looked around anxiously. Among the casually dressed commoners, Chu Xiu's handsome and aloof saber-wielder appearance instantly caught her eye, and thinking he could serve as a shield to make Zhang Beichen retreat, she pointed directly at him and declared, "Him." The passerby beside him immediately nudged Chu Xiu and teased, "Brother, that's not very loyal of you. You've clearly got something going on with Shenyang Prefecture's #1 beauty yet pretended to be a stranger." While Chu Xiu's face darkened after suddenly becoming a scapegoat while merely watching the show. Lin Xinyu approached him, but Chu Xiu coldly asked, "Do we know each other?" Failing to notice his killing intent, she casually leaned close and whispered, "Young master, help me this once and I will remember your kindness." She then naturally grabbed Chu Xiu's hand and loudly announced to Zhang Beichen, "Young Master Zhang, I already have someone I love, so please stop pestering me from now on." While playing the heroine of a romance, Lin Xinyu suddenly froze when Chu Xiu coldly yanked his hand away. Without another word, Chu Xiu slapped the beautiful face of Shenyang Prefecture's #1 beauty. The slap dealt both physical and emotional damage, leaving Zhang Beichen and the passerby utterly dumbfounded with their jaws hanging open. The #1 beauty Lin Xinyu collapsed onto the stone pavement, clutching her swollen cheek with tears in her eyes, her mind completely blank from the greatest shock of her life. Chu Xiu remained unmoved, his razor-sharp gaze piercing her false facade as he said, I normally don't hit women, but I won't show mercy to a vicious woman like you. Because you couldn't tolerate that fool pestering you, you dragged me in as your shield, but did you ever consider how the Zhang family might deal with me?" Even the passerby who had been enjoying the spectacle nodded in realization. That's right, that move was truly vicious. Zhang Beichen finally recovered, and seeing his dream woman struck made his foolish, heroic spirit surge as he pointed and shouted, "You dare hit Lin Xinyu? You're courting death. Take him down and avenge Lin Xinyu." The surrounding crowd was left speechless by the absurd situation. At the young master's command, a burly muscular guard strode forward aggressively and cracked his knuckles. He spoke arrogantly, "Kid, sorry, but my young master wants you to stay, so I have no choice. Surrender obediently and you'll suffer less." As soon as he finished his empty threat, the guard threw a tremendously powerful punch straight at Chu Xiu's face. Without even drawing his saber, Chu Xiu lightly raised his left hand and directly used the ultimate technique he had just mastered, Great Qi Grasping Hand. His hand locked around the burly guard's fist as easily as catching a child, then tightened with a crack of breaking bones followed by the guard's miserable scream. Before he could scream again, Chu Xiu spun around and delivered a devastating kick that sent the muscular guard flying over 10 meters away. The bystander and young master Zhang Beichen, who had been watching the show, nearly dropped their jaws and shouted in horror, "Innate Realm Warrior." Seeing the situation turn dangerous, the #1 beauty Lin Xinyu covered her face and fled for her life without looking back. Seeing things escalate, the bystander warned Chu Xiu, "Young master, the Zhang family dominates Shanyang Prefecture and you're alone, so you should leave quickly." But Chu Xiu merely smiled faintly and replied, "Thanks for the warning, but my business here isn't finished yet." At his feet, the guard with the broken arm knelt and begged, "Young master, I was blind to your greatness, please spare my life." But Chu Xiu smiled and said something that made everyone shudder. "Do I look that bloodthirsty? Relax, I won't kill you, take me to the Zhang family." The guard stammered in panic, "The Zhang family?" Chu Xiu replied with a businesslike smile, "Correct, I have some business to discuss with your family head." The young man broke into a cold sweat, secretly thinking that going to the Zhang family now was practically suicide because Zhang Beichen's father, Zhang Songling, was also an innate realm expert, while Chu Xiu coldly threatened, "Didn't you hear what I just said?" Hearing that, the servant jolted and bowed submissively. "Why yes, sir, I'll take you there immediately." Meanwhile, at the Zhang family residence, the elderly Zhang Songling was leisurely strolling and watching birds when his precious son Zhang Beichen rushed in, making him frown and scold. "Why are you panicking like this? When will you become calm and steady like your elder brother?" As Zhang Beichen cried, "Father, I'd like to stay calm too, but someone nearly killed me just now." Zhang Songling's eyes widened in fury. "Who dares attack you in Shanyang Prefecture? Didn't I send Han Yui to protect you? Where is he?" Zhang Beichen answered in panic, "That man is an innate realm expert, and Han Yui was crippled with just one move." Hearing this, Zhang Songling was shocked before his face darkened. An outsider innate realm expert actually dares cause trouble in Shanyang Prefecture. Just as he finished speaking, the outsider arrived, striding boldly into the Zhang residence while dragging along the pale-faced guide and sneering sarcastically, "Family head Zhang is truly imposing. It seems your Zhang family controls everything in Shanyang Prefecture." Seeing that it was Chu Xiu, Zhang Beichen pointed at him and complained, "Father, that's him. He tried to kill me and crippled Han Yui," making Zhang Songling roar furiously. "You've got some nerve, hurting my Zhang family member and even coming straight to our door. Do you really think my Zhang family has no one capable left?" Chu Xiu remained completely calm and casually said, "It's only a broken arm, it can still be fixed. I came here to discuss a major business deal with family head Zhang worth hundreds of thousands of silver taels." Hearing the word business, Zhang Songling froze for 2 seconds, stroked his beard, and immediately softened his tone. "Very well, let's hear it." The gloomy Zhang Beichen hurriedly tugged his father's arm. "Father." Chu Xiu went straight to the point. "In a few days, a mystery box auction will be held in Linzhong Commandery, and there's something I want. But as an outsider, it's inconvenient for me to act, so I'd like a local power like you to bid on my behalf, and you'll be generously rewarded afterward." He then tossed a dazzling lump of gold into the old Zhang man's hands and sealed the deal. "This is the deposit, and you'll receive another 20 taels of purple gold afterward," making the Zhang family head sweat profusely as he thought that merely 10 taels of purple gold equaled roughly 100,000 taels of silver, something only major powers possessed and ordinary martial artists could never obtain, meaning this young man's identity was definitely extraordinary. His attitude instantly changed as he respectfully asked, "Very well, may I ask your honorable name, young master?" Chu Xiu cupped his hands with the bearing of an expert and replied, I am Lin Yi, currently staying at the Pleasant Arrival Inn in Shenyang Prefecture, and I'll personally come find family head Zhang when the time comes. After the protagonist disappeared through the doorway, the Zhang family head remained staring after him and murmured, Lin Yi, so he really is an outsider. Once the wealthy guest left, his son could no longer hold back and complained, Father, he beat me like this, are we really letting it go? But the Zhang family head snapped, Shut your mouth, Han Yui, tell me exactly what happened. The subordinate beside him broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly cupped his hands, and reported, Family head, what happened was that earlier, the young master and Lin Xinyu. Before hearing the rest, the father nearly exploded and cursed his foolish son, Lin Xinyu again? I told you to stay away from her, she only sees you as an idiot she can manipulate and toy with. Despite harshly scolding his son, the family's dignity could not be ignored, so the old man ordered Han Yui to take money to the wind-filled tower branch in Linjiang Commandery and investigate Lin Yi's background. 5 days later, the scene shifted to a magnificent and luxurious pavilion known as the Eight Treasures Tower. A grand auction was underway inside as the pot-bellied Tao family's chief steward Tao Wang smiled confidently and announced, I am Tao Wang, chief steward of the Tao family, and this year's mystery box auction is hosted by our Tao family, so thank you all for attending. He immediately presented the first item with an absurdly vague sales pitch. This mystery box comes from the southern barbarians and was excavated from a mid-ranking sect dating back to the ancient cataclysm. Judging by its material, it most likely contains pills, with a starting price of 10,000 taels and minimum increments of 1,000. Despite the outrageous starting price for a completely mysterious box, the entire hall went wild as people competed with bids of 16,000, 20,000, and 21,000. While everyone fought over it, Chu Xiu merely shook his head coldly when the Zhang family head asked, Young Master Lin, are you interested in this item? It turned out he had already planned everything, thinking, for this auction, I only know from the story about a few valuable items, while I have no idea whether the others contain treasures, so I should remain cautious. However, the second item brought a huge surprise when Tao Wang presented an ominous red box and warned, the origin of this secret box is rather interesting, as it came from a demonic sect whose cultivation techniques are said to involve blood and are extremely sinister, so everyone should bid carefully. Master Zhang was still curling his lips in disdain and saying, as expected, few people bid on demonic items, when Chu Xiu decisively ordered, Master Zhang, help me win this secret box. Receiving the order, Master Zhang immediately raised his plaque and shouted, 250,000, directly igniting an insane bidding war. The entire hall went wild as the burly bidders continuously shouted higher prices, 280,000, 300,000, 320,000, 340,000, 350,000, before finally reaching the astonishing price of 360,000. The bidding war reached its peak when Master Zhang slammed down a wealthy final bid of 400,000, causing the muscular gang leader Tao, who had been outbid, to angrily warn, Master Zhang, my Black Tiger gang is far from Shenyang Prefecture and has never offended you, so why are you competing with me for this item? Old Zhang could only pretend benevolence and say, Gang leader Tao, I mean no offense, but my second son's cultivation is too slow, so I want a demonic cultivation technique to test his luck. Yet instead of backing down, Tao openly extorted him. Fine, then I will not make things difficult for you. Give me 100,000 taels of silver and I will voluntarily withdraw. How ruthless! Old Zhang broke into a cold sweat and looked toward Chu Xiu for help, while the protagonist's face darkened at Tao's shamelessness, but he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Master Zhang immediately clasped his hands with a broad smile and said, Very well, then many thanks to gang leader Tao, the deal is settled. Chu Xiu wiped his sweat and thought, the cost of this secret box has gone somewhat over budget. I never expected to spend 500,000, nearly exhausting all the silver I obtained from the Chu family. After the deal was settled, old Zhang explained the procedure. According to the rules, once the seller receives and confirms the payment, the secret box will be delivered to the Zhang family tonight. And Chu Xiu replied coldly, Fine, I will come to the Zhang family tonight to collect it, and I will also give you the remaining purple gold. He immediately left afterward, secretly smiling with satisfaction because the most valuable item in this auction was already his, so there was no need to see anything else. 2 hours later, a subordinate respectfully reported, Master, the information from Windfield Tower says they cannot uncover Lin Yi's identity, and it is most likely an alias moreover. Lin Yi looks very similar to both Shen Bai, the wanted senior disciple of the Azure Wave Sword Sect, and Chu Xiu, the son of the Chu family from Tongzhou Prefecture in Wei Commandery. making old Zhang narrow his cunning eyes and ask, "Can they confirm it?" The man replied no, because the wanted Chu Xiu was at the blood condensation realm while Lin Yi is at the innate realm, so wind-filled tower is only 80% certain. After hearing his subordinate's report, old Zhang curled his lips into a sinister smile and said, 80% is enough. The naive subordinate assumed his boss wanted to report him for the reward and asked, "Master, do you want to sell the information that Lin Yi is Chu Xiu to the Azure Wave Sword sect? But Wei Commandery and our northern Yan have always been hostile, so they would not dare come here to arrest him." Yet old Zhang was even more ruthless and immediately replied, "No, the most important information is that Lin Yi has no back." Revealing his bottomless greed, the old man began plotting outright robbery and said, "The Chu family was destroyed, so Chu Xiu probably carries most of the family's wealth with him, and taking all of it would be far more profitable than selling the information." Although the subordinate worriedly warned, "Master, Chu Xiu was personally marked for death by the Azure Wave Sword sect, so he may not be simple." Old Zhang remained confident but cautious and ordered, "No matter how extraordinary he is still alone, though caution never hurts, so arrange men outside the estate, and if Chu Xiu refuses to hand over his possessions, notify the Tao family and the major forces of Shenyang Prefecture to come help." The lackey hurriedly clasped his hands and flattered him, "Yes, I will arrange it immediately. Master truly thinks of everything." And what had to come finally came, as that very night Chu Xiu confidently entered the Zhang family's stronghold, calmly presented the money and said, "Money in one hand and goods in the other, Master Zhang, a pleasure doing business with you." But at that moment, old Zhang clutched the ominous red secret box and revealed an extortionate smile as he openly threatened, "Before taking the secret box, I would like to speak with young Master Lin, no, young Master Chu Xiu, about your wanted status." Surrounded on all sides, the old fox Master Zhang began spouting false righteousness. "I do not want to fight. As long as young Master Chu offers some wealth to buy his life, I can not only let you leave but also conceal your whereabouts within Shenyang Prefecture." While Chu Xiu merely sneered coldly, "You really think you have me cornered?" Seeing his prey trapped, old Zhang revealed his true greedy nature and laughed. "Since you survived the destruction of the Chu family, most of its fortune must be in your hands, so hand it all over. Wealth is merely worldly possession while your life is truly yours." But Chu Xiu bluntly mocked him, "Master Zhang has quite an appetite. Aren't you afraid of choking yourself to death?" With all pretenses gone, old Zhang drew his gleaming sword and threatened, "If you were an innate realm martial artist with powerful backing, my Zhang family would not dare offend you. But unfortunately, you are merely a homeless dog wanted by the Azure Wave Sword sect. So if I do not prey on you, who else should I prey on?" Chu Xiu gave a chilling half-smile and said, "Wealth truly is merely worldly possession, and only one's life truly belongs to oneself. But unfortunately, you yourself fail to understand that." With a single light dash, he transformed into a god of slaughter and unleashed the dazzling Southern Dipper White Star technique, illuminating an entire corner of the room. The mighty sword energy slashed forward like a raging tide, shattering the defensive barrier along with the old fox Zhang's dream of becoming rich through robbery. Realizing he could not defeat the brat with words, old Zhang flew into an embarrassed rage, glared through gritted teeth and hissed, "Attack together." The assassins and lackeys charged forward like moths to a flame while shouting, "Kill him," unaware they were rushing straight to their deaths. Chu Xiu swung the sword in his hand, and wherever the sword energy tore through the air, blood sprayed everywhere. With only a few effortless basic strikes, the insignificant lackeys were eliminated one after another, collapsing across the floor like fallen leaves. Watching his elite men get cut down like vegetables, the old fox Zhang broke into a cold sweat, knowing he could not let Chu Xiu keep killing or the Zhang family would suffer devastating losses. He had no choice but to step in personally, and while Chu Xiu was busy finishing the others off, old Zhang circulated his inner power and charged forward using the flying wind sword art. But with a simple turn and sword parry, Chu Xiu blocked the sneak attack with his blue sword aura, and as the two forces collided in sparks, the protagonist's aura was clearly stronger. Old Zhang gritted his teeth and glared as he struggled against the terrifying pressure from Chu Xiu's sword. In the end, he was knocked backward and slid across the carpet, groaning painfully. Just as old Zhang fell into a disadvantage, a foolish guard who overestimated himself rushed from a blind spot, swinging his twin sabers to ambush Chu Xiu from behind. Fast as the wind, the protagonist reached out and instantly grabbed the attacker's wrist. Chu Xiu gave the guard a razor-sharp look and coldly judged, "I gave you a chance, but unfortunately you didn't cherish it." The moment he finished speaking, boom, Chu Xiu ruthlessly blasted green sword energy straight into the guard's face, twisting his expression with terror and pain. He then flew away like a scrap of paper and crashed onto his back, instantly knocked out on the floor. Seeing his family's guard eliminated in an instant, the Zhang family's young heir screamed and desperately fled in utter panic. Seeing this, family head Zhang broke into a cold sweat and screamed helplessly in despair, "Don't go, come back." The moment the Zhang family's young heir turned and desperately ran, Chu Xiu caught up and gave him a feather-light push from behind, sending the pampered young master sprawling face-first onto the floor. Witnessing this, old Zhang's face turned deathly pale and his eyes widened in horror as he screamed inwardly, "Had I known this, I would never have provoked this killing fiend." Knowing he had struck an iron wall, the old fox threw away his dignity and begged for peace. "Chu Xiu, you win this time. I'll give you the secret box and even pay for it, so spare my son and I won't reveal what happened today." But Chu Xiu coldly replied, "Family head Zhang, what I hate most in life is someone stealing my belongings, and once we've started fighting, there is no turning back." As he spoke, Chu Xiu's eyes radiated chilling killing intent, making the young heir's face turn completely bloodless. What had to happen finally happened, and with a single sword strike, Chu Xiu sent him to join his ancestors. Old Zhang wildly swung his sword and roared, "Chu Xiu, I'll kill you," before unleashing everything he had, firing numerous green inner energy flying swords in a desperate struggle for survival. But Chu Xiu easily released a sword aura that shattered his desperate final attack completely. Quick as lightning, the protagonist struck old Zhang's wrist with his sword, knocking away his weapon and stripping him of his final ability to resist. Without hesitating for another second, the killing god followed with a lethal sword strike that tore through the air and swept across his enemy's chest. Blood sprayed everywhere as family head Zhang managed only one cry before collapsing onto the floor with rolled-back eyes, while the few remaining family members hiding behind immediately fled in every direction after seeing their leader die. After dealing with the old fox Zhang, Chu Xiu calmly reached out and took the crimson secret box, remarking, "Why did you have to bring this upon yourself?" Before he could put it away, the study door was suddenly kicked open amid urgent shouting, "Quick, hopefully it's not over yet," making Chu Xiu frown and abruptly turn around. Leading the reinforcements was a fierce bearded man who strode inside and shouted, "The Jui Manor stands behind them. You audacious madman dare commit murder in my Shenyang prefecture. Do you really think no one here can stop you?" Chu Xiu glanced cautiously and asked, "And you are?" prompting the leader to loudly announce, "Tao family of Shenyang prefecture, Tao Zongwang." Chu Xiu remained expressionless and calmly distanced himself. "My conflict with the Zhang family is purely personal, and I have no intention of becoming enemies with anyone in Shenyang prefecture." But Tao Zongwang refused to lose face and declared righteously, "The Zhang family is part of our Shenyang prefecture, so killing them and simply walking away cannot be justified anywhere." Hearing that provocative remark, Chu Xiu immediately revealed an excited, sinister smile and said, "Is that so?" Without another word, Chu Xiu leaped into the air and unleashed a slash filled with blue sword aura straight down at Tao Zongwang's head. Old Tao was horrified and hurriedly raised his massive saber to block. The two forces collided, scattering brilliant golden sparks. Chu Xiu's terrifying slashing power crushed Tao Zongwang all the way down onto the carpet. Tao Zongwang's enormous saber cracked apart and shattered beneath the overwhelming power of Chu Xiu's sword aura. Seeing that his opponent had lost his weapon, Chu Xiu withdrew his sword and asked, "Was that explanation sharp enough?" Witnessing this, Tao Zongwang sweated profusely in terror and meekly raised his hand in an extremely respectful gesture, inviting Chu Xiu to leave. Surrounded by the trembling Tao family subordinates, the protagonist simply clasped his hands behind his back and leisurely walked away as though strolling through a park. After reaching the middle of the courtyard beneath the bright moonlight, Chu Xiu finally admired the red box in his hand with satisfaction. The corner of his mouth curled into a victorious smile as he thought, "It took some trouble, but it's finally mine." When the box opened, inside lay a yellowed secret manual containing the 4th rank cultivation art Sun Moon Piercing, unified energy of the ancient demonic Blood River sect. A supreme technique that could gather one's own killing intent and the murderous energy of heaven and earth to unleash boundless power. After securing the valuable prize, the transmigrator immediately planned his next destination, Next, I'll head to Mount Liang since the ancient ruins are about to emerge. A few days later, the scene shifted to the Zhang family residence, no longer luxurious and imposing but covered in white mourning banners, with braziers burning funeral paper throughout the courtyard. Amid the mournful atmosphere, the Zhang family's eldest young master Zhang Beidao returned carrying his luggage and cheerfully called out, "Father, Beichen, I'm back." The moment he stepped through the door, his smile vanished and his face filled with confusion as he shouted, "What happened? Who died?" Just then, an old servant wearing a white mourning cloth ran out crying, "Eldest young master, you've finally returned. The family head and second young master are both dead," making Zhang Beitao roar, "Who did it?" The old servant immediately reported in detail, a young man named Chu Ziu, whose strength is unfathomable. Even the family head and more than 10 blood condensation realm experts couldn't defeat him, and Tao Zongwang was also forced back by a single saber strike. Hearing this, Zhang Beidao gritted his teeth bitterly and growled Chu Ziu's name. Unable to contain his rage, he drew his sword and slashed a stone tray cleanly in half. Gritting his teeth, he immediately asked where his enemy was. "Where is that Chu Ziu now?" And the old servant quickly replied, "Someone saw him heading toward Liang Mountain." Hearing this, Zhang Beidao broke into a cold sweat while analyzing. Even Tao Zongwang was forced back, so my chances of winning aren't high either. Should I return to the Bashan sword sect for secluded cultivation? No, absolutely not. An idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Right, I can seek the young manor lord of Righteous Gathering Manor, one of the 6 great gangs, cloud-spreading rainmaker Nai Dongliu. They punish evil and eliminate demons, so perhaps he can help me. Hearing the name, the old servant nervously warned, "Eldest young master, Nai Dongliu ranks 6th on the Dragon Tiger ranking, which is extremely prestigious among martial artists under 40. Can we really invite him?" But Zhang Beidao confidently replied, "We can try. For the sake of the Bashan sword sect, he'll surely show some respect." Following his plan, Zhang Beidao dragged his exhausted body all the way to the headquarters of Righteous Gathering Manor. As soon as they met, Nai Dongliu, the young manor lord ranked 6th on the Dragon Tiger ranking, warmly greeted him. "Brother Zhang, it's been years since we parted at the Bashan sword sect. Is your master elder doing well?" Like a drowning man finding a lifeline, Zhang Beidao clasped his hands with tears in his eyes and pleaded, "My master is well, young manor lord. I came to ask for your help, and if you assist me, I'll be eternally grateful and willingly brave fire and danger for you." Hearing this, Nai Dongliu put on the righteous air of a great hero, spread his arms warmly, and smiled. "Brother Zhang, please sit. Tell me whatever trouble you're facing, and if I can help, I certainly won't refuse." Zhang Beidao then poured out the story of his family's grievance. "It happened like this, my father." After hearing the story, Nai Dongliu frowned, rubbed his chin, and politely stalled. "Brother Zhang, don't worry, I'll help with this matter. But as you can see, the manor has many affairs to handle, so how about I give you an answer tomorrow?" And the naive Zhang Beidao gratefully replied, "Thank you, young manor lord." Sure enough, that night a disciple of Righteous Gathering Manor entered carrying a thick file and reported, "Young manor lord, these are the investigation results concerning the Zhang family incident, including intelligence provided by Wind-Filled Tower." Holding the report, Nai Dongliu's friendly expression from earlier vanished as he bluntly criticized their greed. That old fox from the Zhang family actually tried to seize someone else's treasure and ended up getting killed in return. Seeing his superior's obvious disdain, the disciple tactfully asked, "Then does young manor lord mean our Righteous Gathering Manor will no longer interfere in Zhang Beidao's matter?" Nai Dongliu snapped, "Of course Righteous Gathering Manor can't interfere. Do they think our manor exists to clean up their messes?" And the disciple hurriedly cupped his hands. "Understood, then I'll send Zhang Beidao away." Hearing this, Nai Dongliu shook his head with a meaningful smile. "You're mistaken. The connections of the Bashan sword sect are still useful, but we can't help under Righteous Gathering Manor's name. Tell Zhang Beidao to attend tonight's banquet and I'll introduce him to a few friends." That night at the banquet, Nai Dongliu acted like an experienced broker and introduced everyone. "This is Zhang Beidao, direct disciple of Elder Sorrowful Autumn Scholar of the Bashan Sword Sect. And these 3 are Twin Death Spears Zhangzu, Cold Mountain Sword Li Qingfeng, and Chief Escort Liu Yuanhai of the Mighty Prestige Escort Agency." After the introductions, Hero Nai smoothly passed off responsibility. "Brother Zhang came to Righteous Gathering Manor seeking help, but our manor has too many matters to handle, so I wonder whether you 3 have time to assist him. Here's what happened." Seeing the powerful backer give his approval, Zhang Beidao hurriedly offered an enticing reward. "If you 3 help me, After this is over, I'll give you a portion of the resources allotted to an inner disciple of the Bashan sword sect as payment. Hearing that the reward came from a major sect, the three mercenaries' eyes lit up as Liu Yuanhai stroked his beard and smiled. Then we won't refuse. My mighty prestige escort agency will help young hero find Chu Xiu. Seeing the deal succeed, Nai Dongliu secretly smirked. Perfect. These three, led by Liu Yuanhai, are always coming to the manor to fish for benefits, so this is a good chance to get rid of them. While the hired revenge squad set off full of fighting spirit, the scene shifted to bustling Liang Town, crowded with martial artists. Chu Xiu was leisurely drinking tea inside an inn, calmly assessing the situation. As expected, strange changes occurred on Liang Mountain a few days ago, and many martial artists have come to try their luck. While he was focused on his tea, the door behind him burst open with a bang as the mercenaries' twin death spears Zhangzu and sword-bearing Li Qingfeng appeared right behind Chu Xiu. Yet he remained seated calmly inside the Liang Town Inn, holding his teacup as though nothing in the world concerned him. After taking half a sip, Chu Xiu glanced toward the entrance and frowned, rapidly thinking, all four are innate realm martial artists with overwhelming killing intent, before concluding with a villainous mindset, no, whether they're targeting me or not, I can only strike first and seize the advantage. Acting immediately, Chu Xiu hurled his teacup like a hidden weapon straight at the newcomers and started the battle. Twin Death spears Zhangzu, the red-haired man who had just stepped through the door, had not even introduced himself before the teacup shattered right in front of his face, making him recoil in shock and break into a cold sweat. Chu Xiu poured all his inner power into his sword and unleashed a gigantic blue sword aura that illuminated the entire inn as the supreme demonic technique finally emerged, one chi piercing the sun and moon. Facing this terrifying killing blow, Cold Mountain Sword Li Qingfeng gritted his teeth and charged forward to block it while roaring. With a horrifying clang, Li Qingfeng's sword snapped in half like rotten wood under the overwhelming power of one chi piercing the sun and moon. And the inevitable happened as Chu Xiu's blade swept smoothly across without a single wasted movement. Fresh blood sprayed out like a fountain. Cold Mountain Sword Li Qingfeng collapsed dead on the floor, officially disappearing from the martial world before he could even finish shouting his battle cry. Seeing Cold Mountain Sword Li Qingfeng cut down, life-taking twin spears Zhangzu broke into a cold sweat, his pupils widening as he stammered, Li Qingfeng died just like that, then swallowed hard and muttered, Zhang Beidao's money really isn't that easy to earn. Watching everything from behind, Beidao's face turned ashen as he realized the cruel truth. No wonder father and Beichen died. This Chu Xiu's strength is truly terrifying. Though terrified, rage overwhelmed Zhang Beidao as he drew his sword and charged straight at Chu Xiu, screaming, the hatred of killing my father cannot coexist beneath the same sky. Chu Xiu die. The protagonist smiled mockingly and retorted viciously, cannot coexist beneath the same sky, huh, then I'll send you to reunite with that damned father of yours. With just one clash of swords, the enormous gap in strength between them became obvious. Zhang Beidao was blasted backward with his organs churning and blood trickling from his mouth, bitterly realizing he was no match for the protagonist. Left with no choice, the young master turned and shouted at the two remaining mercenaries. Why are you still standing there instead of attacking? Don't forget what you promised the young manor master at the beginning. Although they knew charging forward could easily get them killed, the two men deceived themselves with an excuse to fight. That's right, we absolutely cannot leave Nai Dongliu with the impression that we broke our word. With no turning back now, Zhangzu swung his twin spears and shouted, attack together, as the three moths once again charged into the flame named Chu Xiu. Their encirclement looked impressive, but Chu Xiu still weaved smoothly between their attacks. During the lightning-fast battle, Zhang Beidao saw Chu Xiu retreat and mistakenly curled his lips into a sinister smile, thinking, my chance has come. Just as Beidao charged forward to deliver the decisive blow, Chu Xiu swept out a brilliant purple lightning-infused sword strike that directly knocked his attack away. Realizing frontal attacks were ineffective, the cunning old Liu Yuanhai used the chaos to sneak in from the flank, swinging his razor-sharp saber while unleashing his ultimate technique, Shadow Serpent Saber. Fortunately, the protagonist's luck saved his life as the saber merely grazed the clothing across Chu Xiu's chest. Seeing this, Liu Yuanhai leaped from behind, swung both weapons, and roared furiously, die. The two weapons collided with a shower of sparks as Chu Xiu struggled to defend himself, sweat already pouring down his face. Seeing the advantage shift to his side, Zhang Beidao ignored the blood at the corner of his mouth and arrogantly taunted, Chu Xiu, you're dead for sure. In response to their taunts, Chu Xiu stopped holding back, gathered all his inner power and roared as he unleashed his strongest technique, one chi piercing the sun and moon, creating a gigantic dazzling sword aura that tore through the air and prepared to descend. But before Chu Xiu could finish gathering his power, Zhangzu suddenly followed up with another terrifying strike and roared mightily, again. This lightning-fast attack forced Chu Xiu to grit his teeth, grip his sword tightly with both hands and pour all his strength into blocking it. But human strength had its limits, and with a boom, the backlash sent Chu Xiu crashing through the wall and flying outside. Knowing he was at a disadvantage, he seized the opportunity and swiftly fled, leaving only a streak of light behind. Realizing their prey was trying to escape, all three gritted their teeth and shouted, "He's running, chase him." With that, the entire group immediately rushed outside in pursuit. Seeing them right on his heels, Chu Xiu glanced back. Without hesitating for even a second, he suddenly turned and charged back, leaving Zhangzu stunned as he wondered, "He's not running." Chu Xiu instantly unleashed the great chi gathering capturing hand and seized Zhangzu's wrist, making the mercenary groan painfully. Without stopping there, Chu Xiu's deadly palm slammed straight toward Zhangzu's face, ready to send him to an early grave. Just then, a sharp whistle tore through the air as young master Zhang Beidao and Liu Yuanhai rushed over to help. But upon seeing Zhangzu firmly trapped by Chu Xiu, Zhang Beidao stammered in utter confusion. "What's going on?" Answering that confusion, Chu Xiu released his prey, charged forward with his gleaming sword, and unleashed the impressive ultimate technique Quelling Green Dragon. The two swords collided, scattering dazzling sparks. With a single smooth slash, Zhang Beidao's sword shattered into pieces. Chu Xiu tore through his clothes and left a deep, bloody wound across Beidao's chest. Taking the full blow, he could only groan in pain, yet still gathered all his inner energy and condensed brilliant purple lightning into two fingers to desperately unleash the Thunder Mountain Sword Finger. Everyone thought this would become an intense 2-against-1 battle, but just as he prepared to attack, he glanced aside and was horrified to discover that the mighty chief escort from moments ago had already fled for his life. Seeing his teammate shamelessly abandon him, Zhang Beidao nearly coughed blood from both pain and rage, cursing, "That damn bastard." Before he could recover, Chu Xiu's deadly hand grabbed his arm, draining all color from his face as he realized death was already at his throat. Without showing any mercy, Chu Xiu coldly said, "No need to thank me, just go reunite with your father and younger brother." With that, Chu Xiu decisively unleashed a cold sword strike. And just like that, Zhang Beidao was sent to the afterlife. The surrounding crowd gathered and whispered in shock, "Cold Mountain Sword Li Qingfeng and life-stealing Twin Spears Zhangzu are both dead. Even that stronger man who seemed to use an ultimate technique from the Mount Ba sword sect is dead too. Just who is this man to be so powerful and ruthless?" Amid the frightened crowd, a handsome young man with his hair tied high narrowed his eyes and thought, "He easily killed a disciple of the 7 sects and 8 schools. This man is definitely no ordinary person." Before the handsome man could analyze further, Liu Yuanhai came desperately charging over, wildly swinging his huge saber to clear a path while shouting, "Get out of my way." Instead of taking the open path, he charged straight toward a defenseless young woman, making her squeeze her eyes shut and scream in fear. Just as the ruthless blade tore through the air toward her, clang, the handsome man's silver halberd shot forward and blocked the strike. The overwhelming force from the halberd snapped the bearded man's massive saber in half, while the handsome youth calmly held up his silver halberd and contemptuously cursed, "Scum." Witnessing this, Liu Yunhai exclaimed in terror, "You." Suddenly, a dark figure appeared behind him with a cold sword pressed against his neck, and the killing god Chu Xiu leaned close to whisper, "Your time is up." Old Liu only managed a confused "huh" before the merciless blade flashed and the final fleeing enemy officially fell. Chu Xiu calmly sheathed his sword and said, "Thank you for helping," while the handsome youth modestly replied, "No need to thank me, with your strength he couldn't have escaped anyway," then curiously asked, "But why were they trying to kill you?" Chu Xiu casually replied as though telling an ordinary story, "I killed the entire family of that warrior from the Mount Ba sword sect, so naturally his relatives wanted to kill me." Learning the truth, the halberd-wielding youth was not frightened and instead inwardly admired Chu Xiu's clear grudges and decisiveness, while Chu Xiu tossed a money pouch to the tearful innkeeper and said, "I'll compensate you for the damage to your inn." Finding him agreeable, the handsome youth formally invited him for a drink, saying, "May I invite you for a cup? I'm Lu Fengxian from Jade Sun," Fengxian as in the balsam flower, and Chu Xiu smiled, "Sure, I'm Chu Xiu." Chu Xiu inwardly sweated with excitement, thinking, After transmigrating for so long, I've finally met a character from the original story, and not just anyone but a future powerhouse who will shake the world. The successor of the demon god, the jade-faced Marquis Lu Fengxian, so I must make sure we become good friends. The scene shifted to a tavern where the two young men drank while discussing current affairs. Lu Fengxian said, I heard a supreme treasure appeared on Mount Liang, but after climbing the mountain I found nothing, so could it merely be a rumor? And Chu Xiu, already knowing the world's storyline, confidently poured wine and replied, no need to rush, once people from the 7 sects and 8 schools arrive, we'll know soon enough. Hearing Chu Xiu's analysis, Lu Fengxian nodded thoughtfully and secretly thought, that does make sense. Chu Xiu swirled his wine and thought, that assassination was probably connected to Nai Dongliu, the young master of the Brotherhood Manor, otherwise Zhang Beidao couldn't have found 3 skilled assassins so quickly. And according to the original story, Lu Fengxian will soon fall into Nai Dongliu's trap. Just as that thought ended, a disheveled bearded man suddenly rushed into the tavern and shouted, Brother Liu, it really is you, making Lu Fengxian jump in surprise. Without another word, the newcomer rushed over, dropped to his knees and begged, Brother Liu, please save my Chen family, making Lu Fengxian ask with concern, Chen Tong, weren't you traveling outside? Why are you here and what happened to the Chen family? He patted his chest and promised, just tell me if it's within my ability, I definitely won't refuse. So Chen Tong explained, some time ago my Chen family bought a batch of defective secret boxes, but unexpectedly one contained the 6th rank spiritual medicine purple leaf dogwood, and unfortunately a servant leaked the news, causing the 3 Mountains sect, Black Tiger Gang, and Yu family to all covet it, though luckily they still fear one another and none has acted yet. Hearing his friend was being bullied, Lu Fengxian firmly declared, don't worry, I may not be able to wipe out all 3 factions, but I can protect your Chen family. But Chen Tong wanted to rely on connections rather than violence and said, Brother Liu doesn't need to act personally, I only ask you to visit the Brotherhood Manor and request young master Nai Dongliu to intervene, because if he says just one word, this matter will definitely be resolved. The moment he heard the words Brotherhood Manor, Lu Fengxian's expression darkened as he fell into deep thought. After hearing the whole story, Chu Xiu's mind raced as he realized this was the very incident where Lu Fengxian was manipulated by Nai Dongliu in the original plot. To confirm his suspicion, Chu Xiu pretended to ask curiously, Brother, why don't you personally seek Nai Dongliu's help? And TR letter 1E7N D stroke letter 1ED3 and G naively flattered him. My Chen family is only a minor clan, only my father has reached the innate realm and he cannot leave, while Brother Liu is famous throughout Western Yan, so Nai Dongliu will surely show him some respect. While TR letter 1EA7N D stroke letter 1ED3NG was kneeling and tearfully begging, Chu Xiu secretly gave Lu Fengxian a meaningful wink from behind. Catching the signal immediately, Lu Fengxian patted TR letter 1EA7N D stroke letter 1ED3NG's shoulder and said like an elder brother, Brother Chen, since those 3 factions haven't acted yet, stay here and rest for a day, and once I finish my business I'll come find you, leaving Chen Tong to reluctantly withdraw. Alright, thank you, Brother Liu. Once the nuisance disappeared through the door, Lu Fengxian turned to Chu Xiu and asked directly, Brother Chu, did you notice something just now? And Chu Xiu calmly replied, Brother L1EF, I'm afraid this isn't so simple, before sharply explaining that if the 3 factions merely coveted the treasure and the Chen family truly couldn't keep it, they could simply hand it over, so why drag Lu Fengxian into this mess? Chu Xiu then dealt another blow to TR letter 1EA7N D stroke letter 1ED3NG's so-called friendship. Moreover, if you go ask Righteous Gathering Manor for help, you'll owe the favor while the Chen family receives all the benefits. Is a friend who calculates everything so carefully really worth keeping? And Lu Fengxian frowned deeply because Chu Xiu's words were harsh but extremely reasonable. Chu Xiu continued, it's understandable that they don't want to surrender a treasure they found, but making you owe Righteous Gathering Manor was clearly calculated in advance. And that manor isn't as simple as it appears because most of those who hunted me before were connected by Nai Dongliu. Think about it, if Nai Dongliu later uses that favor to make you kill someone, will you do it or not? Hearing this, Lu Fengxian could only fall into deep thought. Chu Xiu then bitterly summarized his philosophy of the martial world. So-called brotherhood is often unreliable, and in the end personal interests prevail, so leave this matter to me and we'll see whether TR letter 1EA7N D stroke letter 1ED3NG truly came seeking help or simply wants to use you. But Lu Fengxian was no fool either and immediately challenged him. You just said you're doing this for personal reasons, aren't you also acting for your own benefit? So Chu Xiu frankly admitted, correct, I'm also after that purple leaf cornel, a 6th grade spiritual herb. If TR letter 1EA7N D stroke letter 1ED3NG has no ulterior motive, I'll help him. But if he does, we'll split the purple leaf cornel equally, what do you think? Faced with such a flawless plan, Lu Fengxian agreed without hesitation. Fine, TR letter 1EA7N D stroke letter 1ED3NG and I are only casual friends anyway, so if he truly intends to use me, just act without mercy. making a sinister smile appear on Chu Xiu's lips as he said, "Then we'll follow my plan." The two walked into the courtyard where TR letter 1EA7N D stroke letter 1ED3 and G was anxiously waiting, and when he eagerly asked, "Brother Liu, have you finished discussing it?" Chu Xiu stepped forward and declared, "Relax, brother, my name is Chu Xiu, and Brother Liu and I have decided to join forces to help you, so there's no need to beg that Nai Dongliu anymore." Hearing that Chu Xiu would join Lu Fengxian, Chen Tong broke into a cold sweat and hesitantly said, "Brother Chu, it would still be safer to seek help from Righteous Gathering Manor because those three major factions have nearly 10 innate realm experts and aren't easy to deal with." But Chu Xiu sneered, "Only 10 innate realm experts. Brother Liu and I can wipe them out effortlessly, so it's settled." Chen Tong could only grit his teeth, swallow nervously, and awkwardly reply, "Then I'll have to trouble you both." The scene shifted back to the Chen family residence. Family head Chen Yuanji paced anxiously through the main hall with his hands clasped behind his back. He weighed the gains and losses in his mind. "I wonder whether TR letter 1EA7N D stroke letter 1ED3 and G's negotiations succeeded. If we give the item to Righteous Gathering Manor, we can still gain something, but if it's seized by force, we'll lose everything." Just then, a servant rushed in with good news. "Family head, the young master has returned and brought 2 innate realm experts with him," making Chen Yuanji's eyes light up as he smiled proudly. "Looks like he succeeded. Hurry and welcome them." The moment he entered the courtyard and saw the 2 imposing young men, Chen Yuanji immediately showered them with flattery. To trouble 2 outstanding young heroes of Righteous Gathering Manor over such a trivial matter truly embarrasses this old man. But before his smile faded, Chu Xiu poured cold water on him. "Such a trivial matter doesn't require Righteous Gathering Manor at all, which is why the 2 of us came instead." Chen Yuanji froze with his face drained of color, while TR letter 1EA7N D stroke letter 1ED3 and G hurriedly explained, "This is my good friend, little Marquis Lu Fengxian, and this is brother L letter 1EF's friend, young hero Chu Xiu." Stroking his beard, the old man spoke with a colder and more calculating tone. "I'm deeply grateful that you 2 came to help the Chen family, but I still think having Righteous Gathering Manor intervene would be safer," causing Chu Xiu's anger to flare as he demanded, "Family head Chen, what exactly do you mean?" Without caring about the ungrateful old man's dignity, Chu Xiu bluntly exposed the truth. "Brother Liu and I rushed here to help, yet you seem unhappy about it. Frankly, you're looking down on us and rejecting our goodwill even after we've shown you respect." After being scolded to his face, Chen Yuanji's expression turned pitch black as he secretly cursed, "Damn that TR letter 1EA7N D stroke letter 1ED3 and G. Instead of inviting Righteous Gathering Manor, what kind of people did he bring back?" Breaking into cold sweat, he hurriedly waved his hands and explained, "Young hero Chu is joking. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble you too." While Chu Xiu stood calmly with his hands behind his back and announced, "Good brother Liu and I already have a plan. Since those 3 factions are restraining one another, we only need to break that balance, but we'll need to borrow the purple leaf cornel for a while." Hearing this, the Chen family head's expression changed again as he suspiciously asked, "What do you intend to do with it?" And Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow and explained, "Without enough profit, those 3 factions won't easily turn against one another. If you don't trust me, surely you trust brother Liu." Lu Fengxian beside him also played along and frowned. "Master Chen, if you doubt his character, you can ask brother Chen," making Chen Yuanji sweat profusely as he hurriedly clarified, "This old man absolutely did not mean that." To ease the situation, the old man quickly signaled the servant with his eyes, "Hurry and bring out the purple leaf dogwood." A moment later, the servant came out holding a wooden box respectfully with both hands. Old Chen Yuanji clutched the box tightly and shamelessly said, "Since this concerns the safety of my Chen family, we cannot leave everything to you 2 young heroes, so this old man will also accompany you to help." Chu Xiu and Lu Fengxian exchanged speechless looks, clearly thinking, "As expected, Master Chen still does not trust us at all." Ignoring the stubborn old man, Chu Xiu still tried to seize an opportunity. "I have never seen a 6th grade spiritual herb before, Master Chen. May I take a look?" But Chen Yuanji replied with a flawless excuse, "There is no problem with looking. However, the medicinal properties of the purple leaf dogwood are very special, and once the seal is opened, most of its medicinal power will dissipate, so I am currently looking for someone capable of sealing it again." Seeing this, Chu Xiu could only give up unhappily and change the subject with a sneer. "Forget it then, tell me about those 3 forces." Chen Tong replied, "Among those 3 forces, the 3 Mountains sect has 1 innate realm expert. The Yu family has 2, while the strongest is the Black Tiger gang, whose leader Tao Dahai has reached the peak of the innate realm, and besides him there are 2 deputy leaders at the same realm and thousands of gang members." Hearing the name Black Tiger Gang, Chu Xiu merely smiled meaningfully and thought, The Black Tiger Gang is the faction that once competed with me for the secret box. With a cold laugh, Chu Xiu confidently ordered, in that case, take us to the Black Tiger Gang first. Soon afterward, Chu Xiu, Lu Fengxian, and the Chen father and son stood before the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. The moment they entered the main hall, Black Tiger Gang leader Tao Dahai arrogantly shouted, "Chen family, what do you think this place is? Do you think you can act recklessly just because you brought 2 innate realm experts?" Chu Xiu did not even bother looking at the insignificant lackeys and stepped forward. "Gang leader Tao, don't you recognize me?" Tao Dahai narrowed his eyes and looked carefully before his pupils suddenly contracted. "You are Chu Xiu, the one who wiped out the entire Zhang family." Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow and said somewhat mockingly, "Oh, has my reputation already spread this far?" While Tao Dahai regained his composure and asked coldly, "Why are you here? Are you planning to protect the Chen family?" Chu Xiu answered with a sinister smile and words as cold as a blade, "Of course not. Even the Chen family cannot protect the purple leaf dogwood themselves, so why should I help them protect it?" This answer not only stunned Tao Dahai but also made young Chen Tong behind him turn pale and curse inwardly. "What?" Maintaining a calm demeanor, Chu Xiu slowly poured scheming words into the other man's ears. "For the weak to possess treasure is itself a grave sin, and being greedy without strength is merely seeking death, so I came here to discuss cooperation with gang leader Tao," causing Dahai to ask cautiously, "Then tell me how you want to cooperate." Chu Xiu then laid out a specific strategy. "Simple, we join forces with the Black Tiger Gang to destroy the Three Mountains sect and the Yu family. The purple leaf dogwood goes to gang leader Tao. The property goes to the Chen family, while Brother Lu and I only take the cultivation resources." After hearing the plan, gang leader Tao sneered arrogantly and said, "Sounds good, but my Black Tiger Gang is the strongest force here, so why should I cooperate with you?" Faced with that challenging question, Chu Xiu did not bother explaining another word and merely made a strange gesture. Then he suddenly threw a lightning-fast punch. The blow smashed the massive stone pillar beside him into countless fragments. The deafening explosion struck the bald man's arrogance like a slap, and staring at the rubble, gang leader Tao and his subordinates broke into heavy sweat as their expressions changed completely. Only then did Chu Xiu coldly add, "Of course this cooperation is based on strength, and if gang leader Tao disagrees, we can simply seek out the Three Mountains sect or the Yu family instead. While Brother Lu and I are roughly equal in strength, so is that explanation enough?" Causing the terrified Tao to hurriedly wipe his sweat and say, "Brother Chu, don't mind me, I was only joking. Please tell me the details of the plan." Having gained control of his prey, Chu Xiu smiled sinisterly and said, "Tomorrow I will have Master Chen summon all 3 factions to the Chen family, and then I will strike first while gang leader Tao only needs to lead your men in a surprise attack, ensuring those 5 people die." Without hesitating even half a second, gang leader Tao happily nodded. "No problem, we will do exactly as you say." After finishing their discussion, both men clasped their hands and coincidentally said, "A pleasure working together." With that, Chu Xiu turned and left, and after stepping out of the Black Tiger Gang's lair, Chen Tong asked in confusion, "Brother Chu, weren't we planning to deal with all 3 factions, so why are we cooperating with the Black Tiger Gang now?" Making Chu Xiu laugh and reveal the truth. "I lied to him and he actually believed it. Once we finish off those 2 factions, Brother Lu, your father and I will join forces to eliminate the Black Tiger Gang." Lu Fengxian beside him thought silently, "Not a single word Brother Chu says is true, but as long as the Chen family does not deceive us, it will be fine." On the other side, Dahai's subordinates asked worriedly, "Gang leader, are you really going to cooperate with them? Can that man be trusted?" But Dahai immediately shouted, "Trusted my ass, I only said that and you believed it. We will stall him for now so he does not cooperate with the Yu family or Three Mountains sect. And to prevent any accidents, we will find reinforcements." Hearing this, the subordinate asked, "Reinforcements? Are there still experts in our Hanjiang prefecture?" Dahai turned with a dangerous expression and replied, "Did you forget Su Chengyang was recently driven out by the giant spirit gang, and that he possesses strength at the inner aura realm?" The subordinate stared in surprise and said, "That's right, but didn't he already retire from the martial world?" While Dahai stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "Money controls people's hearts, he will definitely be tempted." The scene then shifted to Su Family Manor where Dahai directly tried to persuade him, "I will not beat around the bush. My Black Tiger Gang has encountered some trouble and I would like Senior Su to help us." But the old man loftily refused, "I have already decided to lay down my sword and withdraw from the martial world." Before old Su could finish speaking, Dahai made an irresistible offer. "Senior Su, don't worry. The person I want dealt with is only an innate realm warrior, and once this is done, we'll give you 1,000,000 taels of silver and 10 ginseng roots over 500 years old." Faced with such temptation, Su Chengyang thought, I only spend money at home without earning any, so I truly lack silver, and ancient ginseng can also slow the decline of my vitality. Tempted by the generous reward, Su Chengyang finally gave in and nodded. Fine, I'll take this job, while Dahai respectfully cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, senior." Yet inwardly he sneered at the greedy old man's stupidity, thinking, Senior Su hasn't changed at all and still acts recklessly. He didn't even ask about the opponent's strength or background. Perhaps he thinks anyone in the innate realm is easy prey. Putting those hidden schemes aside, the next day arrived. Qi Donglin, Grand Sect Master of the Three Mountains Sect, had already grown impatient and frowned irritably. What is the Chen family trying to do? Are they going to hand over the purple leaf dogwood or not? Just as he finished speaking, Chu Xiu leisurely entered carrying a red box and calmly mocked, "Sect Master Qi, please calm down. Today's matter no longer concerns family head Chen. Is this what you want?" Seeing an arrogant stranger interfere, family head Yu slammed the table and shouted, "Who are you, and what is the meaning of this?" But Chu Xiu bluntly replied, "Family head you don't need to know who I am, only that I came today to send you on your final journey." He immediately drew his saber and slashed straight at family head Yu's face. The collision of weapons rang out thunderously. Even gang leader Tao broke into a cold sweat and exclaimed in disbelief. He attacked without warning. In the end, the sword shattered into countless pieces. Family head Yu fell backward and was instantly removed from the martial world. Watching from the side, Dahai sweated heavily and inwardly felt fortunate. Good thing I invited Su Chengyang to intervene. If he turns on me, how could I possibly stop him? Ignoring everyone's shock, the man beside the fallen victim drew his sword and roared, "Die!" before charging straight into the fray. Lu Fengxian beside him did not miss the chance either and immediately rushed in with his spear, joining forces in a coordinated assault. Only a miserable grunt from their opponent could be heard. Another victim collapsed amid a pile of shattered weapons. Immediately afterward, Dahai stopped holding back and unleashed his ultimate technique, Fierce Tiger Beheading Slash, straight toward the Three Mountains Sect. Caught by the sudden attack, Qi Donglin hurriedly raised his sword to block. He staggered backward and shouted in utter confusion, "Tao Dahai, what is the meaning of this?" Facing Qi Donglin's confusion, Dahai merely sneered, "What do I mean? I'm too lazy to explain, so go to hell as a clueless ghost." At the same time, Chu Xiu shouted, "Attack." The two brothers charged into the encirclement. Their blades swept through the fodder, sending enemies falling like autumn leaves. After nearly clearing everyone out, the most anticipated moment finally arrived as the two scheming masters officially turned on each other. Dahai suddenly swung his saber in a sneak attack at Chu Xiu, but the recoil force blasted him into the air. While flying backward, the bald man angrily yelled, "I knew I couldn't trust you." And Chu Xiu fiercely retorted while blocking, "You're exactly the same, aren't you? Frankly, even if family head Chen didn't act, the three of you together still wouldn't be our match." Yet the greatest surprise was hidden in a corner of the room, while everyone fought brutally. Family head Chen, who had been quietly hiding all along, stroked his beard and laughed smugly. "Heh, now my Chen family will dominate alone." Before family head Chen's smug smile faded, Su Chengyang stepped out with an imposing air and shouted, "What an arrogant brat, still wet behind the ears. Those three may not be your match, but let this old man test you." Hearing old Su announce himself, family head Chen turned deathly pale and exclaimed, "Inner astral realm expert Su Chengyang." With powerful backing now present, Dahai tried persuading Chu Xiu to surrender. "Chu Xiu, you and your friend are quite strong. Wouldn't it be a pity to die here? Hand over the purple leaf dogwood and leave Han River Prefecture, and I'll pretend nothing happened." But Chu Xiu pointed his saber at gang leader Tao and mocked, "Dahai, I hate anyone who dares steal my things. You can't do it, and neither can that old man you brought." Being insulted directly by a brat made Su Chengyang's ears turn red with rage as he roared, "You refused the toast only to drink the punishment wine. Just because people called you a young hero a few times, you think you're invincible? I'll teach you some respect." Giant Spirit Martial Cannon, 72 forms, mountain suppressing stance. As he finished speaking, he circulated brilliant golden inner power and unleashed a crushing ultimate move. But Chu Xiu showed no fear and turned around to counterattack. Unexpectedly, the sword aura he released failed to injure the old man at all. Chu Xiu widened his eyes in surprise at that power. By reflex, Chu Xiu quickly dodged aside as the terrifying force smashed the pillar behind him to pieces. Seeing the situation turn bad, Lu Fengxian immediately raised his spear and charged into battle. Seeing this, the two brothers from the Great Waves gang also rushed forward, shouting, "We're your opponents." The martial world was treacherous, and the rules of one-on-one combat were already a thing of the past. Meanwhile, in a safe corner, the Chen father and son were already preparing to escape as the anxious son asked, "Father, should we intervene?" and the Chen family head replied, "Wait and see. If things go badly, we'll seize the chance to flee to Righteous Gathering Manor." Hearing this, TR letter 1EA7N D stroke letter 1ED3NG secretly wondered, isn't the purple leaf cornel with Chu Xiu? Could father have prepared something beforehand? Back to the main battle, Su Chengyang continuously pressed forward with his profound inner energy. With his bare hands, he knocked Chu Xiu's saber aside and arrogantly mocked him. "Earlier Tao Dahai said you were quite strong, Chu Xiu, but now it seems that was all a joke." After being mocked for his weakness in public, Chu Xiu angrily unleashed all his power and used his ultimate technique, one chi piercing the rainbow. Blinding saber light tore through the air and shot straight ahead, forcing the startled old Su to admit, "What terrifying explosive power." Yet with his vast experience he confidently sneered, "Unfortunately, that's still not enough to kill me." He instantly unleashed the 72 forms of the giant spirit martial cannon, Great Silk Coiling Hand, wrapping his bare hand in tremendous force and directly catching the protagonist's deadly slash. As the battle reached its most intense point, Su Chengyang used Great Silk Coiling Hand to firmly lock the saber blade. Chu Xiu responded with an unexpected move and decisively released his weapon. The instant he abandoned his weapon, Chu Xiu immediately switched to close combat, catching his opponent completely off guard. Surprised by this sudden and unpredictable fighting style, Old Su threw a counterpunch, but Chu Xiu easily deflected it. Relying on his experienced grappling skills, the old man continued attacking Chu Xiu. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Xiu used one chi piercing the rainbow and turned his own blood into a weapon. He launched an extremely vicious strike straight into Su Chengyang's pupil, making the man clutch his eye and scream. Pressing his advantage without giving his opponent time to breathe, Chu Xiu gathered a surge of energy in his left hand. He charged straight at Old Su with all his ferocious power concentrated into the attack. Chu Xiu brutally brought the fatal blow straight down onto the old man's head. With a sickening impact, the once imposing inner astral realm expert immediately collapsed onto the floor. His eyes rolled back as he officially died. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Dahai's jaw nearly dropped as he cried, Su Chengyang is dead." Cornered and desperate, Dahai turned his attention toward Lu Fengxian. But he was sent flying face first into the wall, leaving the two Black Tiger gang underlings speechless and wide-eyed after witnessing their leader's crushing defeat. Meanwhile, after fighting for some time, Lu Fengxian began showing signs of exhaustion. Seeing their opponent growing tired, the two Great Waves gang underlings exchanged glances. Without saying a word, one raised his sword and charged straight at Lu Fengxian while the other turned around and fled through the door for his life. Seeing his companion suddenly flee instead of following the plan, the attacker cursed inwardly, "Damn it, weren't we supposed to kill this guy together?" Despite his miserable cursing, Lu Fengxian showed no mercy and gave him a brutal beating. In the end, he met the same fate as those before him. Once the bloody battle was settled, the Chen family head swaggered forward to claim credit. "Thank you both for helping our Chen family protect the purple leaf cornel. My son is truly fortunate to have friends like you." Chu Xiu stopped pretending and directly confronted him. "Family head Chen, do you take me for a fool?" And the old man immediately tried to smooth things over. "Why would young Master Chu say that? Of course you're no fool." Hearing this, Chu Xiu smiled mysteriously and replied, "If I'm not a fool, do you really think we risked our lives fighting just for a word of thanks?" Realizing he had been exposed, old Chen immediately played the victim. "Don't tell me you're also coveting the purple leaf cornel. I never expected you to be so greedy. If you want it, then take it. It seems our Chen family misjudged you." Seeing the old man still shamelessly trying to manipulate him, Chu Xiu sneered, "Actually, you never trusted us from the very beginning, did you?" As he spoke, he reached into his robe, pulled out the red box and opened it wide. The lid popped open, revealing the empty box before the stunned Lu Fengxian as Chu Xiu concluded, "Brother Lu, I told you before that you're terrible at judging people. Do you believe me now?" Exposed for using a fake box, Master Chen flew into embarrassed rage and pointed at Chu Xiu. "Chu Xiu, don't think I don't know what you're plotting." But Chu Xiu calmly poured cold water on him. "You're wrong about that. What matters is that Brother Lu genuinely intended to help you, yet you repaid kindness with betrayal." Knowing he had no argument left, the old fox Chen sighed about this matter. Then he suddenly hurled a blinding barrage of golden concealed weapons, trying to escape. But there was no escaping, as Lu Fengxian lightly swept his spear and knocked all the concealed weapons away. In an instant, he followed up with a beautiful spear throw. The spear shot through the air and struck Master Chen's precious son directly. Taking the full force of the spear, young Master Chen collapsed onto the floor and coughed up blood. Before Master Chen could understand what had happened, Chu Xiu had already seized him and smiled chillingly. don't worry, you're not getting away either. With that, Chu Xiu circulated his inner power, and a blue vortex firmly locked the old man's arm in place. After dealing with them, Chu Xiu turned to Brother Lu and said bluntly, "Brother Lu, you lost the bet, so the purple leaf dogwood is mine, and what do you plan to do with these two?" Lu Fengxian questioned them. "I treated you as friends with complete sincerity, so why did you deceive me?" And the Chen father and son immediately staged a touching family drama, with the son crying, "It was all my fault, kill me if you want, but please spare my father," while the father shouted, "No, it was all my idea, spare my son." Seeing this, the kind-hearted Lu Fengxian softened and could not bring himself to strike, so he turned away and said, "Chu Xiu, I'll leave them to you." Seeing Brother Lu turn away, the Chen father and son went deathly pale and sweated profusely, barely daring to breathe. Chu Xiu coldly stepped forward and said, "This touching father-son act is useless. Since you deceived us, you should know the consequences. Now hand over the purple leaf dogwood." The foolish young master still failed to grasp the danger and dared to bargain. "If we hand it over, will you spare us?" Causing Chu Xiu to frown murderously. "Was what I said really that difficult to understand?" Not bothering to reason with someone who refused to listen, the protagonist swung out 2 thunderous slaps with enough force to snap the young man's neck and send his body flying far away, leaving Master Chen frozen in shock. Turning toward the trembling old man, Chu Xiu said word by word, "You're no different. I'll give you one chance. Hand over the purple leaf dogwood." Only then did the treacherous Chen desperately roar, "Stop dreaming. You killed my son, so I'll make sure your scheme comes to nothing." Hearing this pointless barking, Chu Xiu merely sighed helplessly, thinking there was yet another person who could not understand plain words. With that, he calmly clasped his hands behind his back and walked past, completely ignoring him, and this cold, decisive attitude even made Brother Lu sweat as he wondered what ruthless trick Chu Xiu was planning next. Without saying a word, Chu Xiu kicked down the wall. He dragged out all the Chen family members hiding inside and shouted, "If you don't want to die, get out here." Seeing his family members captured, old Chen immediately shouted about morality. "Chu Xiu, grievances have their rightful targets and families should not be involved. You must follow the rules of the martial world." But Chu Xiu domineeringly replied, "Rules of the martial world, who made those rules? Whoever holds the blade makes the rules." Wasting no more words, Chu Xiu grabbed the steward by the throat and interrogated him, "Where is the purple leaf dogwood?" And the unlucky steward stammered, "I don't know." A flash of blade light instantly sent him to his death. Killing one to warn the rest, Chu Xiu coldly declared, "If I don't get an answer, everyone dies." Under the crushing pressure, a quick-witted servant immediately raised his hand and confessed everything. "I know, the purple leaf dogwood is inside the secret chamber, which can only be opened by combining the 2 key pieces belonging to the master and young master." Not only did the young servant confess honestly, he even ran over to search the dead young master's body, retrieved the key, and respectfully presented it to Chu Xiu. Old Chen stood there watching his servant betray him while the fortune he had accumulated for years was about to disappear, burning with rage but unable to say anything. Beside him, Chu Xiu gave a mocking smile and said, "Master Chen, it seems my plan won't fail after all," causing Master Chen to utter his final curse. "Chu Xiu, you'll die a horrible death." After some searching, the servant returned with the items and said, "Sir, all the Chen family's treasures are here." And Chu Xiu casually nodded with satisfaction as the servant presented them. "Very good, from now on, you are the master of the Chen family." The servant broke into a cold sweat and said, "But the master is still alive." Before he could finish, Chu Xiu casually swung his hand with a crack, twisting old Chen's head backward before calmly replying, "Now you're the master." Carrying away their gains, Chu Xiu and Lu Fengxian turned and left. As the two walked along the mountain road, Brother Lu clasped his hands in gratitude, but Chu Xiu frankly denied it. "I wasn't exactly helping you. I had my eyes on the purple leaf dogwood from the beginning. We were simply cooperating." Seeing Chu Xiu's ruthless methods, Brother Lu could not help advising worriedly, "Your personality is too extreme and your killing intent too heavy. I'm afraid it may hinder your cultivation path in the future." Chu Xiu smiled meaningfully and explained that the steward he had just killed was originally a vicious criminal, then concluded with a villainous philosophy. "Actually, I don't enjoy killing at all, do you believe me? It's just that sometimes this method is simply the most convenient." After hearing that reasoning, the serious Liu Hein was left speechless and could only advise him to properly choose his own path. After finding a quiet cave among the peaceful mountains, Chu Xiu asked, Next, I plan to refine the purple leaf dogwood, so I'll have to trouble Liu Hein to guard me. While Liu Hein stood outside with his spear and diligently kept watch. Inside, Chu Xiu handled the precious treasure in the most wasteful way possible. Holding the valuable purple leaf dogwood instead of carefully finding an alchemist, he frowned impatiently and thought, finding someone to refine this into pills is too troublesome. I'll just swallow it directly. With the help of the plump little glazed golden silk goo, Chu Xiu radiated brilliant light and absorbed all the medicinal power. He frowned and thought, the glazed golden silkworm is helping me. 7 days later, he opened his eyes fully recovered but still sighed regretfully. What a pity, I'm only 1 step away from the inner astral realm. When he stepped out of the cave, Liu Hein was astonished by his unbelievably fast recovery. Chu Xiu modestly showed off again with a humble speech. My cultivation talent is nothing special and my aptitude is only average. My only advantage is probably recovering from injuries rather quickly. After finishing his secluded cultivation with abundant strength, Chu Xiu immediately set off with Liu Hein toward their next opportunity, saying, We'll return to Mount Liang. The strange treasure has probably truly appeared by now. At the same time, another faction was also beginning to make its move. Dongliu, young master of the Brotherhood Manor, ordered his subordinates inside the hall. Prepare to climb the mountain, even if there is no treasure. Relaxing there would still be pleasant. And by the way, is there any news about Zhang Beidao? As a subordinate respectfully replied, we received news long ago, young master, but you were in secluded cultivation then, so I didn't disturb. Expecting good news from Zhang Beidao, Dongliu said, Oh, did Zhang Beidao kill that man without even coming to thank me? How rude. But the subordinate replied, No, Chu Xiu, the man he wanted to kill, killed all 4 of them at an inn in that town. Hearing this shocking news, Dongliu exclaimed in surprise, Really? Those 2 weren't weak at all, yet they still couldn't defeat him. At this point, the young manor master fell into thought and concluded that Chu Xiu was definitely worth recruiting. The scene shifted to Mount Liang, where crowds were busy setting up camps. Chu Xiu was sitting casually on a cliff. Then he saw Dongliu's grand carriage procession arriving. A young man called Third Brother sitting nearby exclaimed admiringly, Such an impressive entrance could only belong to young master Dongliu. What a pity I'm too weak to ever have a chance of joining the Brotherhood Manor. Hearing the boy's dreamy lament, the cold-hearted Chu Xiu immediately poured cold water on him. That might not be a bad thing. To become his friend, you must have value he can exploit, and if you're useless, you might actually live longer. Down below, Dongliu's extravagantly grand entrance left a deep impression on everyone at Mount Liang. Young Master Yue eagerly brought out fine wine to flatter him, saying, It is a rare honor for the young lord to personally visit. My family obtained a batch of 55-year-old drunken dragon essence, and we've been waiting for you to taste it. But Dongliu immediately teased him. I heard you're about to marry into the Mu family, one of the great families of Northern Ridge Prefecture. Should I prepare to drink at your wedding? A subordinate beside them blurted out, Young Master Yue has been involved with the daughter of the Divine Martial Sect Master, so the marriage with the Mu family is definitely finished. Making young Master Yue turn and angrily snap, Shut up! Say one more word of nonsense and don't blame me. On the other side, Dongliu smiled politely at everyone and said, All right, everyone, there's no need to argue over such a small matter. By the way, does anyone here know Chu Xiu? Thanks to his earlier achievement of killing 4 men, Chu Xiu had already become famous among the younger generation, so someone immediately pointed out where he was. Dongliu confidently told the crowd, Everyone keep chatting, I'll go meet a young hero who recently became famous and bring him back so you can all get acquainted. Following the guide, Dongliu finally encountered the deadly duo and cupped his hands in greeting. You must be Chu Xiu, Brother Chu, correct? He then turned and gestured toward the person beside him, asking, And this gentleman is? To which Liu Hein replied, Lu Fengxian from Jade Sun in Western Yan, merely an unknown wanderer. With his excellent social skills, Dongliu immediately flattered him. The name Jade-Faced Marquis is famous throughout Western Yan. How could you possibly be unknown? No matter how smooth his words were, Chu Xiu merely crossed his arms and coldly replied, I'm only a wandering martial artist and have no qualification to call the young master of the Brotherhood Manor my brother. But Dongliu continued shamelessly, Those who share the same ideals are brothers, so what if you're a wanderer? The Brotherhood Manor also rose from the martial world. Faced with the young master of the Brotherhood Manor's invitation to become brothers that reeked of ulterior motives, Chu Xiu bluntly poured cold water on him. "Well said, young master, but unfortunately I wouldn't dare become your friend. Because I'm afraid that after becoming your friend, I'll be dragged into killing people out of obligation, and if I die, there might not even be anyone to collect my corpse." Chu Xiu did not stop there and ruthlessly exposed his opponent's biggest scandal. "Young manor master, the bodies of Zhang Beidao and those others are still lying in the wilderness. Aren't you going to deal with them?" Exposed for sending his men on a failed assassination, Nai Dongliu inwardly cursed those incompetent fools but outwardly tried to clear his name. "If I said the whole thing was merely a misunderstanding, would Brother Chu believe me?" Chu Xiu merely smiled contemptuously at his hypocrisy. "Do you think I would believe that? Even if I said I did, would you believe it yourself?" Hearing this, Nai Dongliu turned and walked away, saying, "Then I won't disturb you any further." Seeing young manor master Nai return empty-handed, young master Yue curiously asked, "Young manor master Nai, didn't you go recruit Chu Xiu? Did he refuse?" And Nai Dongliu merely sighed, "That's right." Seeing their leader rejected, his loyal followers immediately joined together in cursing Chu Xiu as an arrogant and ungrateful wandering martial artist. At that moment, Nai Dongliu displayed masterful crisis management by shifting all the blame onto the dead, explaining to his subordinates that the Brotherhood Manor had never been involved in the grudge. It was merely Zhang Beidao secretly hearing two men from the manor for personal business, which caused Chu Xiu to misunderstand. After hearing their misunderstood leader's touching speech about tolerance, the subordinates became furious and volunteered to beat Chu Xiu for him, shouting, "Young manor master, you're far too merciful, I'll go teach him a lesson." Seeing his manipulation succeed, Nai Dongliu smiled and said, "It's only a misunderstanding, there's no need for that. As long as you understand what kind of person I am, there's no need to be angry." Though he said that aloud, Nai Dongliu secretly smiled cunningly, thinking, "The seed of hatred has been planted, and sometimes killing someone requires no blade, only the human heart." Elsewhere, the cautious Lu Fengxian frowned and warned Chu Xiu, "I'm afraid Nai Dongliu has targeted you, why not endure it and wait for an opportunity?" But Chu Xiu analyzed, "It's useless. Many people heard Zhang Beidao mention the young manor master, so pretending ignorance changes nothing, and the Brotherhood Manor still isn't powerful enough to control everything." Hearing his younger brother's sound reasoning, Liu Hein nodded and concluded, "True, at worst we'll just flee the Yan Kingdom." Just then, a massive explosion erupted and the ground split apart. A dazzling jade-colored pillar of light shot into the sky, immediately sending the crowd into an uproar. "The strange treasure has appeared, hurry and look." In an instant, the Brotherhood Manor's lackeys rushed forward to clear the area and arrogantly shouted, "Everyone move aside, this central position is reserved for young manor master Nai." But wherever Chu Xiu appeared, there was no such thing as a spot reserved exclusively for someone else. Patting Liu Hein on the shoulder, Chu Xiu coldly said, "Let's go find ourselves a good spot." Chu Xiu strode proudly through the crowd and casually occupied the prime position right beside the pit where the blue light shone brightest. Chu Xiu's arrogant behavior immediately angered the crowd, and a martial artist hiding behind him stared sinisterly at his back and thought, "It's time to prove myself before young manor master Nai. Chu Xiu, this time I'll use your life to pave the road for my future." As Chu Xiu leisurely walked toward the jade-colored pillar of light, these reckless martial artists simultaneously drew their blades, aggressively blocked his path, and shouted, "Stop right there.